Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, what if Harry Potter built a time beacon to start the war against fate. Here is short summary. After discovering a forgotten magical artifact, Harry and Hermione launch a secret mission to rewrite the Wizarding War, before it even begins. With nothing but knowledge, courage, and borrowed time, they wage a silent war against fate itself. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Well, that was certainly an interesting class, said Harry. He was practicing occlumency in the Gryffindor common room along with Hermione and Neville the first weekend of the school year. Ron decided to play chess with Dean instead. I'll say, said Neville. He certainly knows how to get his point across, though. I have to admit, even though he's the most unorthodox teacher we've had so far, I get the feeling we'll learn a lot from him, agreed Hermione. Well, at least we know he's got experience keeping himself safe, said Harry, pointing towards the twins. The red-headed duo, after hearing stories of his first lessons but before they had their first class, made a very unfortunate mistake. They attempted to prank Moody. They had laid a trap for him between his classroom and the office, which was supposed to swap his wooden walking stick with his metallic prosthetic leg. Somehow, Moody not only dispelled the trap, but also knew exactly who had laid it, and tracked them down halfway across the castle. Fred ended up crawling into the infirmary that day with both legs transfigured into wooden sticks, while George dragged himself there with both legs turned to metal. Suffice to say, they were constantly vigilant during their entire first class with Moody. After checking each other's minds with legilimency, they decided it was time to test out Neville. They didn't expect him to be able to fend off an attack, but they wanted him to let it know what it felt like when someone was probing his mind. Neville, don't let anyone know about what I'm going to do next, all right? Kids like us aren't exactly supposed to know how to do this, Harry said, looking around to make sure nobody was listening in. Neville raised an eyebrow, but agreed. Harry continued, I'd like you to concentrate on that greenhouse of yours. Try to empty it out, but leave only one memory in there for me to get. How about the first broom lesson back in first year? When you're ready, look me in the eyes. Neville closed his eyes, concentrated, and after a minute looked straight at Harry without a word. Harry quietly cast legilimens, and immediately found himself in Neville's greenhouse. There was a single plant at the center, and as he approached it, he began to feel Neville's anticipation, fear, self-doubt, and anxiousness, everything he felt back in the first-year flying lesson. As he got closer, he began to see images, and some glimpses of the argument with Draco from Neville's point of view. Thinking he had gone far enough, he pulled out. Good. It seems like you're getting pretty good at keeping your memories organized, complimented Harry. Could you feel me inside your mind? Neville nodded. It was like fingers reaching in. So that's how I'll know if someone's using legilimency on me. Harry smiled. That's right, Nev. Just keep working on the organization, and practice having your mind in that state as often as you can all day if you can manage it. It's better to get used to having your defenses up all the time. You know, like Moody said, constant vigilance. Neville nodded and went back to concentrating on his own. Harry got up with Hermione, and they left Gryffindor Tower to sneak off to the room of requirement again to practice their dueling, animagi transformations, and try to figure out their apprehensive feelings towards Moody. The room provided a comfortable, padded room with a dueling arena in the center and a hidden entrance. They sat down on the cushions surrounding the dueling arena. Hermione spoke first. What if he's a spy for someone else? Or an imposter? Maybe he's using polyjuice. Harry thought about it for a minute. We don't know him well enough to figure out his allegiances. If he has turned traitor or something, maybe one of the other staff will notice. Didn't he fight alongside them during the last war? They should know him fairly well, at least. If he's an imposter, though, we can figure it out tonight at dinner with the Marauders map. Even if that checked out, they could talk to Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore later to ask if they noticed him acting differently from how they remembered him in the last war. Harry and Hermione decided to make use of the room by working on their dueling skills next. Following the first dueling book to get a good overview, or was it review, of the fundamentals, they began with the Protega spell. Both of them, to some mild surprise, managed to do a decent one on their first try, so they tested it out on each other by firing off minor jinxes and hexes until their shields failed. They also worked on changing the size and shape of the shield, expanding it to protect their entire body, or an object beside them. After practicing until they were nearly exhausted, they decided to relax and meditate, concentrating on their animagus forms. Throughout the summer, they both felt that they could get in touch with their primal emotions much better when they were together. They had never quite managed to find their forms, however, and failed to progress much further. This time, since they were both exhausted from their first dueling training session, they fell asleep beside each other while in their meditative trance. Harry found himself flying through the air. Looking at the ground below him, it seemed like he was about the same height as he was when he usually flew during a Quidditch match. Flying back and forth, he looked around for the other players, but couldn't find anyone else. Where was the team? Where were the spectators? He was struck with a sudden sense of homesickness when he realized he was alone. Turning back in the direction where he came from, he started searching for home. Where was his home? He couldn't tell. He wanted safety, comfort, companionship. He knew where he could get it. Hermione's house. Which direction was it? Where did he have to go? He remembered Hermione's home, in a city by the sea. He flew and flew until he reached the ocean. An odd thought struck him as he continued his search. I really shouldn't show up without a gift. As he thought that, he saw something sparkle in the water. The golden snitch. Once again, he let his instinct take over as his sight narrowed and he focused all his strength into diving as fast as he could towards it. Oddly, he didn't reach out to grab it with his hands, but instead used his feet, and then noticed his feet were actually talons. They gripped the snitch viciously, refusing to let go as he went on in search of Hermione's house. He couldn't see it, but something smelled familiar. He moved towards it. Yes, it was Hermione's scent. Onwards he flew. Hermione was standing tall in the grass. She could see in every direction, and she, too, was alone. Using her keen eyes, she scanned the field in front of her. What was she looking for? She was missing something. Or was it someone? She was missing someone. Or maybe not. Someone was missing her. She hopped up on top of a rock for a better view. She was here, and she was waiting. Someone needed her, and she was waiting for them. Was she waiting in the right place? She couldn't see them. She couldn't hear them, hold him, smell him. Harry. Harry was searching for her. Where could he be? Where could he find her? Instinctively, she looked down to the ground again. Underground. Underground is safe. Underground is comfortable. Underground is secret. Their secret. Only they could go there. The Chamber of Secrets. She needed to find the chamber. Hopping across the field, she investigated a hole in the ground. Did that one lead to the chamber? She jumped in, then back out. No. Next one. She continued to search. They woke up in each other's arms, gripping each other like as if their lives depended on it. Both of them thought of breaking apart, but both also decided to savor the moment instead. When it was clear to each of them that the other was awake, Harry told Hermione about his dream. I was flying. I was searching for you. I had to find you, Hermione. I, also tried to get you a gift. Hermione looked at seductively, biting her lower lip. A gift, huh? What did you get me? Harry avoided her gaze, and muttered, the golden snitch. Hermione's seductive gaze disappeared instantly. That's really romantic, Harry, she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm and half a smile crossing her lips. Hey, it was just a dream. I didn't really have control over it, he said defensively. And what did you dream about, by the way? I was waiting for you. I was trying to find the Chamber of Secrets by jumping into holes in the ground. Hermione said. When Harry looked like he was trying to suppress his laughter, Hermione added, it was just a dream, all right. It made sense then. Well, in any case, I'm pretty sure this means my animagus form is some kind of bird. With talons. And mine is some kind of burrowing animal. I just hope I'm not a rat, Hermione said, as she made a face. They decided to lay there for a while and enjoy each other's presence again, just like how they found themselves when they woke up. When they realized their afternoon nap had taken them to dinner time, they quickly made their way back to Gryffindor Tower to grab the Marauders map before heading to the Great Hall. Right outside the entrance, Harry hid behind the corner while Hermione peeked in, looking at the staff table. Is he there? Asked Harry. Yes, he's sitting at his chair, answered Hermione. What does the map say? It's him all right. Alistair Moody. Harry folded up the map. They proceeded inside for dinner. They resolved to get more background information on Moody by asking the other staff members the next day. Professor McGonagall, we'd like to ask you a few questions about Professor Moody. Harry and Hermione had stayed behind after their Transfiguration class, hoping to get a better picture of Moody's character from their head of house. What would you need to ask me for that you couldn't ask him directly? McGonagall had always had a strong sense of fair play and, of course, bravery. Talking about people behind their backs wasn't something she approved of. Hermione gave a well-practiced reply. We haven't exactly had a pleasant record of Dada teachers, especially not Harry. I mean, in first year, it was Quirrell, who Harry defeated to get the Philosopher's Stone. In second year, Lockhart vanished his bones once, and tried to obliviate him. Professor Lupin was the only good teacher we've had. We'd like to know if you've ever known Professor Moody outside of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall frowned, but nodded in agreement. I agree you haven't received a consistent education these past few years in Dada. However, I can assure you that Moody certainly knows enough about the subject. He used to be head Auror at the Ministry. He refused to take the post of head of magical law enforcement because, as he claimed, he couldn't catch dark hooligans from behind a desk. Although he's never taught schoolchildren before, he trained dozens of Aurors at the academy for a decade after the end of the last war. That might be why he seems like such a harsh teacher. He's used to working with people who are older, more powerful, and more willing to learn the subject. Harry nodded. Can I ask you if he's been acting any differently? Or unusually? The professor gave them a warm chuckle. I suppose you're talking about his rather odd habits. Scanning his food for poison, drinking from his hip flask, all the dark detectors he has around his classroom and the general paranoia. He's been like that for years. Even before the first war against you-know-who. He was a young recruit back during the rise of the previous Dark Lord, Grindelwald. I believe one of his comrades turned out to be a spy for Grindelwald. It's how he lost his leg, right in enemy territory. He fought his way out somehow, but he could rarely trust anyone completely after that. They thanked their professor for her time. The following day, they tried the same thing with Professor Flitwick. So you'd like to know more about Professor Moody? The normally cheerful, diminutive professor grinned a rather feral grin. My suggestion to you is never to take him head on. Harry gave him a blank look. We weren't planning to. Good. Because in all my years as a professional dueler before I came to Hogwarts, I've never seen anyone fight like him. Then again, I've never had a chance to duel him properly. I'm sure, with all the rules and regulations in place, I could still beat him in an arena, but I'd never imagine trying to take him on out in the field. His style of combat would have you bleeding on the ground before the referee could count the number of fouls he'd committed. You can certainly learn a lot about magical combat from that man, about as much as you could learn from me about dueling. Professor Flitwick made him sound scary. An international champion of dueling just admitted, flat out, that he would lose in a real fight against Moody. Hermione nervously asked, but he's fair, right? You'd trust him to use his skills, for justice. Oh, of course. He always tried to capture his targets alive and give them a proper trial. Mind you, alive just means alive. He'd rarely try to stop someone with a mere stunner. He always made sure he took them down hard enough that they couldn't get back up again, except to sit in a chair in front of the Wizengamot. As far as trust goes, you'd have a harder time proving to him that you're on the side of the light than the other way around. He rarely trusts anyone, even old friends have to prove their identity with secret questions whenever they meet. He's still keeping tabs on all the younger professors here at Hogwarts, like Professor Vector. Again, Thanking their charms professor for his time, Harry and Hermione left. It seemed Moody wasn't a problem. At least, not yet. A little over 2 weeks after school began, Hermione celebrated her 15th birthday. They held the party in the Gryffindor common room and invited all the Gryffindors, where Dobby delivered the cake. Harry had owled Madame Rosmerta to order some butterbeer, which Dobby picked up as well. He made sure to give the little house elf 3 pairs of socks for the effort. After generous helpings of cake and several rounds of "Happy Birthday, Hermione" were given by everyone, it was time to open up the presents. Ron had bought her a book on Quidditch. Still, at least he was trying. "Now you'll have something exciting to read about," said Ron, as she unwrapped the present. She gave a polite, "Thank you," and picked up the next gift. Neville had also chosen to give her a book, Fantastic Flora of France. Apparently, France had some of the widest varieties of magical flowers, most of which were extremely beautiful. Hermione gave the boy a hug in thanks. Harry knew he just had to sneak a look into that book for future reference. The twins' gift was a dozen quills. Hermione knew they couldn't possibly be ordinary quills, so she eyed them carefully and didn't touch them before asking the twins, "So, is there anything special I should know about these quills?" They replied, "Welcome to the fantastic world of Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes, the greatest source for pranks, jokes, gags, and everything else to make your entire life more interesting." Hermione raised her eyebrow. "Well, that was interesting, but what's so special about these quills in particular?" George explained. "Well, these are our dozen duplicate Dicta quills. We've turned the plain, old Dicta quill and made it even more convenient by allowing you to make up to a dozen copies at the same time of anything you dictate to a single quill. Not only that, they're charmed to work a good distance away from each other, so they can be in separate rooms or still work." Fred continued. "They work if you write the normal way, too. We figured it was an easy way to make our own copies of the answer keys." Hermione glared at him furiously for that. But we figured a brilliant mind like yours would find a much nobler use for our inventions," he finished. Hermione gave them a slightly scornful look. "Well, thanks anyways, guys." Looking around the room, she added, "And no, I won't be using these to make copies of my homework for anyone." Half the room laughed while the other half drooped their heads in disappointment. Her parents had made use of Carrie's, who delivered a letter of congratulations and her gift, a pair of high-end leather gloves. Evidently, her mother knew her size well, as the gloves fit her perfectly. Harry's gift was, at first glance, just another book. It was a thick leather-bound tome without a title, but it also had a metal frame across the covers. Upon opening it, the pages were all blank. Hermione gave him an odd look. "I hope this isn't a diary, Harry. Especially not one that writes back." Ginny stiffened in the background. Harry laughed. "No, it's a recording tome. It can copy and store any book you have. You see this metal frame? Just swing it around so it faces the opposite direction, and place another book here." Quote. He grabbed Neville's gift, and clamped the metallic, jaw-like covers over it. And it will copy the entire contents of the book onto this tome. You can recall the book simply by saying the title, or by calling it up from a list. It'll hold about 2,000 books or 1,000,000 pages. Opening up the tome, Fantastic Flora of France was listed in small text on the first page. Tapping the name, the title etched itself into the leather at the front of the tome, and its pages filled in exact copies of the book Neville gave. Hermione squealed and gave Harry a hug. "This is just what I needed, Harry. Thank you," she said, giving him a key on the cheek. When she pulled back, she found herself staring into Harry's bright green eyes, and Harry into her deep brown ones. They were instantly lost in each other's gazes, and without thinking, both of them gravitated towards each other's lips and began a slow, gentle key. As they let the waves of euphoria wash over them, they didn't notice how silent the entire room had become. They were lost in their own little world. Nobody would disturb them, and nobody could if they tried. When they finished, they realized everyone in the common room was staring at them. Hermione showed some mild embarrassment, but Harry was wondering what was wrong. The key felt so right, and it wasn't as if they were going wild with each other, Why did it seem like such a big deal? Oh, I forgot. Nobody else knows we're together. Even though it's been over 2 months for us, he remembered. Right then. So should we officially change the results of Harry's love pool to September of 4th year with Hermione Granger, now? Everyone waited for Hermione to berate the twins once again, but she just decided to lean over onto Harry, and said, "You know, just go with it. I've had a fantastic birthday and I'm not going to spoil it by getting mad at you two jokers." After everyone else left the party and began to go back to their schoolwork, Harry whispered to Hermione, "I still have one more thing to give you. Come with me." Harry led Hermione up to his dorm, where Dean and Seamus were working on their homework. Seamus saw Hermione, and grinned at Harry, saying, "Wow, you work fast, don't you, mate? Bringing her to bed already? It's not even dark out." Harry laughed, not bothering to reply to the tease. He brought his firebolt out from under his bed, and told Hermione, "Hop on. I still owe you the flying lesson, remember? We haven't had a chance to fly together all summer." Hermione gaped. "What? Here? Yeah, of course. We'll just go straight out the window," he replied casually. Still looking at him incredulously, she sputtered, but we're on the 7th floor. It's so high up." "Well, just hold on tight," Harry said, grabbing one of Hermione's arms and wrapping it around him. She put her other arm around his waist and held on as Harry took off, flying right through the window. They sailed over the castle, weaving around the various towers. They circled above the astronomy tower, which was well known for its romantic views, and gained an even better vantage to the landscape around them. They then looped around the Ollery a few times until Hedwig noticed them and joined in for a few minutes, giving several hoots in greeting. Turning towards the Black Lake, Harry skimmed the surface and provided the same view that the first years received on their arrival to Hogwarts. From there, it was a few loops around the Quidditch pitch, which Hermione had never seen from a player's perspective. The flight finally ended with a view of the sunset behind Hogwarts Castle, which was even more beautiful than what they witnessed from the burrow. Upon landing at the front gates, Hermione touched her forehead to Harry's, placing her arms around his neck, and whispered, "That was the best birthday I've ever had. I love you, Harry." A simple, "You're welcome," and a key ended their private moment as they stepped back into the castle. A week before the other schools arrived with their delegations, the castle was cleaned from top to bottom. All the ghosts were enlisted to keep Peeves in line, while all the students scrubbed every surface and swept every room, much to Filch's enjoyment. The punishments for defacing or dirtying the castle were an instant week in detention, keeping anyone troublesome out of harm's way until after the welcoming ceremony was over. Professor McGonagall nearly dedicated all her time making sure Fred and George were kept in line, threatening to confiscate their wands for the duration of the entire year, except during classes, if they stepped out of line. 3 days before the arrival, they began having practice runs of the greeting ceremony. Although there was little to do other than stand in a straight line with clean robes on, the professors still managed to find errors and nitpick away. The day of arrival was sunny, but chilly. The students thanked the heavens that it wasn't raining, because it was made abundantly clear to them that they were to standing there until all the foreign students were inside, rain or shine. The Beauxbatons carriages came flying in at around 3 o'clock, and the Durmstrang ship rose from the Black Lake an hour later. Each school had brought along about 24 of their top students. After the formal greetings between headmasters and staff, the students were ushered into the Great Hall for the official introduction to the Triwizard Tournament. Inside the Great Hall, many small, round tables had replaced the 4 longhouse tables. After everyone had settled down, they were introduced to a few new faces. Madame Olympe Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, and Igor Karkaroff, headmaster of Durmstrang. Also present were Ludo Bagman, director of Magical Games and Sports, and Bartemius Crouch, director of International Cooperation. A dull, mandatory round of applause came for every one of them. Finally, they reached the subject of everyone's interest, the Triwizard Tournament. Ludo Bagman explained. This tournament has been a traditional competition between the 3 greatest magical schools in all of Europe. Competition was fierce and contestants were brave and strong, but it became more and more dangerous as each school attempted to trump the last by hosting more exotic and extreme challenges. 200 years ago, the tournament ended, when no participant managed to survive the final task. Many people gasped, but Bagman continued. Obviously, now that we have chosen to revive it, we will be enacting far greater safety precautions, and the emphasis will be on friendly competition. All the schools have agreed that the safety of the participants will be top priority. However, don't think that this will be easy. All the participants will have to demonstrate their strength, skill, intelligence, planning, resourcefulness, and grace under pressure to win this tournament. Gleeful conversations began throughout the hall, with all the students wondering who would enter. Bagman held up a hand, and continued his speech. Before you enter, you need to know the terms. First, as everyone must be eager to hear, are the prizes for the winner. Your eternal fame, recorded within the Hall of Records as the winner of the Triwizard Tournament, along with 1,000 galleons prize money. Nobody could keep quiet now. 1,000 galleons was a lot of money. No student had ever held that much to themselves. Even the richest purebloods, like Malfoy, never saw that much in his allowances. Ron was practically drooling at the announcement. Harry, on the other hand, didn't care. He received double that amount annually from his trust fund alone. On the other hand, he just knew he would be entered into the tournament, whether he wanted to or not. Now, before all of you get too excited, I'll tell you about the competition itself. It is made up of 4 trials of elements, and 3 trials of champions. There will be a final champions task at the end of the year to determine the winner, for a total of 8 events for the 8 months from November to June. We can't tell you exactly what each trial consists of, because the champions themselves will only be told the details shortly beforehand to prepare for each of the trials and the final task. The champions themselves will be selected by an impartial judge. Professor Dumbledore, if you please. With a flick of Dumbledore's wand, a large podium rose out of the ground in front of the staff table. On top of it sat a bejeweled metal casket, which Dumbledore opened with his hands. Inside stood a wooden goblet, intricate carvings on its side, but seemingly unexceptional. This is the impartial judge that will choose the champion for each school. When the fire has been lit, those who wish to participate must sign their name and school on a piece of parchment and drop it into the goblet. The champions will be chosen at the end of this month, on the evening of October 31st. However, please note that there will be an age limit. You must be of age, that is, 17 years old to participate. That means you must turn 17 by the 31st to be able to enter. The goblet will be protected by an age line as well as other security features until then. Good luck to all those who intend to participate. Screams of outrage, mostly coming from the 6th years, rang through the hall. None of the foreign students seemed to be surprised in the least. Obviously they had known before coming. Hermione laughed and nudged Harry. Look at Malfoy, was all she whispered to him. Harry knew what she was hinting at. Turning around, he saw a tomato-faced Slytherin sitting with his fellow 4th years. Draco had been boasting all month that he would not only enter, but be selected as the Hogwarts champion. Harry whispered back to Hermione, if you think he looks embarrassed now, wait till I get picked as a 4th champion. Hermione gave him a short look in confusion that quickly turned into understanding. It's a shame we don't know how it's going to happen, though. Drinks and light snacks appeared at the tables as everyone in the Great Hall was encouraged to mix and mingle in an opportunity for some cultural exchange. It wasn't going quite as smoothly as the organizers had hoped, though. The Beauxbaton students mostly kept to themselves, while the Hogwarts students almost immediately divided themselves back into their separate houses. The Durmstrang students weren't avoiding people per se, but it was more like others were avoiding them. They simply looked unapproachable, but Malfoy took this as an opportunity to flaunt his family name and cozy up to some of them, especially one famous seeker for the Bulgarian national team. Ron was itching to go talk to him, so Harry and Hermione approached, overhearing the conversation he was having with Draco. And with such pure-blooded standards as yours, my father very nearly sent me to Durmstrang, you see. I could have been one of your classmates. Victor Crumb scoffed. A little boy like you would never have entered Durmstrang. You believe you are worth something. You are not. Malfoy was quickly enraged by the famous Durmstrang student's offhand dismissal. Do you know who I am? I'm a Malfoy. My father is. Victor rolled his eyes. Your father, your name, that is all you have, boy. You have no magic, you have no strength. In Drumstrang, names do not cast spells. Several Durmstrang students laughed, causing Draco to storm off, with his little entourage in tow. Hermione overheard a few murmurs of the Durmstrang students discussing the little encounter. Hogwarts is decadent. They take students if they have gold. The tournament will be easy to win. He still cries to his father. Such babies they breed in this country. Hermione was intrigued by the students' attitudes. Durmstrang was well known for being a pure blood school. At least, that was its reputation in Britain. Cautiously, she walked up to the group of fur-robed students, and asked, "Excuse me, but I've heard that Durmstrang only accepts pure-blood students, but you just ridiculed one of the most pure-blooded student in our school." Two of the students beside Victor laughed. The two officer half-blood. Blood has no worth in Durmstrang. Only power. Hermione was surprised at this. But if that's the case, why don't you take in Muggleborns? Surely many of them have the potential to be powerful wizards. Victor answered her with a question. Hogwarts accepts all students who apply and pay money, yes. Hermione nodded. Durmstrang is different. Students must compete before entering school. Hermione understood, but was clearly angered by the explanation. You have to know magic before school even starts, then. Muggleborn have a clear handicap. That's completely unfair. Victor shrugged. I am here to make myself a strong wizard. Not try to change rules. Not my problem. He turned and left to chat with some seventh years, those who he viewed as possible competition. The chatter and gossip didn't end with the party. Fred and George were peeved that they couldn't enter, because their birthday was only a few months short of the limit. Ron was still in awe over the prize money, imagining the kinds of broomsticks and chocolate he could buy with it. Harry, we've got a small request for you. Harry turned to see the twins, with rarely seen serious expressions on their faces. We need to borrow the map. Harry knew what they were up to already. And we'd like to borrow your invisibility cloak. Harry was reluctant to leave his trusty cloak, which had served him very well the past several years, to the twins. It could be confiscated if the twins got caught. Sure, the twins had a reputation for being able to pull off pranks and rarely getting caught in the process, only receiving the punishments after the prank had been completed, but Harry didn't want to risk such a precious family heirloom. He was, however, curious to see what the twins planned to do. I'll tell you what, answered Harry. I can't lend you the cloak, but I'll go to the Goblet of Fire with you. I'll wear my cloak and hold on to the map myself to scout ahead to make sure it's clear, and then I'll signal to you to do whatever it is you plan to do. The twins agreed to the compromise and explained their plans. We'll be brewing aging potions tomorrow. They should be ready by evening. We want to sneak off after curfew and try to get past the age line. We've also got these nice little arm extenders, a Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes exclusive, as an alternative method for getting our names in. Meet us tomorrow night, down here at 11, alright. The following night, Harry and the twins snuck out of the common room, quietly making their way down to the Great Hall. They had to use the secret passages and hidden alcoves several times as professors and prefects were still roaming the halls. Wait. George suddenly stopped them while they were hiding on the 4th floor. Check where Moody is. I swear that eye of his can see through walls. Harry scanned the map, looking for a dot labeled Alistair Moody. He's still in his office, with Bartemius Crouch. Probably having some kind of meeting about security or something. They continued downstairs, stopping a floor above the Great Hall. Keeping his eye on the map, Harry said, it's only Professor Babbling patrolling the entrance of the Great Hall. Nobody's inside, so as long as you can get past her, you should be safe. Do you two have anything to cause a distraction? Fred grinned. Who do you think you're talking to, Harry? He said as he pulled out a pile of knickknacks. Would you like the classic dung bomb, whizzing worms, or some of our personal inventions, like the wyvernwork? What's the wyvernwork? It's a firework that explodes in the shape of a tiny dragon, and it flies around for a while. We're still working on how to make it bigger, as well as having a full lineup of bursting beasties. That'll do, said Harry. I'll set it off further down the hall. When she moves away, get into the Great Hall. When you're finished, move and stand by the doors. I'll watch you on the map, and set off another one so you guys can escape. Satisfied with the plan, the twins handed Harry two of the Wyvernworks, who silently made his way downstairs. About 30 paces away from the Great Hall, he lit one of the little fireworks and hurried around a corner to wait. It went off after he ducked behind a suit of armor, exploding into a brilliant little dragon-shaped creature made up of green sparkles. It even breathed a few red sparkle flames from its mouth. Predictably, Professor Babbling ran down the hall to investigate, and Harry watched the two dots on the map enter the Great Hall. Keeping as still as possible, he made no noise at all as Babbling searched the hall up and down for him. He kept watch on the dots of Fred and George Weasley as they moved towards the front of the hall where the goblet of fire was placed. They seemed to circle around the cup a few times, but then scrambled back. Uh-oh, thought Harry. I take it that means they didn't do too well. There was suddenly a flurry of movement on the map. Multiple professors were descending on the Great Hall. Oh, nuts, the twins will have hell to pay if they're caught by Moody again, he realized. It figures that the goblet would have more security than just an age line. He was about to set off another Wyvernwork when he noticed something odd on the map. Moody hadn't left his office. Crouch, however, had. This is even worse. They'll be in trouble with a ministry official. Harry quickly moved towards the hall where Crouch was coming from. Hoping to distract Crouch, or at least delay his arrival, he lit the firework just before the man was about to round the corner. While the fuse was burning, Harry heard a familiar clink-tock sound. How did Moody get here so fast? He was still in his office last time I looked. Harry quickly dug out his map, and saw the name Bartemius Crouch moving down the hallway, where the sound was coming from. It rounded the corner, and Harry got a good look at man. It was Moody, complete with peg leg, cane, and fake eye. Harry only had a second to do a double take with the map before the Wyvernwork exploded, with the sparkling creature flying straight towards the imposter. Croucher was it Moody? Yelped as he covered his fake eye, obviously sensitive to the pyrotechnics. Harry took advantage of the situation and fled. This is huge. Why would Crouch be impersonating Moody? I need to tell a professor. He scanned the map, looking for Albus Dumbledore, but it wasn't anywhere on the map. The headmaster must have left the grounds, probably dealing with ministry officials or something. Meanwhile, it seemed that many of the professors were investigating the area where he had set off the Wyvernwork, while several others were escorting Fred and George towards the infirmary while Crouch was in the Great Hall by himself. Harry searched for the next choice Professor McGonagall. He found her keeping close to Gryffindor Tower, patrolling the halls of the 7th floor. Putting his invisibility cloak away, he ran up the many flights of stairs to find his head of house. Mr. Potter, what are you doing roaming the halls at this hour? McGonagall asked, entirely unsurprised. Out of breath after running up 6 flights of stairs, Harry panted, I need to talk. Something strange. Crouch. Catch your breath, Mr. Potter. Now tell me, what's going on? The staff just received an alert that somebody attempted to bypass the goblet's protections. It wasn't you who made the attempt, was it? McGonagall asked, with displeasure in her voice. The rules were very clear, Mr. Potter. I'll not have you besmirching the name of Gryffindor with such foolish escapades. No, it wasn't me. I was just lending the twins a hand, but that's not the problem. Cried Harry. Bartemius Crouch is doing something strange. I think he took Polyjuice and impersonated Professor Moody. I just saw him a few minutes ago. Professor McGonagall looked doubtful. Mr. Potter, may I ask how you came to that conclusion? Polyjuice is a very complex potion which makes a perfectly changes a person to look like somebody else. I find it hard to imagine that you could tell the difference between one person and a polyjuiced imposter, when most Aurors wouldn't be able to without several advanced spells or a blood verification. Harry was trying to decide whether or not to tell her about the map while McGonagall continued. Secondly, why do you suspect Mr. Crouch? He is not on school grounds at all tonight. He, along with Ludo Bagman and the headmasters of all 3 schools, are currently at a meeting with the Minister of Magic. They won't return until tomorrow morning. Do you have a better explanation, or is this just a ruse to give Messrs. Fred and George Weasley time to escape? We all know they can't resist trying to get past the goblet's protections. Harry was stunned at the news. He couldn't possibly say that he saw the name on a map that was made decades ago by a bunch of sixth years. It would be his word against the headmasters. Our two headmasters and a headmistress, along with the Minister of Magic himself. Keeping quiet and investigating by himself might be the best option for now. Harry hung his head down, saying, "I'm sorry, Professor. I was, helping the twins tonight. They wanted their names in the cup, and I offered to be a distraction. I just wanted to get you away from Gryffindor Tower so they could sneak back in. It wasn't a complete lie, at least. I'll take whatever punishment you think fair. We'll discuss it tomorrow morning, Mr. Potter. You will stay behind after class tomorrow, after I have verified this story with the Weasley twins. I'll determine your punishment then. Now get to bed, it's far past curfew." Harry rushed back into his dorm, and opened up the map again. He saw Moody, still in his office. The twins were sitting in the infirmary, and the rest of the professors had gone back to their patrols. The dot labeled Bartemius Crouch was nowhere to be seen. The twins showed up the next morning when Harry was explaining to Hermione what had happened. By an amazing coincidence, he had just gotten to the part of the story where the twins were approaching the goblet when they appeared. "Allow us to take the story from here, Harry." Harry turned around to see the twins with long, white beards that looked remarkably similar to Dumbledore's. "You see, we first tried to figure out how far away the age line was. With careful observation and investigation, we found out exactly where the age line extended," said Fred. "In other words, you saw the chalk outline on the ground?" asked Hermione, smirking. "Why, yes, we did, my fair maiden. It was a good 5 meters around the cup, well out of reach of our arm extenders," explained George. "But we tried them anyways. We flicked the parchment with our names towards the goblet. A most perfect toss, mind you, it was sailing straight towards that flaming cup. When the fire suddenly burned twice as tall and the parchment was incinerated. So we had to resort to our original plan. The aging potions. Which worked brilliantly, mind you. Until you stepped past the line." Hermione spoke up. Again. "No, my dear Hermione, that's not right at all," said George, beaming. "For once, the smartest witch of our generation is quite incorrect," said Fred, with an equally bright smile. "We were flung across the Great Hall before we even managed to put a foot over the line. After which we began growing these beards. Which, I have to say, is attracting much more attention from the ladies," said Fred, wiggling his eyebrows. "I dare say, who knew all these girls preferred the mature look?" Both the twins laughed and ran off to tell their story to other people in the Gryffindor common room. Back in her serious expression, Hermione asked, "So where were you when all this happened?" Harry replied, "Down the hall, behind a suit of armor." When they got thrown back, a bunch of teachers started moving towards the Great Hall. They've got some kind of system to alert the staff. I was worried about Moody the most. You remember what he did to the twins last time, right? Hermione nodded. "Well, I looked for his dot specifically. It stayed in his office. Mr. Crouch came instead." "Wait, the head of international cooperations?" "Yeah, but when I saw the dot step into the hallway, I set off the distraction. I was expecting to see Crouch, but I saw Moody instead." Hermione's eyes widened. "What? You're sure about that?" "Yeah, I looked back at the map just to be sure. Mr. Crouch was impersonating Moody for some reason. Moody was still in his office. But why would he have to disguise himself? He has every right to be here, doesn't he? He could have just showed up in person. I'm not sure, but I found out from Professor McGonagall later that Mr. Crouch was supposed to be at a meeting with the headmasters of all 3 schools that night. Maybe the map was wrong," Hermione suggested doubtfully. "It's never been wrong before. It could tell where Peter Pettigrew was even though he was in his rat form." They sat in silence, pondering what to do. Finally, Hermione said half-heartedly, "I think we might have to do what Professor Flitwick said never to do." "Huh, what do you mean by that?" "I mean we'll have to confront him directly about it." Harry served only 1 night of detention with Professor McGonagall for his part in the twins' attempt at sneaking their names into the Goblet of Fire. During that time, His mind was whirling over the possibility of trying to stand face to face with Moody. That man was scary. Even with the little bit of dueling training he was getting with Hermione, he knew he'd be completely outclassed by someone who'd made it his career to take down dark wizards. What if he had to duel Moody alone? He wouldn't even survive the first hit. Even if he did, that crazy eye of his would track him as he tried to run away. The prospect of actually confronting Moody was getting crazier and crazier. Hermione was the one who brought him back down to earth. We don't have to duel him, you silly. We just have to ask him a few questions. Maybe when the other staff are around. All you really have to do is a tiny bit of legilimency to see if he's lying or not, she explained. Although it probably wouldn't hurt to have our wands in hand and ready to cast a protega though, she added. They decided it would be safest if they talked to Moody during breakfast, while most of the other staff members were present. Dumbledore's presence alone might make all the difference. They would ask a simple question regarding that particular night, and Harry would concentrate on some surface legilimency to see if Moody was lying. Of course, someone as paranoid as Moody would undoubtedly have some of the strongest occlumency shields, but Harry just hoped he'd still be able to detect deception through them. The next morning, they had a short, light breakfast. Glancing at the map, they made sure it was Moody sitting at the table instead of Crouch. Nodding to each other, they got up from the bench and approached the staff table. Harry gripped his wand in his pocket, ready to draw it at a moment's notice. Hermione had her wand up her left sleeve, fingering the handle with her right hand as they approached. Moody took a swig from his hip flask as they approached. He eyed the two students that stood in front of him, one eye on each. It was extremely unnerving how he did that. Got your hands on your wands already, I'm glad somebody's taking my lessons to heart, he guffawed in a low, throaty growl. The rest of the staff table turned to stare at Harry and Hermione as he said that. Planning on attacking a professor, Potter? Snarled Snape. Your current fame just isn't enough for you, is it? You just have to find a way to get your name into that goblet. Please, Severus. Mr. Potter has yet to state his intentions, Dumbledore told the potions professor. Is this about what you told me the night you aided the twins? I can assure you. McGonagall began. Harry was unprepared for the sudden flurry of questions and accusations from the staff table. It made him a little more nervous, but when Hermione squeezed his arm, it firmed his resolve. Professor Moody, I'd just like to ask you a few questions, he stated, looking at Moody directly. Ask away, my boy. Moody gave a mean grin, while the rest of the staff suddenly quieted down and watched with keen interest. Where were you when the twins set off the alarms around the goblet? In my office, of course, came the reply. Harry knew that was the truth, but decided to test the mental waters anyways. He pushed lightly with his legilimency. Were you alone at the time? Of course I was, came his answer. Harry felt a mental flicker coming from Moody. Harry never imagined how easy it would be to detect lies on someone like Moody. Trying his luck, he pushed a little deeper, and received a few images. Moody was sitting at his desk, looking at an empty room. He hadn't seen anyone, but something felt off. Are you sure? The moment he asked the question, the images in Moody's mind focused on the various dark detectors Moody had strewn about the room. Half of them were broken, and the other half seemed to be going off. Suddenly, Harry heard an unfamiliar voice boom within Moody's mindscape. You must be alone in your office every night. The images of the dark detectors faded instantly. Yes, came the reply from Moody. I'm always alone in my office every night. Harry felt absolutely nothing when Moody gave the reply. No truth, no lies, it was as if he was following an order without any feeling. What on earth was that? Thought Harry. Something was clearly wrong about what he just sensed. He decided to focus on Moody's dark detectors. Sir, do you make a regular habit of ignoring all the dark detectors you've set up around your office? Once again, Harry saw a quick flash of the images of Moody's instruments, before the strange voice boomed again, you must keep my existence a secret. There weren't any sensors going off, Mr. Potter, growled Moody. Harry felt the conflict inside Moody's head. Clear lie, thought Harry. He had to be getting close. Harry felt his heart thumping while his breathing quickened. His palms felt sweaty. He knew it would be tricky, but he had to expose Moody somehow. Who was giving him these orders? He wondered. He then realized it could be the perfect question. He looked at Hermione, giving a small nod which meant, get ready. Whose existence must you keep secret, Professor Moody? Who keeps giving you orders? Harry heard the voice again, booming louder than ever, you must keep my existence a secret. Harry sensed extreme conflict within Moody, as if he was fighting against himself. That was the only warning he received before Moody whipped out his wand, the tip already glowing with a spell ready to fly. The next few seconds dragged out like hours as the adrenaline burst hit. Harry ducked down as fast as he could, pulling Hermione with him. The first spell missed his head by inches, but Moody's wand wasn't stopping. He tried pulling his wand out of his pocket, but it was twisted in an awkward position as he crouched. Hermione whipped hers out of her sleeve, immediately casting a Protega charm with all her might, just in time to block Moody's second spell. The force of it shattered the shield and threw Hermione several feet back, as she landed on the Hufflepuff table. Harry felt a rush of blind rage when he saw Hermione go flying, second only to his fear that she could be dead. Staying low, he cast the most powerful banishing charm he could at Moody's fake leg. He rolled away from the staff table towards Hermione as the metallic leg flew off of Moody's body and bounced along the back walls. Concentrating on his most powerful shield held behind him, he rushed to his beloved's aid. Meanwhile, the staff were completely surprised by the sudden attack by Moody. Several watched in shock as Moody launched a silent obliviate at Harry, followed by a bludgeoner at Hermione. Dumbledore and Hagrid were the first to react. Right after he had struck Hermione, Moody quickly began animating the tablecloth, which moved to envelope Harry. Dumbledore cancelled the animation while Hagrid used his massive arms to reach right across Professor McGonagall and slam down on Moody's wand. Moody dodged Hagrid's enormous fist, which slammed down on the table, cracking it at the point of impact. Professor Flitwick had somehow moved from the far end of the table and was running on top of it, throwing several immobilization and restraining jinxes at Moody. Completely ignoring Flitwick, he was about to cast another spell at Harry when his leg flew from underneath him, flipping him over as it rocketed away from his body. Dumbledore quickly had him stunned and bound, and removed his wand. Yay Alri. There, Ari. Hagrid bounded over to Harry. I'm fine, Hagrid. It's Hermione. Harry was cradling her in his arms. Oh, stop worrying, Harry. I'll be fine after a visit to the infirmary. Hermione said weakly. She coughed a few times. Okay, maybe I'll have to stay overnight, but it's not too bad. I'm so sorry for putting you through this, Hermione. I never should have brought you into a situation like this. Don't be ridiculous. It was my idea in the first place, in case you don't remember. Mr. Potter. Miss Granger. Please, come to the infirmary immediately. You can let her go, Mr. Potter, I'll levitate her myself. Madame Pomfrey had made her way from the broken staff table to where the two of them lay. They were quickly escorted away from the shocked stares from the entire student body. Amelia Bones never would have imagined herself in this position. She was interrogating her own mentor, the legendary Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody. The only reason she received the position of head of magical law enforcement was that Moody himself had turned it down several times. Where should she even start? Facing the grizzled, veteran Auror sitting in front of her, she fell back to basic training. Well, Alistair Moody, you have the right to legal counsel before answering any questions. Amelia, quit dilly-dallying and give me the Veritaserum already, growled Moody. I've taught you to trust nothing less, and even then, have your doubts to the veracity of the answers. She only just managed to resist answering with, yes, sir, as she ordered a vial of Veritaserum to be brought in. Giving Moody the standard dose of 3 drops, she began the standard interrogation. What is your full name? Alistair Maddox Moody. Why did you attack Harry Potter and Hermione Granger this morning? I was under the Imperious curse to protect the identity of the one who cast the curse on me. Harry Potter demonstrated that he knew I was under Imperious. Who on earth could possibly keep Moody under the Imperious? He could break the Imperious of anyone in the DMLE, thought Bones. They must have been close by, if he acted before he could break it. How long were you under the curse? Since August 24th, when somebody broke into my home. The head of the DMLE was floored. Somebody had managed to keep Moody under an Imperius for 1.5 months. She had to know what kind of wizard that was. Who cast the Imperius on you? I don't know. Why were you unable to throw off the curse? I was stunned during the attack on my home. I believe I was forced to drink will weakening potion before the Imperius curse was cast. One of the first commands given to me was to drink some more, and always take another dose at least once every 8 hours from my hip flask. Immediately, Madame Bones told one of her Aurors to get the DMLE's resident potions master and have him analyze the contents of the hip flask. What other orders have you been given through the Imperius? Act as normally as possible. Do not attempt to discover the identity of my cursor. Ensure I am alone in my office every night before bed. Keep the identity of my cursor a secret. Drink a sleeping draft each night before bed. Keep the 5th compartment of my trunk unlocked. Continue brewing while weakening and sleeping potions in secret. Allow myself to be stunned. Amelia couldn't make heads or tails of the commands. For now, the only thing she could think of doing was to investigate Moody's trunk, which she ordered another subordinate to do. The rest of the orders all seemed to be centered around concealing the identity of Moody's attacker. This would be a tough case to crack. Amelia, the Veritaserum's wearing off, Moody informed her. Any last questions? When was the last order given to you? 4 days ago, the night Harry Potter was questioning me about, Moody answered, with the gruff vigor returning to his voice. The Veritaserum had completely worn off. Amelia, let me be frank with you. I have no idea what their objective was, but if I had to guess, it's assassination. What makes you say that? Who's the target? Asked Amelia. I don't know, but since I was assigned to be the head of security for the Triwizard Tournament, that could mean anyone from Dumbledore to the Minister of Magic in Bulgaria. There's going to be plenty of officials that will attend the event over the course of the year. My guess is I was supposed to be a sleeper agent. This is a disaster. Moody. We can't cancel the event now. Fudge won't hear of it. It would be an international scandal. We'll need additional security for all the officials and VIPs who are attending. Not just that, Amelia. You're going to have to redo the entire security protocol. I don't remember giving the plans out, but that doesn't mean I haven't been obliviated while I was Imperiist or something like that. Security's been compromised. Start from scratch. I'd like you, or one of your most trustworthy Aurors, to take over the management of the entire event. There's no way I can continue on as the head of security for the Triwizard. I'm a liability now. Amelia Bones nodded. Moody may have been paranoid, but that certainly wasn't without reason. And this time, he had plenty of reasons to be as paranoid as possible. There were less than 3 short weeks before the choosing of the champions. She'd need to begin her work as quickly as possible. Harry Potter sat on his usual infirmary bed, rather surprised he had come out of the fight with nothing more than a few scratches. He refused to lie down. Instead, he held Hermione's hand as she lay on the bed next to him. She smiled before drinking a dose of Skelligro, then winced. Harry knew how disgusting the potion was. At least she only needed 1 small dose to heal a few of her ribs, instead of having to regrow an entire arm. You know, I think Malfoy might have had the right idea in defense. Harry began. What are you talking about? A wand holster. Obviously he was too stupid to use his properly, but I got my wand caught inside my pants pocket. I needed to be faster. You saved me, Hermione. You were faster, though. You ducked out of the way of the spell before I realized what was going on. You just needed to have your wand in a better position. Which is why I'm going to Owl Ollivander's to see if he sells any wand holsters as soon as we get out of here. You saved me with that Protega, Hermione. I saw you coming to my rescue as soon as I got knocked down, you know. My knight in shining armor. She gave a devilish grin. Oh, do you expect me to carry you off on a white horse, now? Harry started joking. No, I want a unicorn. Hermione was giggling now. My love, you know that men can't ride unicorns. How about an Abraxan? I'd steal one from Bobaddon's just for you. Oh, my very own Bellafarin. Hermione placed the back of her hand on her forehead in a mock swoon. The two of them couldn't stop themselves from laughing. They do say laughter is the best medicine, although I won't doubt dear Poppy's potions, came a grandfatherly voice from the foot of the bed. The headmaster had walked into the room while they were joking around. Mr. Potter, I do have a few questions to ask of you, if you don't mind. About Moody, you mean? Ask away. How did you come to suspect Moody was, shall we say, compromised? It was on the night of the twins' attempt at the goblet, headmaster. I was on lookout for the twins, when I saw Moody approaching, but it wasn't actually him. Harry answered evasively, trying not to give away the secret of the Marauder's map. I believe Professor McGonagall told me a very similar story to yours, Harry. However, she did say you suspected the person in disguise was Bartemius Crouch. Why did you name him in particular? Harry knew there was no getting away from this one. Well, I have a special map, you see. It shows the location of everyone in the castle, labeled with their names. The dot labeled Bartemius Crouch was approaching, but it was definitely Moody's body. Harry, I have to inform you that I, along with Madame Maxime, Headmaster Karkaroff, and Minister Fudge were all meeting with Director Crouch that evening. We passed through several security checks within the ministry and he never left the meeting, not even for a bathroom break. He couldn't have been in the castle at the time. But, the map's never been wrong before. Harry, could I see the map? Do you have it with you? Dumbledore eyed him with a keen interest as Harry pulled the map out. To activate it, you have to tap it with your wand and say, I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Dumbledore said the words, and a brief look of surprise passed over his face. He then watched the map for a minute before casting a few diagnostic spells, turning the piece of parchment over several times in his hands. Harry, do you know how this map works? I'm not sure. He quickly glanced at Hermione, who also shook her head and shrugged. I'm guessing there's a bunch of tracking charms and some kind of identity charm on it. Dumbledore shook his head. Unfortunately, it's not nearly as powerful or complex as you imagine. It's quite ingenious in its simplicity, actually. All it does is read some of the information pulled from the Hogwarts wards and display it on the parchment. Most of the charms here are simply self-writing and animated ink spells, along with the password security. Oh, I had no idea. What does that mean for me, though? Asked Harry. He couldn't quite see where the headmaster was going with this. It means that the map could easily be subverted. I doubt that most intruders would know to specifically mask themselves from a rather specialized device like this, but for one who had a hand in its creation, and was caught by the very same map last year. Wormtail. Harry nearly shouted. Thinking about the escaped rat boiled his blood. He desperately wanted to catch him, chase him down as the little sneak tried to run, dive down from above and snatch the little rodent in his talons. Dumbledore's voice snapped him out of his short, emotional daydream. Harry, don't worry yourself over this. I think I shall make my own version of this map to keep in my office, with a few personal improvements, of course. You can have yours back. Don't worry, we'll be on the lookout for him from now on. Yes, sir. Oh, you and Miss Granger can take 25 points each for displaying extraordinary courage and a strong sense of justice by standing up to Professor Moody. You can also take an additional 25 points each for an excellently performed shield charms and banishing charms against a veteran magical combatant. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled merrily as he strode out of the infirmary. Over the next week, Harry and Hermione were both getting odd looks from students. Nobody was crazy enough to take on Mad Eye, and certainly few had enough confidence to even survive a duel against him. Even several of the Durmstrang students, all of whom were very powerful 6th and 7th year students, were impressed and smiling at them as they passed in the hallways. Evidently, stories of Moody's skill and power had spread over as far as Eastern Europe, despite most of his work occurring in Britain and occasionally the west coast of the continent. The only Hogwarts students brave enough to approach them were their friends, who congratulated them on a spectacular display. The only student bold, or stupid, enough to actually get on his nerves was the one Draco Malfoy. It's a shame Moody didn't hit a bit harder, he could have ridded the world of one more mud. He never managed to finish that sentence. Harry used the same powerful banishing charm on Draco, blasting him straight into Goyle, who was standing right behind him, smashing both of them into a broom closet. Vincent Crabbe stood there in shock, overwhelmed by the raw display of power, frozen like a deer caught in the headlights of a car. The crowd around them were silent for a while, but then many of the Gryffindors and Durmstrang students began applauding. Several others followed suit. Fred and George looked at each other and nodded. Fred ran into the broom closet where Malfoy and Goyle still lay, unconscious. George grabbed Harry's shoulder and whispered, "Don't worry, Harry, we'll take care of this." He quickly joined his brother and began transfiguring Malfoy's robes. Apparently, Victor Crumb was one of the witnesses. He walked up to Harry, offering his hand. "I am sorry I did not introduce myself properly at party. I am Victor Crumb. You are Harry Potter, yes." Harry took his hand and shook it. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Crumb. I must admit I've asked getting wrong impression of you. You are very famous, even in Bulgaria, and you are rich, much like Little B. Owned boy." Victor smirked. "But you are not like Little Boy, you fight like real man. You show real strength. Durmstrang would be happy to have student like you." Harry nodded, accepting the compliment. "Thank you, Mr. Crumb. I'm glad there are pure-blooded wizards who strive to be more than just an heir to a name. Yes, names are meaningless when faced with skill. I hear you are also very skilled with broom, best in school, yes." Harry nodded. "I'm a seeker, like you. Although I have to admit I'm nowhere near your skill level. I was at the World Cup, and I think just watching you play taught me a lot." Crumb laughed. "We must play sometime, then. Perhaps at end of year, after I win tournament, yes." Harry chuckled with him. "Yes, I'd love that. I'll be cheering for the Hogwarts champion, though, but good luck to you too, Mr. Crumb." As the group of Durmstrang students walked away, Harry turned around to see what the twins had been up to. Draco's robes had been turned a rather frilly pink, and the twins had sprouted hickeys all over his neck. Goyle had received similar treatment. "Come on, let's try to find Colin and his camera before any professors get here," Fred suggested, as they both scurried away. Harry managed to get away with only one weekend of detention, as nobody wanted to cross Harry after that. All the students, save the Slytherins, testified that it was Malfoy who had provoked the attack. Even some of the Durmstrang students took pleasure in mocking what they saw as the weakest house in Hogwarts. The twins were quick to accept their share of the blame, using the publicity to drum up a bit more excitement for their WWW products, and try to sell photos of the incident in question. Professor Moody returned to Hogwarts after a week away. After several serious interrogations and medical checkups, the investigators at the DMLE determined he was still the light-oriented, retired or they all knew, with no lingering effects or other deeply hidden orders from the Imperious Curse. The investigators still couldn't determine the identity of the infiltrator, and as Peter Pettigrew was still officially listed as deceased, none of them could take Dumbledore's advice to investigate that lead. Moody's suggestion that there would be a possible assassination attempt was the most likely, and they began stationing extra oars at Hogsmeade, with 2 patrolling the Hogwarts grounds itself at all times. Kingsley Shacklebolt was now directing security around the Triwizard Tournament, and was doing a fairly good job for someone who had only 2 weeks to redo everything before the champions would be chosen. Moody, taking caution to the extreme, had suggested that he not return to Hogwarts at all, but since there were no more traces of any influences on his will, and since Dumbledore couldn't find a replacement defense professor in time, he agreed to return to his teaching post. Some of the students had heard the rumors. Mad-Eye Moody was under the Imperius the whole time by some dark wizard. Some held hope that his style of teaching was a reflection of the one controlling him. Most of them enjoyed the 1-week break without defense classes. They waited for the return of their teacher. The first day classes would resume, hoping to see a change in personality from their professor. As Moody walked into the room, he immediately began tossing silent full-body binds at the class. Tables and chairs bounced as bodies in a seated position suddenly snapped straight as a plank and fell to the floor. Harry and Hermione, who had learned quickly from the experience at breakfast a week ago, both quickly snapped their wands up from their holsters. Unlike Malfoy, who had arrogantly purchased a professional's wand holster that simply threw the wand into the caster's hand, they bought the beginner's model, which snapped it upwards and held it at their palms. It wasn't quite as fast or as flexible to use, but it did let them grip their wands easily despite the chaos. They protected themselves with the shield charm. Good job, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. Glad to see you two didn't let your skills waste away like the rest of the class, grunted Moody. To the rest of the class, he barked, 1 week, and that's all it takes for you to soften like sponges. What have I been teaching you? Constant vigilance. He began pacing across the room. Even with my skill and security measures, I was still captured by a dark wizard and placed under an imperious. How do you maggots think you'll do out in the real world? This is defense against the dark arts, and none of you managed to put up any defenses, other than Mr. Potter and Miss Granger here. It looks like I'm going to have to push all of you even harder to get it into your thick skulls. Why are you still sitting there without your wands in your hands? When he shouted the last line, the half of the class that was still empty-handed scrambled for their wands while desperately trying to dodge the unending stream of stinging hexes coming from Moody. It was going to be a very, very long year. After class, Harry and Hermione stayed behind. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. I'm glad you two managed to free me from that damned curse. You certainly seem to take my advice to heart, probably even more so than the rest of the staff here. Moody chuckled in amusement, which came out as more like a throaty rumble of a revving motor. I'd like to thank you for what you managed to for me, but I'm not quite sure what I can offer you. The two students looked at each other, unsure of what to make of his offer. Tentatively, Harry asked, well, we both know you're quite skilled at combat, sir. Could you teach us some? Last week when we fought, we both managed to do little more than raise our shields, and the other staff members took care of the rest. Moody roared in laughter. You really take your security to heart, don't you? Splendid idea, lad. How about a spot of training each weekend? Meet me at the edge of the Forbidden Forest after breakfast on Saturday. Harry and Hermione both nodded. That sounds perfect, sir. Oh, and let me give you an old Aurors training handbook, circa 1950. It's better than the ones they use today, in my opinion. They lowered the entry requirements in the 70s to get more recruits to fight Voldemort, but didn't bother raising them again. It should tide you over if you have any extra spare time. Follow the exercise regime if you can. Hermione leapt at the chance to read the book. They were never given to the general public, and to be able to learn a few tricks from law enforcement itself was a rare opportunity. They were completely finished with the first dueling book they had purchased over the summer and had begun work on the second. Still, both books focused on formal, rule-enforced dueling, and the Aurors handbook would give them much better advice in real combat situations. They thanked their professor, and began reading the book that very evening. Ron and Neville found them both sitting on the common room couch, flipping through their newly acquired book. Harry and Hermione both had the feeling they'd read it before, as everything seemed more like a review than new information. There was a lot of mostly useless information, like proper uniform for formal events, the different salutes, or correct methods of filing a report. There were several chapters of that before they got to the heart of the matter: squad tactics, paired combat, solo combat, and tactics for many common violent incidents. There was also an entire reconnaissance section, which dealt with privacy charms, eavesdropping charms, disillusionment and silencing charms, as well as psychological tricks. They were wary about whether or not they should learn and practice the Muggle management section, but Hermione suggested, in her wisdom, it was better to know them and not use them than the other way around. Before they were even halfway through reading the book, Harry and Hermione agreed being an Auror was hard work. No wonder the training program was 3 years long, with almost half of the applicants dropping out before finishing. Hey you two. You two have taken to sharing a book now. Why don't you use that book you got for Hermione's birthday? Asked Neville. They turned to each other for a second with blank looks. Hermione ran upstairs to grab her library tome. While she was upstairs, Harry answered Neville. We were kind of excited about this one. We both just wanted to read it right away. What's so exciting about it? It looks like it's falling apart, said Ron. It was true, as many of the pages were tattered and the bindings were loose. At least there weren't any pages missing. It's an old version of the Aurors handbook. Moody prefers it to the modern version, actually, Harry answered. It's got lots of useful information in it. Just then, Hermione came back downstairs with her special tome, and they immediately copied the book. Hermione immediately began reading the handbook on the much nicer tone. Harry held out the old, tattered version and offered to Neville and Ron, "You guys want to take a look?" "I'd love to," Neville exclaimed, taking the handbook from Harry and sitting on a seat next to them. My parents were Aurors. I'd like to know a bit more about them." He suddenly went quiet as he stared at the book in his hands. "Maybe you could ask Moody about them. I'm sure they fought together in the last war," Harry suggested. "He's also offered to train us in magical combat on Saturday mornings." "Whoa, Moody's going to train you guys personally?" Ron had nothing but astonishment in his face. "Can I come too? What time in the morning?" Neville was a bit hesitant, but upon seeing Ron's enthusiasm, followed his lead. "I'd like to try, too," he said half-heartedly. "What time did he say, exactly?" Harry asked Hermione. Recalling the conversation, she answered, "He just said, after breakfast." "Oh, good," said Ron. "Breakfast on Saturdays goes until 11. That's perfect." Harry frowned. "I get the feeling he meant after his breakfast, Ron." Hermione got the same idea. "And I don't think Moody is the type to sleep in. Breakfast is served as early as 7 on weekends." Ron's face fell. He was completely conflicted between the idea of waking up earlier on a weekend and getting training to be a magical combatant, one of the few things that none of his brothers had mastered. Bill was excellent with runes and wards, Charlie was fantastic at both Quidditch and beast handling, Percy was a beep-up who managed paperwork well, the twins were excellent at potions and transfiguration. Ron had yet to find his own specialty. Other than chess, of course. He resolved to get up early on Saturday to see if Moody would train him as well. The weekend took far too long to arrive, and when the first ray of light shone through the windows of the boys' dorm, Harry and Neville bounded out of bed. Ron was still fast asleep. Neville said, "I'll get him up, Harry." Harry nodded, moving to the bathroom for a quick shower. Once he was clean and changed, he strode out the door, noticing that Neville had, somehow, managed to get Ron to flip around his bed with his feet at his pillows, but without managing to wake him up. "Aguamenti helps a lot, Neville," he advised his roommate as he left. Harry and Hermione made their way down to the Great Hall, glad to see that Moody was still eating when they arrived. They nodded to him as they sat down and began their own breakfast. No more than 5 minutes later, Moody had finished and was walking out the doors, giving them only a quick glance before he did. Harry quickly gulped down some pumpkin juice and wrapped some sausage in napkins, while Hermione grabbed a few slices of toast. As they had hoped, they ran into Neville, who was dragging Ron, as they left the Great Hall. "Here, guys. We got you a spot of breakfast," Harry said, handing Neville the sausage. "What? I get up at this ungodly hour and you don't even let me eat a PROOMMWPH, cried Ron, before Hermione shoved the toast she was holding in his mouth. "Be quiet, Ronald. You didn't get up at all, from what I heard. Neville did all the work," she scolded. "Just be glad we saved you some breakfast at all." Professor Moody could move very quickly, despite his peg leg. Harry and Hermione were only a few seconds behind him in leaving the Great Hall, but the short meeting with Neville and Ron nearly made them lose sight of the old Auror. Running past Hagrid's hut, Hermione stopped all of them. "I think we should have our wands ready." Everyone suddenly tensed up. That was certainly Moody's style. They took out their wands and continued moving towards the edge of the forest, slowly. Suddenly seeing some movement from the forest, they turned to face what they expected to be Moody, but it turned out to be a small, bee-owned girl who wasn't paying much attention to them. They approached her carefully, and Neville was the first to recognize who she was. "That's Luna Lovegood. She's a Ravenclaw. I've seen her talking to the plants in the greenhouses when I worked there." Both Harry and Hermione were once again struck by unclear images when they heard Luna's name. She was practicing spellwork with them. She was fighting a battle in an unfamiliar place. They were back to back, defending each other. She was trustworthy, and they had to make sure she was their friend. Harry quickly walked up to her and extended his hand. "I'm Harry Potter. You're Luna Lovegood, right?" Luna turned to look at Harry, and then appeared to inspect the air around him before replying, "Yes, you're a very interesting one." She took his hand, turning it back and forth like she was looking for something on his palm, and smiled. She then just stared at Harry, which unnerved him. He was expecting weird from her, but the problem with expecting weird is that your own mind has to be weird enough to anticipate all the possibilities. Hermione greeted her to break the tension, asking, "What brings you out to the forest so early in the morning, Luna?" Luna inspected her the same way, except she grabbed Hermione's hand and held it towards the sun, watching the rays slip past her fingers. "Yes," she said, "you did." "Excuse me." Hermione was confused by the girl's actions, and then thrown completely off by her words. The blibbering Humdingers were saying you two kept things very interesting for them. They never know what to expect now that you're now instead of then, but don't worry, they like it when things are interesting. They told me it might be fun to meet you here today, answered Luna. She then smiled at Hermione, as if expecting her to ask another question. It took Hermione a minute to recover. "Wait, what do you mean? What are blibbering Humdingers? They talk to you." Hermione had trouble figuring out what to ask first. "Of course. They like to hang around you two especially, because things are never the same twice, but you two aren't even the same once. They like to blabber a lot, so that's why they're called blibbering Humdingers. They're much better to talk to than the blubbering ones," answered Luna, matter-of-factly. Harry was just staring at her in utter confusion. Ron was whispering to Neville about Loony. Hermione took another 2 minutes to finally comprehend what Luna might have been talking about. She probably could have figured it out faster if Luna wasn't staring at her the whole time, in an eerily serene manner. She pulled Harry close, and said, "I think she might know something about the time travel." "How's that possible? Nobody knows about it except us." "Maybe it's got something to do with those blabbing hummers or blibbering humdingers," interrupted Luna, who apparently had overheard their whispers. "Oh, do be careful." She grabbed Ron's arm and pulled him, just as they noticed a streak of red light fly from what seemed to be an empty part of the grass in front of the forest. Ron fell in front of Luna and got hit by the spell, instantly falling unconscious on the ground. Harry, Hermione, and Neville quickly had their wands pointing at a now visible shimmer from the field. "Did you forget you were supposed to be meeting me?" asked Moody, who suddenly appeared as he cancelled the disillusionment spell. "One little girl is all it takes for you to let your guard down, Thought I taught you all better than that." Turning to Luna, he said, "Can't say the same about you, although I wouldn't recommend using your own friends as shields." "I wouldn't either," replied Luna simply. Professor Moody only hesitated slightly at her response before reviving Ron. "Well, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, I do recall saying that I would give you 2 lessons in magical combat, but not these other 3. I suppose you're all interested." Ron and Neville nodded, while Luna asked, "Magical combat? That sounds interesting. Could I join in too?" Ron protested. "What? But she's not our friend. She's not even a Gryffindor. What's she doing here anyways?" Hermione felt an overwhelming need to protect Luna, and stepped in between them. "For your information, Ronald, we're perfectly fine with making new friends, even if you aren't." Turning to Luna, she said, "You're welcome to join us, Luna, if Professor Moody is willing to teach us." "That I am, but don't expect me to slow down for your sakes. I'm jumping right into the advanced material, which I'm pretty sure you and Mr. Potter can handle, given what I've seen of your talents. The rest of you will have to catch up on your own time if you can't handle it." When they all agreed, Moody began the first lesson. "I have to say I'm impressed with your skill in the mental arts, lad. I may have been under a weakening potion at the time, but for any 14-year-old to know legilimency can be quite an advantage in battle. I take it this means you have occlumency shields as well." Harry, Hermione, and Neville nodded, while Ron frowned. Luna just continued her serene gaze at the old professor. "Right, I'm going to check every one of you for your occlumency first. Weasley, you're first." After a few seconds of staring, Ron asked, "What's happening?" Moody snorted in disapproval. "You haven't got any shields at all, do you, boy? You couldn't even tell that I was in your mind. I even found the memory where your friends here tried to teach you occlumency, so why haven't you practiced?" It didn't seem like much use," stammered Ron, clearly fearing his defense professor. "Well, now you know, don't you? Get practicing," barked Moody, as he moved on to Luna. You didn't say you practiced occlumency either, did you? He entered her mind, expecting something similar to Ron's. What he found was, instead, memories mashed together, and he couldn't figure out whether they were real, fake, or what was one or another. He tried to concentrate on a simple memory like her first class with him, but instead received an image of a half-giant, Lockhart-faced werewolf teaching potions with a hippogriff, outside of Hogwarts with the sun shining in the middle of the night. Even though he knew exactly what the memory should have been, every time he stripped away inconsistencies the memory mutated. He then tried to tap into her memory of breakfast that morning, but received an image of her cooking bacon in a cauldron in front of a greasy bat, while a flaming horse lay underneath providing the heat. The bacon smelled like chocolate, and the heat from the flames felt like being prickled by a cactus. He pulled out in utter confusion. Well, although I have to say you don't have any shields, you might not need them, he grunted to Luna. Harry, Hermione, and Neville looked at Luna, wondering what Moody meant. You're next, he said, walking in front of Neville. Upon entering his mind, Moody found himself standing outside of a glass dome, with many plants inside, obviously representing various memories. Neville had yet to pack all his memories inside the dome, although the several trivial memories were sprouting on the ground around him. Moody inspected them, ensuring there was nothing important outside the defenses. He found random things like how Neville always put on his right shoe first each morning, as well as a few assorted memories from the last day that Neville had yet to sort. He hammered at the dome until it was about to crack, and saw the strain on Neville's face at keeping his mind intact. He pulled back before he broke through completely. Not too shabby, lad. It'll hold off just about everyone who's skimming for memories, and you can probably hold off a serious attacker for a minute. Keep working on it. He checked Harry next. What in hell's flaming nursery is that thing? He exclaimed. Moody was rarely ever surprised, but finding himself inside Harry's mind, faced with an interstellar battleship, certainly took him for a loop. It was huge, it was mean, and when every turret pointed in his direction, Moody knew it was a threat, even if he didn't understand exactly what they were. It's a Siege Perilous class destroyer. I read about it when I was on vacation with Hermione, answered Harry with a smile. He knew that if he could catch Moody off guard, he'd be able to throw off nearly any wizard. Pew pew, he added. Moody suddenly pulled out of Harry's mind as the spaceship fired its lasers. Well, I have to say your mind is pretty well defended, lad. Harry smirked, knowing that Moody wasn't aware that the spaceship was only defending trivial memories, and his important ones were tucked away even deeper. All right, Miss Granger. Let's see if yours is as good as Harry's. Entering her mind, he found himself in complete darkness. Moving around felt difficult and disorienting. He only had a few seconds to attempt to search for any memories before he was wrapped up in scaly, spiky tentacles, pulling him towards a gigantic, razor-toothed jaw. He struggled to get out of the mindscape just in time. I have a feeling you let me go, Miss Granger. I dare say you're even more aggressive than Mr. Potter here. What was that creature? Oh, I saw a few documentaries on creatures of the deepest parts of the ocean, and I started combining aspects of several into one big monster. There's bits of a giant squid, anglerfish, some giant isopod, jellyfish stingers, and a few other animals mashed together. Oh, and when I need to, it can also provide a very soothing light show, Hermione said proudly. She was showing quite a bit of restraint, not describing each individual animal in detail. That's very good, Mr. Weasley. You've got a lot of catching up to do. Moody began. Now, how have you been practicing? We meditate and work on organizing our minds, and then Harry and I test each other through legilimency. We help with Neville as well, Hermione answered. So you've never practiced it during classes? Moody asked. They all shook their heads. Or while flying your brooms? Harry and Hermione shook their heads again in mild embarrassment. You need to keep your defenses up all the time. That means mental defenses as well as your wands. Now, we're going to have a quick little duel right now. If you can't keep me from reading your thoughts in the middle of a fight, you'll have no chance of even hitting me. Potter, you're first. For the next several hours, all the way until lunch, they strained to keep their mental shields up continuously as Moody always seemed to hobble an inch out of the path of their spells every time, while tossing several of his own back at them. Luna seemed to be the only one who had any chance of hitting the professor, being completely unpredictable to him. Unfortunately, there was still no way for her to win as her spells were relatively weak, easily being absorbed or deflected by Moody's shield. Ron, of course, didn't have a chance as Moody walked closer and closer to him while dodging every spell until he got close enough to rap Ron on the head with his cane. Here's what you need to practice for next week. Keep your occlumency up every moment you're awake. Don't wait for someone to intrude before you throw up your defenses. Hopefully by next week you'll be used to it, and we can begin on the offensive. The next 2 weeks were extremely tiring, to put it lightly. They practiced keeping their mindscapes up continuously, sorting memories as soon as they gained them, all Sunday long. By midday Harry and Hermione were peaked, but right when they sat down for lunch, they could feel Moody suddenly hammer them with a legilimency probe from the staff table. He certainly wasn't going easy on them. Harry and Hermione realized it was much more difficult for them to keep their defenses up than Neville, mostly because theirs were far more complex. Harry thought of simplifying it again, but Hermione insisted they keep practicing with the defenses they had, hoping it would get easier with more practice. She was right, since on Monday they could last at least past lunch, and by Friday they could hold it until dinner. Out of curiosity, Hermione asked Luna if she would allow her to perform legilimency to find out what Moody was talking about. She came out of it completely baffled, wondering if it was possible for them to emulate it. Harry had to perform legilimency on Luna himself because Hermione couldn't quite describe what she saw, and he was equally confused. They realized manipulating their own memories was a lot of work, and to have them mashed together as bizarrely as Luna did would take a lot of effort for them. Luna, however, seemed to organize her mind this way naturally. Ron decided to drop the extra lessons after the next Saturday, deciding that given the amount of catching up he needed to do with occlumency, combined with the loss of a day of sleeping in, was too much. Luna, however, had gladly joined them the following week. Moody taught Neville and Luna the basics of legilimency, while Harry and Hermione attempted to figure out which spells each one was going to cast before they cast it using some surface scanning. Holding up their own shields while attacking each other's, on top of physically moving and magically casting spells, tired them out completely in less than 2 hours. Moody was rather disappointed but managed to squeeze another half hour of dueling out of them after some rest. For the rest of the week, they had to constantly hit each other with legilimency as well as keeping up their shields, once again nearly tiring them out by lunch. They also offered to help Neville and Luna with their legilimency skills each evening, using an empty classroom to practice since Luna couldn't enter the Gryffindor common room. The third Saturday, the last weekend before the Triwizards' choosing of champions, was the worst one yet. Moody certainly wasn't kidding when he said his training was going to be hard this time. They had to chase each other through the woods while keeping aware of their constantly changing environment while keeping track of their opponent and keeping their mental shields up. Once again, Moody surprised them all with the mobility he had, and they were all beginning to suspect that his false leg was probably less of a handicap and more of an enhancement for him, much like his eye. None of them lasted until lunch, after which Harry and Hermione were both leaning on each other for support. The two of them wandered up to the room of requirement to take an afternoon nap, feeling it would give them more comfortable beds and far greater privacy. "You know, the other students are enjoying the day as a Hogsmeade weekend," said Hermione, as they lay on an extremely soft couch in each other's arms. Harry got the clue instantly. "I'll make it up to you, my love. Can we just lay here and pretend it's a date?" "No. You're going to have to take me on a proper date next Hogsmeade weekend." Harry summoned up a little bit of strength and hit her with a burst of legilimency to see if he could find out exactly what she wanted. She was aching all over, and she wanted to relax. "Oh ho, but what if I give you a massage right here?" asked Harry. "That's cheating," giggled Hermione. "But I'm not going to say no." She took off her robes and sweater, leaving a tank top on. Harry gave a hopeful look, and Hermione smirked. "Oh no, you're not getting any more than this. Now get to work." She laughed as she flopped face down on the couch. Harry carefully placed his hands on her shoulders, noticing the runes he had etched into her back were now giving a barely visible glow and pulsing faintly. He began kneading her shoulders and her neck gently, afraid of hurting her. Harder, Harry, I can barely feel it. Harry began pushing down with more weight, pressing his thumbs into the base of her neck while rubbing her shoulders with his palms. I was worried I would hurt you. Do you feel anything from these scars? Harry asked. He suddenly felt her tense up, and he stopped his massage. Do they? Oh, they must be disgusting to look at. I'm sorry, Harry, Hermione said, nearly getting up. We shouldn't have done this. Pushing her back down as gently as he could, Harry said, No, Hermione. I told you that you were beautiful when I was carving these runes, and you're still beautiful now. I'm just worried that, well, I might have done something wrong and they might not have healed properly. Does anything hurt? Harry could feel Hermione calm down as her breathing evened out. Thank you, Harry. You did everything right. I can't even feel the runes, and I sometimes forget they're there. She relaxed more and closed her eyes. Can you move lower? The middle of my back. Yes, just below the shoulder blades, right there. Harry continued the massage for half an hour, until he was certain Hermione was asleep. Feeling completely spent himself, he flopped down beside her, with his head resting on her back. Once again, he found himself flying. He knew right from the beginning that he had to look for Hermione this time. He flew along the coast, searching for her. Where could she be this time? Seeing a fuzzy brown speck down on the ground, he dove towards it. He'd found her, but she wasn't alone. There was a scarred, blue eyeball rolling around. It was going to hurt her. He snatched up the eyeball, flying out to the sea and dropped it. Returning to Hermione, he landed beside her. She stared at him with big, dark brown eyes, regarding him curiously. The short brown feathers on her head were slightly ruffled, giving her a very soft, bushy appearance. She chirped to him to follow, where she led him to a hole in the ground. Hopping in, she led him deeper and deeper until they found themselves in the Chamber of Secrets at school. Hermione glanced around, spotting something. She hooted to Harry, alerting him of the danger. Harry flew over and saw a snake swimming just below the surface of the water, so he dove down, snatched it out. Hermione flew up to join him as they carried the snake away. Harry woke rather peacefully. I wonder what that was, he mused. He discovered they had both shifted in their sleep, and Harry now had his arms wrapped protectively around Hermione. Yeah, me too. You were the osprey, weren't you, Harry? Hermione had woken up at the same time. Yeah, wait, how did you know what I was? Were we dreaming the same dream? I don't know, but it felt like a continuation of our animagus dream. What was I? I had no idea I was able to fly until the end. You were an owl, Hermione. A small brown one. I don't know what type, though. A burrowing owl. This whole time I was looking up burrowing animals like rats and squirrels and rabbits because the last dream I had this instinct to run underground a lot. I'm an owl. She laughed. Well, you were certainly a very cute owl, said Harry. He thought about it for a second, and laughed. And it fits you so well. The feathers and everything. And the fact that you'd rather walk than fly, until I got there. Well, I think the osprey fit you very well, too, Harry. You had jet black feathers on your head instead of the usual white, and the green eyes told me it was you for sure. And you certainly love doing those daring dives when you play Quidditch. I'm glad we finally found our forms, Hermione. I honestly think I wouldn't be an animagus without you. And I wouldn't want to be one without you. Thank you, Harry. I'm glad we'll be able to fly together, in human or animal form. Monday classes were cancelled, so the students and staff could prepare for the Halloween feast as well as the choosing of the champions. Early in the morning, dozens of extra Aurors arrived to ensure extra security around Hogwarts, and especially around the Great Hall. Even an exorcist had arrived, threatening Peeves with a permanent banishment if he didn't behave for the day. Early in the afternoon, many officials began arriving, including Ludo Bagman and Bartemius Crouch. Several reporters had already begun to interview the potential champions, as well as some of the staff members for their favorite picks. Hermione, knowing that reporters rarely ever got a chance to come on campus, knew that a few of them were likely to use the opportunity to ambush Harry and get an article on him, decided to spend as much of the day as possible in the Gryffindor Tower. Harry certainly didn't mind, and thanked her for the most excellent excuse to spend most of a day snogging on a couch. They only came downstairs when it was time for the feast itself. They quickly moved to the tables so no reporters would have time to see or stop Harry for an interview. The school staff were no longer sitting at the staff table, as the table was now being used for high-ranking officials. There were many more officials than before. Beside Mr. Crouch were his foreign counterparts. The French Director of International Relations, Jean-Pierre Armand, and the Bulgarian Administrator of Foreign Affairs, Boris Petronovich. Sitting beside Headmaster Dumbledore were Madame Maxime and Headmaster Karkaroff, and to their left were the heads of states. The Minister for Magic of Britain Cornelius Fudge was flanked by the French President of Magic Jules Dupuis to his left and the Bulgarian High Governor Vladimir Georgiev to his right. Hermione was pointing out several others to Harry, but he was beginning to lose track. All he knew was that there were a lot of important people present, which explained all the Aurors standing at the ready behind them. After about an hour of introductions, national anthems and other standard formalities, the actual choosing would begin. Ladies and gentlemen, witches and wizards, welcome to the first Triwizard Tournament in over 200 years. Dumbledore announced to the crowd. Hogwarts is very honored to be the school to host this historic event for its revival. The cup is nearly ready to choose its champions for each school. When the cup chooses a champion, please stand up and allow yourself to be escorted over to the room to my left. The cup's flames turned from blue to yellow, and then it suddenly spat out a piece of parchment. Dumbledore caught it, and announced, the champion from Hogwarts is... Cedric Diggory. There was tremendous applause from all the students of Hogwarts, but especially from the Hufflepuffs. It surprised a few students, but Harry felt it was rather appropriate. Most students from other houses would be representing their own house as well as Hogwarts, but a Hufflepuff, known for their loyalty, would represent the entire school best. Cedric got up, waved to everybody, bowed to a few and made his way over to the champion's room. The applause died down when the flames of the cup turned yellow once more. Another piece of parchment sprang into the air and into Dumbledore's hands. The champion from Durmstrang is Victor Crumb. Large rounds of applause came not only from his own school, but his many Quidditch fans in the audience. He was a very predictable choice. Crumb was not only famous for his professional Quidditch skills, but he was known to be an aggressive dueler and spellcaster as well. He stood up with a proud expression, but didn't allow any excitement to show on his face. He made his way over to the champion's room as well. Once again, the hall quieted down as the flames turned yellow. The third piece of parchment shot out. Dumbledore announced, the champion from Beauxbatons is... Fleur Delacour. The applause wasn't quite as strong, as Delacour didn't seem to be very well known outside of her school. The Beauxbatons students didn't spend much time associating with Hogwarts students over the past month, choosing to be far friendlier with the Bulgarians. It seemed that the French-English rivalries remained extremely strong in the magical world. The girl herself, although not well known, was well noticed. She was easily the most beautiful girl in the room. When she stood up, nearly every single male present was unable to take his eyes off her. She carried herself haughtily, making a point of ignoring every person who was lusting after her as she walked to the champion's room. Congratulations to Cedric Diggory, Victor Crumb, and Fleur Delacour. These three champions will now be briefed. The headmaster paused as the goblet's flame turned yellow again. It spat out one last piece of parchment. It dropped in front of Dumbledore, who was caught off guard and unsure of what to do with it. Picking it up, he read out the name. The fourth champion of the Triwizard Tournament is Harry Potter. As the entire room turned to focus on him, he whispered to Hermione, "Why am I not surprised?" The crowd murmured as all the officials at the head table looked at each other, unsure of what to do. The twins started laughing and gave him a hearty applause, but very few people followed suit. Most of the reporters were furiously scribbling notes down. "You know what the odd thing about this is?" asked Hermione. "What? Why have we never tried getting you out of it?" "What do you mean?" Harry didn't quite follow what Hermione was saying. I mean, I'm fairly certain the last 3 times you went through this, you participated each time, Hermione explained. Why go through the trouble? Did we never figure out how to get you out of it, or was there actually some advantage to being in the tournament? Harry never really gave it much thought, but she was right. Why didn't he send back information on how to stop himself from getting entered? Did he have to enter? Was it already too late to stop it? Or maybe it just wasn't important enough to worry about. I'm not sure, Hermione. Let's just go with it this time and see what I can get out of it. Mr. Potter, would you please enter the champion's room? Came the announcement from the officials' table. That's a good idea, Harry. I know the tournament had a reputation for being dangerous, but it's supposed to be a lot safer this year, right? Maybe we can use it to our advantage, somehow. Neither Hermione or Harry heard the order. I'm not sure about the tournament itself, but I think the champions are allowed to skive off classes whenever they want, and skip the end of year exams. Harry grinned. Harry, that's abusing your position, Hermione scolded. Mr. Potter, please enter the champion's room now, Dumbledore repeated. Hey, I wasn't planning on just taking naps, you know. I'd work on the combat skills that Moody was teaching us, and maybe practice some spells in the room of requirement that aren't part of the school curriculum, Harry answered defensively. Oh, fine, as long as you're not wasting it. But you'd better come to runes and arithmancy with me, because you'd never catch up otherwise. Of course, my love. I'd never be able to get through those classes without you, he said, letting their foreheads touch. They both giggled. Mr. Potter, please come with me. One of the officials had walked up to Harry and tapped him on the shoulder. Harry, finally remembering what was going on, grinned sheepishly. He gave Hermione a quick chaste key. As he got up and walked over to the champion's room, ignoring all the cheers and jeers he was getting from everyone. As Harry entered the small room, the 3 other champions looked at him, unsure of what to make of his presence. Harry was quickly followed by the 3 headmasters as well as Ludo Bagman and Kingsley Shacklebolt. What is Z's little boy doing, Are we not finished with Z selection? Asked the Bezoobidon's champion. That is precisely the issue, Miss Delacour. The Goblet of Fire seems to have chosen a 4th champion, answered Bagman. What? Am I not the Hogwarts champion anymore? How did Harry get picked? Asked Cedric angrily. Harry raised his hands as if surrendering. Hey, don't ask me. Weird stuff tends to happen to me, not because of me. That's the twins' territory. Karkaroff snarled at Harry. This pathetic boy tricks the goblet and then tries to pass the blame off on someone else. He's nothing but a cheat and a coward. His remark instantly set off several tempers, but Shacklebolt drew his wand and glared at everyone. Surely, this is a security matter. The Goblet of Fire was compromised, and I doubt that a 4th-year student would be able to unravel the charms on the goblet to switch it to a 4-school tournament, explained the head Auror. Is there any way to call this tournament off? I'm afraid not, answered Bagman. The champions are bound by magic to compete, or else they will forfeit their magic. Zen Z tournament will not be fair. Hogwarts cannot have 2 champions, interjected Madame Maxime. Krum finally spoke up. Will not matter. Only one winner. Strongest will win. He is weakest among us 4. He gave a predatory smile to Harry, and spoke to him directly. You may be strong in your year, but you are nothing against us. Maybe little girls are scared. He eyed both Fleur and Cedric when he said that. I'd like to ask a question about my entry, stated Harry loudly. All eyes turned to him. Headmaster, don't people also have to write their school along with their name when they place it in the Goblet of Fire? Yes, answered Dumbledore. I see what you're asking. And no, Hogwarts was not written on the piece of parchment with your signature. Then that solves your concern, doesn't it, Madame Maxime? I'm not competing for Hogwarts. I'm independent, Harry concluded. Everyone in the room murmured to each other. There were a few arguments between the headmasters, but they seemed to settle their differences eventually. Cedric looked at Harry questioningly, while Fleur watched with disdain, and Krum all but ignored him. Finally, the 3 headmasters turned to face the champions. We have reached an agreement that we feel is fair for all the champions, said Dumbledore, smiling. We've agreed that Harry will compete as an independent contestant. However, Since he is still attending Hogwarts classes, he will technically be receiving a Hogwarts education. Thus, we have agreed that, should any of the champions choose to, they may attend any Hogwarts class as well. On top of that, all champions are now given complete access to the Hogwarts library, including the restricted section. Lastly, any unused classroom within the castle may be used for your personal training and study, so long as you confirm with either myself or Deputy Headmistress McGonagall before you use it. All three contestants nodded. Oh, Hermione is going to love this. Maybe I should have entered her into the Triwizard as an early Christmas present or something, thought Harry. Ludo Bagman addressed the champions. Well, I guess that all four of you will be champions, then. We'll have to inform the judges and change the scoring system a bit, but for the most part, none of the events will change. The locations, rules, format for each trial are already set. You are all expected to have only a limited amount of time to prepare for each trial. Don't attempt to cheat this information out, or else you will be disqualified from the event in question. If you try this multiple times, you'll automatically lose the tournament. Each of the events is spaced approximately 1 month apart. You'll find out about each one in due time. Lastly, all of you are to meet this Friday afternoon for the official wand weighing. The first trial will be the Trial of Air, taking place at Carishalloch Gorge in 2 weeks. You will only be given more details on the day of the trial. Thinking on your feet is part of the tournament, after all. Now, all four of you, follow me. They followed Bagman out the door and onto the stage at the front of the Great Hall. People began murmuring again once they saw Harry standing beside Cedric, Krum, and Fleur. Bagman began his speech, gesturing to the champions standing behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, witches and wizards, as you can see, there has been a change of plans. There are now 4 champions in the Triwizard Tournament. I present to you Cedric Diggory of Hogwarts, Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons, Victor Krum of Durmstrang, and Harry Potter, as an independent. This means there will be slight changes to a few of our events, but never fear, the tournament will go on. The first event will take place 2 weeks from now at Carishalloch Gorge. Reserve your tickets today by sending your owls to the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Prices start as low as 8 sickles. We have limited space, so order quickly. The reporters all frantically began asking questions, but none of the champions wanted to be part of the ruthless media frenzy in front of them. They followed Krum, who had experience with this sort of thing, off the stage and quickly left the Great Hall, ignoring reporters the entire way. As soon as Harry managed to break free from the crowd, he scrambled up to Gryffindor Tower, finally getting some peace and quiet. 3 whole minutes of it, to be precise. The fat lady opened again to a stream of rambunctious Gryffindors. Most of them were applauding his entry into the tournament. One of them stormed up to his room without a backwards glance. Another placed her arms around Harry as if protecting him from the crowd. Hermione, you're just who I wanted to see, Harry whispered into her ear. What was that? Hermione nearly shouted at Harry. She couldn't hear a word he said over the commotion everyone else was making. Never mind. I was just trying to be sweet and tender, but that's just about impossible right now, Harry said dejectedly. He settled for just holding her for a minute, letting the warmth of her body and the scent of her hair wash over him and help him ignore everyone else. His housemates were relentless, however, and eventually he couldn't help but hear what they were saying. How did you do it? What was the secret to getting past the age line? Are you scared? Oh, of course not. You're Harry frickin' Potter. He's way better than Cedric. I mean, sure, Ced's got good grades, good looks, the pick of any girl he wants, and he's 3 years ahead of Harry, but he's got no chance over the boy who lived. Harry, mate, when did you have a go at it? Wait. Don't tell me. Did you set us up? You let us take the fall that night and you got to spend all night figuring out the cup, didn't you? Seriously, mate, that's some quality pranking right there. Agreed, my dear brother. We only thought of getting past the age line. Harry here somehow managed to fool the goblet itself. The last few caught his attention, and he saw the twins looking at him. They were practically awestruck. He knew they were just begging to know how it had happened. Sorry guys, it wasn't actually me that did it. Well, alright then, who put your name in for you? And how did he actually get your name in the cup? We convinced George Bolstein to drop our names into the cup, but the parchments just flew back out. That's not what I meant. I didn't ask for anyone to put my name in the cup. Someone wanted me in the tournament, Harry explained. Harry, you shouldn't explain it to anyone, warned Hermione. Otherwise we'll end up having to tell the whole story of Sirius, Pettigrew, the Marauder's map, and everything else. Just ignore it, pretend it was a good prank or something. Harry nodded to her, and decided to respond with the prankster's motto, trade secret. They spent a good portion of the evening together while everyone else was hounding them for answers. Master Auror Moody, I'd like some of your insight, Shacklebolt said to Moody. They were discussing the strange turn of events of the evening along with several other Aurors and tournament security officials. I told you I shouldn't even be here, Moody growled. I was head of security until I was compromised. You shouldn't be using any of my plans. And I'm retired, Kingsley. Can't take the fight out of an old bear like you, sir. If losing a leg didn't stop you, you think retirement would? Kingsley laughed. Besides, I've drawn up my own security protocols. I'm just here to ask for some advice. Then you'd like my ideas as to why Potter's in the tournament. And don't call me sir. I'm retired. Couldn't hurt. Shacklebolt grinned. Someone either really likes him or really hates him. I'm leaning towards the latter. I don't see being in the tournament unwillingly as a benefit, either. But why do something as crude as entering him in the tournament? Shacklebolt wondered. The tournament's dangerous for a 7th-year student. It could be downright deadly for a 4th year, suggested one of the other Aurors. No, if someone wanted Potter dead, they probably could have killed him in his sleep. As far as we know, this person incapacitated Moody, snuck into Hogwarts, and could unravel the charms on an ancient artifact. Publicity, then. Maybe the tournament wasn't famous enough without featuring the boy who lived, joked another. Please, serious answers, began Kingsley. No, he's got a point, said Moody. Publicity. The press will have a field day. I'm sure by tomorrow there'll be a million others trying to beat down the gates of Hogwarts to get some exclusive interview. Kingsley, we need to be even more restrictive now. Press is only allowed in on the days of the events. Public will have no access unless they're family or legal guardian of a student here. It's going to be chaos if we don't do this. Kingsley nodded. I'll take that into account. I'm worried about the guests, to be honest. The ministers of 3 countries or their ambassadors will be visiting the tournament regularly. They'll need extra protection. Scan everyone for Imperius as well, Moody said. Wait, that would slow down admittance considerably. We're hoping to see at least 10,000 people per event. The inconvenience would, protested one of the tournament officials. Moody slammed his fist on the table. And how inconvenient would it be for the Minister of Magic to die? Can you tell me that? They were good enough to put me under an Imperius. It means they'll have no qualms, nor difficulty at performing the spell on the spectators. Have we got any suspects? Other than the fact that it's probably the same person who put me under Imperius. None. The most dangerous criminal out there right now is Sirius Black, and he doesn't seem to be the patient type. 12 years in Azkaban can change a person. We don't even know if he has a motive, or if he's just insane. Getting into Hogwarts seemed to be just fine for him. He managed to sneak past Dementors last year. But for Imperiusing Moody and recharming the goblet, he had to have an accomplice, even if it was him. We can use that to narrow the search. The suspect is probably a master enchanter if he could alter the cup. It's not like you could fool such a thing with a confounding charm, Moody told them. But if they're into criminal activity, I doubt they would be registered as a professional enchanter. You might have to dig pretty deep for this one, Shacklebolt. Thanks for your advice, sir. Shacklebolt turned to his team. Let's begin with the basics. Reporters off the grounds, immediately. No more admittance until the wand weighing. Vern, Rutgers, you two start looking at the lists of master enchanters, then the lists of anyone who's taken an apprenticeship in enchantment but hasn't taken the mastery examination. The rest of you, we'll be working on reworking the event security to account for an extra champion and probably more visitors, as well. Thankfully, by the next morning all the reporters had been escorted off the grounds. Harry and Hermione walked down to breakfast, still concentrating on ignoring the praise from the Gryffindors and the glares from the Hufflepuffs. However, it was one angry glare from a fellow Gryffindor that caught Harry's attention. Hey Ron. Is something bothering you? Harry ventured cautiously. You just had to enter the tournament, didn't you? Spat Ron venomously. Unfortunately, his words weren't the only thing he spat at Harry, as bits of hash browns and sausage came flying out as well. Ron, I already told everyone last night. I didn't enter it. Someone else put my name in, said Harry, trying to remain as calm as he could as he flicked bits of food off his robes. You won't even own up to it. You know how much I wanted in on those 1,000 galleons. Ron had actually stopped eating with a full plate of bacon in front of him, which was a bad sign. What? Ron, it's not like you get that money just from entering. Yeah, the money doesn't even matter to you, does it? You're already rich and famous, but you don't even think about handing some my way. What? Exclaimed Harry. The last comment left him completely flabbergasted. Yeah, you don't even want to be seen with me, do you? You'd rather turn down box seats to the World Cup than be seen hanging out with a Weasley, huh? That's ridiculous. I was with, yeah, Hermione, we all know that by now. I should have guessed when you'd rather sit there doing nothing than play some chess, but we were practicing occlumency. We explained it to you, but you didn't want to try it. Shouted Harry. And after Moody decided to take you guys on, you don't even bother to hang around anymore. Shows how much you care if you'd make some excuse to talk to Looney than help me with my homework. Ron was venting without regard for what Harry was trying to say to him. Harry, still trying to placate his friend, was interrupted by Hermione. Silencio. The silencing spell instantly shut Ron up, and Hermione stared daggers into his eyes. Now you listen here, you stupid little git, you were the one who decided not to practice occlumency with us, and you were the one who decided not to train with Moody. You abandoned us, and now you're complaining that I'm not writing your essays for you like I used to. You have no idea what friendship is, do you, you jealous prat? Harry would have gladly spotted you some money if you asked nicely. He would have helped you try to get your name into the cup like he helped the twins if he knew how, and he'd still be your friend if you trusted him at all. But you didn't, and both Neville and Luna are being far better friends than you are. Without bothering to remove the silencing spell from Ron, she grabbed Harry by the arm, and said, Come on, Harry. I don't think I can stop with one spell if he's in my face any longer. The rest of the day wasn't much better, unfortunately for them. They had potions and transfiguration, and in both classes they were seated right beside Ron. Harry spent most of it trying to make amends with Ron, but Hermione pulled him back each time. At the end of the day, they asked for a completely private room from the room of requirement. We can't spend our lives fixing his mistakes for him, Harry, she said with a determined look. Let him figure it out himself for once. Hermione, maybe he can have a second chance. Harry hated seeing her so distressed and angry. I am giving him a second chance, Harry. If he comes and apologizes himself, then I'd be willing to forgive him. If he doesn't, though, I'm not holding his hand and guiding him. I'm not going to. I mean, I can't. I need to confess something, said Hermione, looking down at her shoes. You haven't done anything wrong, have you? I just need you to listen to my perspective. On what? Ron. All right. They both sat down, while Harry watched Hermione expectantly. You remember how we first became friends? Hermione asked quietly. How could I forget? We fought off the troll when you were in the bathroom. Harry grinned. But you remember why I was there in the first place. You were crying, because Ron insulted you. I've always had my doubts about him, Harry. He's a lot nicer when you're around, but do you have any idea what he says behind your back? Behind my back? He would never. He used to brag about being friends with you, the one and only Harry Potter. He's held on to you because he wants to be rich and famous, too. I guess after 3 years of our adventures, he's starting to realize that being your friend isn't a free ticket to fame and fortune. He does that. I just don't see him using me like. Harry had never seen this side of Ron. Well, not until recently at least. He's used me, Harry. You have no idea what it's like. Do you know what it's like to have him practically demand that I help him with his homework, no matter how busy I am? He acted like it was his right to have me fix up his horrid essays, and then he has the audacity to complain when I tell him to get his work done before the last minute. Harry stayed silent. He knew that Ron went to Hermione for homework help far more often than he did, and Ron was certainly a procrastinator. He had never known how hard it was on Hermione. He was confused by what Hermione was explaining to him. He didn't want to lose Ron because the little redhead on the train was the first friend he'd made, but he was starting to realize that perhaps he was just clinging on to Ron out of some kind of sentimental value. Why would he blow up now? Harry asked, shaking his head. He's certainly gained a lot of fame from what we've done together. Harry, he's never really been known outside these walls as anything more than Harry Potter's friend. Nobody knew about the Philosopher's Stone in first year except us and a few staff members sworn to secrecy. In second year everyone knew you had saved Ginny's life, not Ron. And in third year, he got a little glory when everyone thought Sirius attacked him, but that's it. And at the end of the year how he was telling the story to everyone who was in earshot, but that just made him better known among the students at best. But how's this any different? We both know that odd things just keep happening to me all the time. Because this time you'll be famous outside of Hogwarts. You'll be making the papers. And not just the Daily Prophet, either, Harry. There's reporters from around Europe to cover this event. You were famous as the boy who lived in Britain, but for the rest of the world you were little more than a storybook character. Now you'll be an actual international celebrity. Ron hasn't got a chance of sharing that glory with you. Harry sighed. I've told him that I never wanted this fame. But he does, Hermione said. I guess he figures that you should just hand it over to him, somehow, but you haven't. But you don't remember the details of the past 3 loops we did with the original beacon, do you? What? No, those memories are practically gone. I can't remember anything except what we specifically sent back to ourselves with occlumency. Do you remember something about Ron? No, it's just a feeling. But I'm pretty sure that he did this every time. And I don't think he ever tried apologizing, either. This is probably his 4th chance and we just don't remember it. For the remainder of the week, Ron remained distant, spending his time with other people. He especially seemed to be trying to make friends with the Hufflepuffs, who were rightfully angry that Harry was stealing some of Cedric's thunder. Hermione made sure that Harry didn't cave and try to make up with Ron, as she made it abundantly clear that Ron was the one who was wrong, so he would have to be the one to make it up to them. Unfortunately, he didn't make any indication all week that he was even thinking about it. On the Friday of the wand weighing, Harry was with Hermione in their runes class when a tournament official knocked on the door. Although she didn't make a habit of reading tabloids, she did know exactly what kinds of reporters worked for them and found a few sample articles for Harry. Thankfully, Harry was already somewhat familiar with the concept of paparazzi, having cleaned and sorted his Aunt Petunia's stacks of the Daily Mail every week in his childhood. He never really understood the reason why people wanted to know exactly what some famous person was wearing while suntanning on a beach halfway around the world. Hermione had to remind him that this time, he was that famous person. Right before he left, Hermione kept giving him last-minute tips. Don't bother answering any question you're not comfortable with. In fact, just say, no comment, to all their questions if you feel like it. Just stand and smile. Don't try anything dramatic. Most of all, stay calm and keep your temper in check. Every one of them is probably trying to get a rise out of you so they'll have something scandalous to write about. Hermione's advice turned out to be invaluable, as when Harry entered the Great Hall he was assaulted by a swarm of camera flashes and a barrage of voices, every one of them trying to shout over the others. Harry ignored them all, and his escort helped plow the way through to where the other champions were already waiting. Fleur and Cedric were chatting, while Krum sat stoically, much like the way he appeared in many of his Quidditch posters. Ludo Bagman had once again taken center stage, and off to the side were several Medowitches, as well as Ollivander. Everyone, please settle down. The weighing of the wands is about to begin. Please keep quiet until after the champions have been inspected and save your questions for afterwards. After reporters finally settled down, Bagman introduced Mr. Ollivander. Britain's most famous wand maker and wand expert, Mr. Ollivander, will be conducting the weighing of the wands today. Ladies first, of course. Miss Delacour, would you please step forward? Fleur walked up to the old, eccentric wandmaker and curtsied to him. She handed him her wand, and he twirled it around in his fingers, then regarded it carefully. 9.5 inches, rosewood. Inflexible. Let's see here. Vila hair. His eyes widened and he looked to Fleur. Yes, Z core of Z's wand comes from Z, EAD of my own grandmother, Fleur stated proudly. EET was custom made for me. Ollivander gripped the wand and conjured a small stone block. He then levitated the block up and down, although it didn't seem to go the same height or speed each time. He transfigured it into a block of wood, then set it on fire. The flames very nearly caught the old wandmaker off guard, as they erupted from the tip of the wand and completely engulfed the wood right away. He extinguished the flames by conjuring water, cast a reductor to blow it to splitters, then vanished everything. Rather temperamental, Vila hair. I never use it myself. Seeing Fleur's disapproval of his assessment, he handed the wand back to her. I'm certain it is highly attuned for you, especially if your grandmother gave that hair with you in mind. Could you perform the same set of spells, please? Fleur took her wand back, and expertly conjured the stone, levitating it with complete control. The transfiguration was much faster, and the flames far more controlled. She completed the round of spells twice as quickly as Ollivander did. Yes, that wand is certainly in perfect working order and is definitely very well matched for you, Miss Delacour. I declare this wand fit for competition. Fleur stepped back in line as Ollivander moved in front of Cedric. Two Medawitches walked up to Fleur and escorted her to the same side room they went to during the selection ceremony. Harry started to feel nervous, as the set of spells definitely involved two conjurations, albeit simple ones, transfiguration, and several charms. If he had to demonstrate it himself, he thought he might end up embarrassing himself. The other students were definitely confident in their abilities, having learned those spells in school already. One of my own. 12.25 inches, ash. A pleasant springiness to it, if I may say so myself. Unicorn hair. Got it off one of the feistiest unicorns I've ever encountered. I see you've taken care of it. Cedric grinned. Polished it last night, sir. Harry quickly glanced down at his own wand. From sticking it into a troll's nose to dropping it in a pool of basilisk saliva, his wand looked far older than the 3 years he'd owned it. In fact, it seemed especially battle-worn given his last several weekends running around the Forbidden Forest being chased by, or chasing, Moody. Ollivander performed the same set of spells as he did with Fleur, and then handed the wand to Cedric, who once again performed them slightly better than the wand maker. I know my wands, Mr. Diggory. They certainly like me, but this one definitely likes you. I declare this wand fit for competition. Cedric was led away from the group by the two Medawitches to the same room, who had returned with Fleur during Cedric's inspection. Ollivander moved on to Victor. Ah yes, a Grigorovich. His style is certainly not to my taste, but I can't doubt his skill. 10.25 inches, hornbeam. Dragon heartstring core. Absolutely rigid, and slightly thicker than most wands I've seen. Very aggressive indeed. Ollivander then performed the same set of test spells. The flame seemed especially powerful, although not as strong as with Fleur's wand, and the reductor curse blasted the wooden block to sawdust instead of splinters. He handed the wand back to Victor, who performed the same spells and certainly didn't bother turning down the power. A most powerful wand, very suited to charms and curses. You've got quite a bit of power there, Mr. Crumb. I declare this wand fit for competition. Crumb took his wand back and was led to the side room as Cedric emerged. Harry finally noticed how all the journalists and photographers had their eyes on him when Ollivander stepped in front of him, asking for his wand. He handed his over. Yes. I remember this one. Spent nearly 7 decades in my shop before it finally found its master. 11 inches, holly. Nice and supple. Phoenix feather core, he said. Once again, he performed the set of spells as easily as he did with Cedric's wand before handing it back to Harry. Harry hesitated for a moment. He realized he was being very nervous, and he would have to perform several spells above his year level in front of a large crowd. Sure, he'd performed the Patronus charm last year, which was pretty special, but he got a lot of training for that. This time it was 6th and 7th year spells he'd need to perform flawlessly, or else the press would have a field day. He was nearly hyperventilating when he remembered Hermione's advice. Stay calm, he thought to himself. Good advice, Hermione. When he thought of her, he suddenly remembered when they activated the very first beacon. He had performed complex conjuration without even thinking. He had learned all this before. In fact, he'd probably done this particular set of spells, in front of this crowd, several times before. Hopefully he could rely on his instincts for this. Taking a deep breath, he tried not to think too hard and conjured a brick, levitated it several times, turned it to wood, set it on fire, doused it with water, blew it up, then vanished the mess. His arm was practically moving by itself the whole time, without pausing. It seemed that he had performed all the spells expertly, and faster than everyone else as well. Ollivander was smiling gleefully while Fleur and Cedric looked at him in surprise. That wand is serving you very well, Mr. Potter, although I would ask that you take better care of it. I declare this wand fit for competition. Harry was led by the two Medowitches to the side room as Victor rejoined the other school champions. Please lie down on the cot, Mr. Potter. We're just here to perform a quick medical and magical checkup. He lay down on his back, realizing what this could mean. They had better not ask me to take my shirt off or look at my back, he worried. Seeing his distress, one of the witches smiled sweetly and said, Don't worry, Mr. Potter, everything we find here will be held in the strictest privacy. We just need to know you're in good health before you compete. They cast several diagnostic charms over his body. They paused at his legs. I'm several old breaks, never quite healed properly. Here, take this potion. They handed Harry a potion he'd never seen before. He drank it, and suddenly he was glowing all over his body. Both Medowitches stopped and stared, dropping their parchment and quills. Is this right? This can't possibly be, one of them whispered. I can't believe it. You did give him the correct dosage, right? Of course I did. Male, 159 centimeters, 51 kilograms. She glared at her coworker. Harry was somewhat confused. What's going on? Harry, this potion reveals old wounds that may not have healed properly. It seems to be showing that, well, nearly every bone in your body has had at least some hairline fracture or something that went untreated. Harry was extremely reluctant to admit it, but with the glow coming off his body, he had to admit it. I was treated pretty badly at home when I was little, please don't tell anyone. Mr. Potter, it seems you have recovered from these, but I do recommend undergoing a regimen of regrowth potions at a better time, which should reverse the trauma and bring you to your natural height and weight. Your growth has definitely been stunted. Unfortunately, with the tournament in the way, I don't think you'll have time for it. They also found that his glasses were horribly matched for his eyes, and stunned to realize that they didn't even offer any special enchantments. Harry was perplexed, but when he asked, they told him that wizards cure eyesight problems easily with a potion. Nearly every wizard who wears glasses does so because they were enchanted to give them better vision somehow, be it night vision, telescopic vision, or something else. Unfortunately, they weren't expecting any champion to have such a severe problem, and they didn't have the potion with them. Thankfully, the examination ended without having to take his shirt off, and neither witch saw the runes on his back. They reluctantly checked off his medical form, saying that although he'd suffered a lot of abuses in the past, he wasn't unhealthy at the given moment and would be given clearance to compete in the tournament. Harry made a mental note to ask Hermione about the eyesight potion and regimen of regrowth potions. Harry stepped back out, and it was evident his exam had taken quite a bit longer than the other three. Standing beside the other champions, he decided to follow Crumb's example and gave little more than a proud, but tight-lipped smile for the cameras. Fleur was obviously playing up her beauty and posing for the cameras, and Cedric was taking her lead and giving friendly smiles. He ignored the journalists, declining to answer their questions, especially any that even remotely pertained to his entry in the goblet. Classes were long over by the time the whole ceremony was over, and everyone was ushered out in time for the hall to be cleaned up and dinner served. All 4 champions were escorted to the small side room again, this time with Bagman. I'll be letting you all know the rules of the tournament now. Throughout the entire tournament, there will be no unforgivables curses. That one should be obvious. Any curse that is meant to cause harm by interfering with medical treatments is forbidden. If a spell is cast with intent to maim, permanently injure, or kill, you will instantly forfeit your place in the tournament. Is that clear? They all nodded, although Crumb was glowering as he did. If you have any questions whether or not a spell is permissible, please talk to me before the event. He said that to everyone, but he was looking straight at Crumb when he did. In the 7 trials, you'll be scored based on your performance, skill, and character. The majority of the score will always be based on what place you finish, so I suggest practicality over showiness. Your total score for the 7 trials will determine how much of an advantage you get for the final task. Now, I'll explain the first trial, the trial of air. You'll have 2 weeks to prepare, and the event will take place on Saturday, the 19th. As you know, the event takes place in Karishaloke Gorge. You'll be flowing to Ullapool at 9 in the morning with your professors and then flying to the competition site. The event itself will begin at noon. If you're late, you forfeit the match. Got that? All 4 champions nodded. Next, I'll explain the rules for this specific trial. First, you must bring your own broom. No other flying device is allowed. You may carry your wands with you, but you may not cast a spell at your opponents or at their brooms. Attempting to knock your opponents off their brooms is forbidden. Touching the ground at the bottom of the gorge will result in a disqualification. Flying into the Muggle visible portion or flying above the top of the gorge will also result in disqualification. That's all. You'll be briefed on the actual trial on the day you arrive. All 4 of them left, returning to their separate dorms to figure out exactly what was in store for them and the best way to prepare. Harry knew he'd need Hermione's help with this one, and probably the entire year, for that matter. You know, I have to wonder why I'm stuck in this tournament in the first place. Harry had brought Hermione to the library following Moody's training session on Saturday. Technically, Hermione had dragged Harry there at a full sprint when Harry told her he had unrestricted access to the restricted section, despite being dead tired at the end of practice. Harry also, technically, didn't count this as a date, but Hermione was certainly having a good time. He was flipping through broken broomsticks. Good reasons to stay grounded, which listed many common aerial mishaps with brooms, which Harry had never seen, since he rarely flew outside the Quidditch pitch. Hermione was flipping through Brews for Thine Bod, one of the restricted books on potions that permanently modify a person's body. She was specifically looking up the eyesight potion and the regrowth potion that Harry told her about. What do you mean? The goblet's a binding magical contract. Whoever messed with it to get your name in didn't muddle that part up, at least, she answered without looking up from the book. Oh, neat. This one should permanently boost your power. Oh, wait, never mind. EU. No, not that, I mean why would anyone even bother sticking my name in? And what do you mean, EEW? Harry really needed to learn how Hermione could hold 2 conversations at the same time so easily. Oh, it's just that you needed to drink someone's blood and throw in some dead guy's skull. I don't think you'd want that one. Anyways, Moody guessed the whole thing was an assassination attempt, right? Oh, that is gross. I can see why that book's restricted. And I'd agree with Moody, but I don't see what me being in a tournament is going to do to help an assassin. I'm not going to kill anyone. But don't you see what it's done to the security of the event? As soon as your name was announced, the number of journalists and photographers trying to get into the event practically tripled. The tickets to the trial of air were sold out overnight, and people are demanding more seating already, and Bagman wants to let them in, because it'll make them more money. It's become a nightmare for Orr Shacklebolt. So you're saying that I'm just a distraction so they'll have an easier time sneaking in as part of the crowd? Yeah, that's my best guess. It's the only thing I can think of that makes sense, though. Oh, I found the vision correction potion. It takes about a week to brew, though. The customized recipe that uses some of your tears and eyelashes will guarantee perfect vision, compared to the more generic version. Do you need me to order any ingredients? I'd rather not have to tell Snape that I need to borrow any rare ingredients. Harry closed his book and grabbed the next one on the pile. Aerial attackers. Creatures from the clouds, a book of the deadliest flying beasts. He was almost certain some of the obstacles in the course would be living ones. There are a few expensive ones for the custom version. Are you sure you can afford? Hermione cut herself off when she saw Harry's disapproving look. Oh, right, silly me. I doubt it would cost more than 30 galleons, but do you trust me to brew this potion for you, Harry? Hermione, I'd trust you with my life. In fact, I think I've already done that more than once. Harry leaned over and whispered, "You've never failed me, my love. Don't you dare to ever doubt yourself." Glancing around to make sure Madame Pants wasn't anywhere in sight, she said, "Harry, you're as sweet as ever." She gave him a long, sensual key. For that. The library is not the place for you young couples to fool around, champion or no champion. They flew apart as the librarian caught them. Satisfied that she had successfully killed the emotion in their impromptu make-out session, Madame Pants left. How does that woman do that? Thought Hermione angrily. She interrupted a perfectly good time I was having with Harry. I can't believe she'd. Oh wow, I can't believe that I actually dislike a librarian. Well, I guess it's time we get out of here, said Harry. We can read these books more comfortably in the common room anyways. The Sunday edition of Daily Prophet flew in at breakfast, bearing all the photos and articles from the wand weighing. Unsurprisingly, Fleur's provocative posing and extremely photogenic figure meant she was splashed all across page 3. The wand weighing was summarized on the front page, and each champion got a short article with a quick biography. Harry's article, however, caught Hermione's eye. Harry Potter. Star Attention Seeker. By Rita Skeeter. With the weighing of the wand ceremony on Friday, the champions were officially sworn into the Triwizard Tournament. Still, many of us are left wondering why there are 4 contestants instead of 3. Harry Potter was chosen as an additional champion after champions for the 3 schools had already been selected. Yeah, I saw him when his name came out of the goblet. He didn't even look surprised. He knew it was going to happen, said Ernie Macmillan, one of Mr. Potter's classmates in Hufflepuff. It was well known among school gossip that Harry Potter, along with 2 others, made and attempted to place their names in the cup. Our not so noble Harry, it seems, abandoned his fellow rascals when the going got tough. The 2 of them were caught at the cup while Harry slipped away. Surprisingly, very little investigation has been performed or punishment exacted on the young Gryffindor. Harry Potter, it seems, has a penchant for breaking school rules. That boy is as arrogant as his father. He has no respect for the rules or the staff members. He gets away with whatever he wants thanks to his fame. He regularly gets into fights with students in my house, and it is always up to me to see that he receives punishment, as others are often unwilling to be strict with our local celebrity, the potions professor, Severus Snape, explained. But getting himself into the tournament isn't even half the story, folks. You would think that some people would be glad to see 2 Hogwarts champions, unfair as though it may seem. However, Harry Potter decided to declare himself an independent, which means that, should he win, his own school would not get the recognition for his achievement. He would keep everything to himself. Yeah, he's already famous, but that's not enough. I mean, he got a lot of attention at school for being the best seeker ever, and the youngest one too, but Quidditch was cancelled this year, you know. I guess he figured if he wasn't able to show off this year, so he entered himself in the tourney, explained Harry's close confidant, Ronald Weasley. A civil war practically erupted at the Gryffindor table when they saw the article. Some wanted to berate Harry for betraying Hogwarts. Some wanted to smack Ron for betraying a fellow housemate. Hermione was undoubtedly in the latter group as Harry restrained her. Harry definitely couldn't forgive Ron now, but seeing the twins' extremely disapproving looks they were giving their brother, he knew Ron would get what was coming to him. He quickly pulled Hermione from the table, muttering, "Come on, Hermione, I don't think we'll be able to have a decent breakfast for a while. Let's go for a fly." Being back in the air was the only thing that could get Harry and Hermione away from the ruckus. Nearly everyone who read the article was now against Harry, save a few close friends who actually knew him. As they both needed to relieve themselves of their anger, they flew on separate brooms. Harry let his temper go by performing many hard dives and flying around at full speed, while Hermione preferred to fly lazily, watching Harry, to calm herself. Eventually, they both settled down enough to fly side by side and talk to each other. "It's amazing how much that woman can write about you without ever having met you," Hermione observed. "She also seems to have a knack for finding all the wrong people. Although I bet she knew exactly who to ask to get the worst opinions of me. Given how she managed to find Snape and Ron, I'm surprised she didn't quote Malfoy in that article today. Ugh. Don't make it worse. Ron himself is bad enough. At least now we know why we didn't bring him back with us." They flew silently for a while, simply following the winds and drafts as they flew around the castle's towers. Ever since they discovered their animagus forms, they were already beginning to feel the benefits before they mastered the transformation itself. Spending more time in the air was almost a natural feeling for both of them now. Although Harry had always enjoyed it, now he felt much more control and dominance when he was in the air now. Hermione, however, didn't have the same bird of prey instincts that Harry did, but she had gotten much more comfortable with flying very quickly. She still didn't enjoy flying alone, though Hedwig was becoming a regular flying partner for both of them. While watching her fly, they both began to notice many of the fine details of her flight, like the little adjustments she'd make to her wingtips or how she recovered from sudden gusts of wind. After rounding the southern tower of Hogwarts for the 7th or 8th time, Hermione noticed they were being followed. Ducking behind the tower, they quickly flipped around and rose high into the air. Around the bend came the Weasley twins, looking around to see where they had gone. Harry and Hermione looked at each other, and Harry winked at her with a mischievous smile. He pulled off one of his signature dives, right in between the twins, nearly throwing them off their brooms in surprise. Hermione giggled at the sight. "Blimey, Harry, we try to sneak up on you. And you nearly take our heads off instead. Perhaps we shouldn't have come to offer our services. He does seem rather ungrateful. Perhaps we shouldn't warn him what awaits inside, either." What's going on inside?" Harry asked as he flew upwards, level with the twins. "Does it have something to do with Ron?" asked Hermione with a load of contempt. "Interestingly enough, it doesn't. Ron's tantrum with you is only outmatched by his hatred of the Prince Ponce of Slytherin." What's Draco planning?" Harry knew that Draco was rarely ever a real threat himself, but he did have a tendency to walk around with a little posse. "Oh, nothing that bad. Just a few badges that declare Cedric to be the real champion of Hogwarts." Fred answered nonchalantly. "What? He is the Hogwarts champion. I'm an independent," Harry said, somewhat confused. "Yeah, but the little Ponce probably thinks it'll provoke you. We wanted to see what you'd do in response," said George. "Oh, I think I'll come up with something," said Hermione. "You'll have plenty of time for that while we deal with Harry here," said both of the twins simultaneously as they grinned and looked at Harry. What's this for? I haven't done anything to you two," Harry said nervously, ready to bolt at any second. "While technically true, there is the fact that about a month ago you helped us with the goblet. And we haven't repaid you for it." "Oh, thanks guys, you don't have to," said Harry. "And technically, there is also the fact that about a month ago, you left us at the goblet without sufficient warning. And we haven't repaid you for it." You don't have to." Harry knew the twins had something up their sleeves. "So, we realized we had a way to both thank you and punish you at the same time. We're offering our services as the Gryffindor Quidditch beaters to help train you for the Triwizard. Surely, you need to learn how to dodge better on the broom, since the task won't be about seeking a snitch. So, we'll be smacking a pair of bludgers at you for the next hour or so while you practice dodging." Both of them suddenly brandished their beater bats. Harry wasn't sure from where they'd pulled them out. Guys, I really think. Harry whipped around and bolted away. With two quick accios from the twins, a pair of training bludgers came flying from the ground and quickly intercepted Harry. Hermione was about to object but realized that Harry was soon having fun as the twins kept knocking both the bludgers towards him while he pushed his firebolt to its limits while dodged, dipped, ducked, and dodged some more. Half an hour later, all three of their movements were getting more sluggish as they tired themselves out. Fred and George halted the bludgers and dropped back down to the ground. Thanks, guys. That was fun. Maybe we should do it some more. It's actually pretty good training, said Harry. Next time we'll bring Lee with us, because it seems like you can handle two pretty easily. The twins waved goodbye to Harry as they carried the bludgers back to the Quidditch shed. Hermione joined him as they walked back towards the castle. They found a group of Slytherins waiting for them at the entrance, with Malfoy leading the pack. Each one of them was wearing a badge with glowing letters. Support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion. Malfoy smirked, walking up to Harry. How do you like them, Potter? And look at this. He tapped the badge, changing the message. Potter's a glory hound. The group of Slytherins laughed. At the back, they were handing the badges out to everyone passing by. Would you like one, Potter? Malfoy sneered, as he dangled another badge in Harry's face. Hermione silently thanked the twins for the warning, as this was almost exactly what she expected. Typical Malfoy behavior. Barely suppressing her smile, she nudged Harry. Right on cue, Harry grabbed the badge out of Malfoy's hand, saying, "Thanks, Malfoy. I never thought I'd see the day when Slytherins would willingly take a back seat to a Hufflepuff." He passed the badge on to Hermione, who began inspecting the spellwork on it immediately. Malfoy and the rest of the Slytherins suddenly quieted down, shocked by Harry's admission. Shut up, Potter. Give that back. He made a grab at the badge that Hermione was holding. Harry quickly stepped in between them, bringing himself face to face with his schoolyard rival. You just offered it to me, Malfoy, and I took you up on your offer. You suddenly want it back. It's good to know that the Malfoy name is as worthless as ever, but I think I like these. I'll have another one, in fact. He quickly summoned another badge out of the hands of one of the Slytherins who were passing them out. Don't you talk about my family, Potter. Your line is sullied with muggles and half-bloods, while mine's completely pure. Your name is worthless compared to mine. He made a grab at the badge that Harry was holding, but Harry quickly sidestepped. Dodging Draco was nothing compared to dodging bludgers, or Moody. Good enough for the Goblet of Fire, at least. Weren't you the one who was telling everyone you'd be putting your name in? Harry was probably having a bit more fun taunting Draco than he should have, but it was mostly to buy some time for Hermione. Got it, interrupted Hermione. Only 11 words, Malfoy. Don't you know how to count any higher? You could have placed more words into the enchantment, you know. And the binding's pretty weak. I can rewrite this pretty easily. Shut up, Granger. What does a mudblood like you know? Harry was tempted to blast him into the nearest broom closet again, but he wanted to see Hermione put Draco in his place, and Draco needed to be conscious for that. Hermione rolled her eyes. A lot more than you, obviously. Proponito proprio. The spell immediately changed the message on the badge Malfoy was wearing. Harry laughed at the muggle joke. Hermione cast the spell on their badges, which Harry pinned to his robes immediately. Hermione did the same, and immediately began casting the spell on all the other Slytherins' badges, finishing with the box of badges behind them. All of them looked down, and immediately began fiddling with their badges. Malfoy kept trying spell after spell without effect. Change it back, Granger. Oh, a silly little mudblood like me wouldn't know anything about how to modify these badges, Malfoy. Maybe you should try some of that all-powerful pureblood magic of yours. She laughed as she and Harry left the Slytherins, who were still trying to undo the spell that Hermione had cast. As they walked through the castle to the library, they cast the spell again on anyone they saw wearing the badge. They settled themselves down in the restricted section again and continued searching for useful information for the upcoming trial. Harry Owl ordered the ingredients for the eyesight restoration potion first thing Monday morning. They had about a week and a half to go before the trial, and the potion would take a week to brew. As they walked down to breakfast, they continued to modify every one of Malfoy's badges they came across. Malfoy's face was livid. Apparently, They hadn't even made the badges themselves. Malfoy had spent a good chunk of his allowance money to buy them, custom ordered from a party shop. Of course, each badge wasn't very valuable, but he had ordered nearly 1,000 in the hopes of getting nearly everyone in the school to wear them. Luckily, Hermione had hit the bulk of them the day before while they were still sitting in boxes before they were handed out to people, and now Malfoy was left with a large batch of badges that he didn't know how to change. I'm touched. Malfoy deemed me so special he spent his own allowance just to try to annoy me, Harry smirked. It does seem like he considers taking you down a notch to be his life's ambition, doesn't it? He seems rather unhealthily obsessed with you. Hermione had an inquisitive look on her face. Yeah, and all this because I didn't want to be his friend. Harry chuckled. What? He wanted to be your friend? You never told me that. Harry laughed. Oh, it was on the train in first year. I'd just met Ron, and Malfoy walks in saying he wants to be my friend and I shouldn't associate with Ron. I turned him down. I don't remember ever doing anything else to him, but from then on he practically declared a blood feud against me. Why didn't you tell me this before? Laughed Hermione. We are so going to use that against him sometime. Poor little Draco. He couldn't command someone to be his friend, so they must be his enemy. I can't imagine living with such a simple mind like that. Harry made no comment on Hermione's last statement. They finished their breakfast, gleefully explaining why they were both wearing Malfoy's badges. The twins loved it and were determined to get a pair of their own by the end of the day. Most of the Hufflepuffs were already wearing it, but most weren't audacious enough to leave it on the Potters a Gloryhound message, and few noticed the one-word difference on the first message. By the end of the day, it seemed that Hermione had achieved what Draco had initially intended. Nearly everyone in school wanted to wear a badge. Many people, even those who didn't like the fact that Harry wasn't competing for Hogwarts, didn't want to wear the original version because it would make them look like insulting jerks. The new one was humorous and actually served well as a Triwizard souvenir. The next 2 weeks consisted of training with the twins along with Lee a few times. With the extra practice, Harry got good enough that he began to practice dodging while holding the broom with only one hand, practicing simple stunners, reductors, banishing and summoning charms, and shields with his wand in his other hand. At this point, Hermione joined in, sending minor jinxes for Harry to block. At this point, Harry began having some trouble, but he realized he could use some light legilimency to help predict where everyone was aiming. When he did that, it once again got much easier. He knew not to rely on it too much, however, because in the actual trial he would be dodging mostly obstacles and creatures, instead of the other champions. They got to the point where he even tried dodging the Whomping Willow, but after barely dodging one branch, and getting his shirt torn off in the process, Hermione didn't let him go near the tree again. On the days where he wasn't getting bludger dodging practice with the twins or the tree, Harry and Hermione began attempting their animagus transformations. Sharing what they saw of each other's forms with legilimency, they knew exactly what to turn into, which made the visualization far easier. They began with small, superficial changes, like hair to feathers and toenails to talons. They had mastered the simple changes and were ready to begin morphing their arms and legs by the end of the second week. Unfortunately, it was clear they wouldn't be anywhere close to mastering the full transformation in time for the trial, but they were determined not to rush their work, as an incomplete or incorrect transformation was quite dangerous. At night, just before curfew, they would sneak back down to the Chamber of Secrets to check on the eyesight potion. At first, they thought of using the Room of Requirement, but they realized that if they left the potion in there for a week, other people would come across the room eventually. It was a relatively simple one to make, but it just required a lot of simmering time as well as a few expensive ingredients. Dobby supplied a few raw onions to get some tears out of Harry, tailoring the potion specifically to his eyes. 3 days before the trial of air, Harry was laying on his back in the Chamber of Secrets. Are you ready, Harry? Hermione was obviously more nervous than he was. Don't make me tell you again, growled Harry playfully. Just do it. The potion had been simmered down to only a few concentrated drops. Hermione carefully pulled one drop up with an eyedropper, and dripped it into one of Harry's eyes. Hermione figured that, Even if Harry trusted her with his life and eyesight, they'd still do only one eye at a time so he wouldn't be completely blind if the potion came out incorrectly. How did that feel? Not too bad, actually, answered Harry, blinking rapidly. I can really feel it spreading around my eyeball, but it's not even uncomfortable. Huh, that's odd, said Hermione, looking worried. The book said there should be some mild pain involved. Harry, what if this means I screwed something up? Hermione, you probably improved the formula by accident or something so that it doesn't hurt. Oh god, there it is. Mild pain my ass. OWWW. It feels like there's shards of glass in my eye. Ah. Harry looked like he wanted to claw at his eye, but he knew not to touch it. Hermione helped restrain him. It hurts to look at things. It's too bright. It should only last a little while, Harry. Some light sensitivity is pretty normal. Stay still. Hermione was now straddling him, pinning his arms to his side while caressing his face. It hurts to blink. Hermione, this is just, ow ow ow. Harry eventually settled down, although still in pain, kept silent. His eyes were watering so much he thought he might run out of tears soon. About 5 minutes later, the pain ended. Is that better, Harry? Yeah, wow, this is pretty amazing. I had no idea things were supposed to look so sharp at a distance. Harry was winking alternately with each eye, amazed at the difference he was seeing. He was staring at Hermione's face, seeing every hair on her head, every line in her irises, every little detail on her skin. Compared to his other eye, which really only let him notice that she was human, female, and brown-haired without his glasses, it was a marked improvement. He kept looking at her one eye at a time, marveling at the difference. Harry, will you stop winking at me like that? It's really odd, Hermione said. She was used to, and flattered by, Harry's habit of staring at her when they were alone, but the way he was doing it this time did make her feel rather peculiar. Whoops. I kind of got carried away there. Let's do the other eye. Harry lay down again as Hermione dripped one drop of the potion into his other eye. Another 5 minutes of restrained thrashing and cursing later, Harry was seeing perfectly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hermione, you've changed my life more than I can imagine. I can't possibly thank you enough. Harry hugged her, lifted her off her feet and spun her around. Letting her back down, he immediately keyed her. Hermione was caught breathless, and smiled at him without saying a word. Harry kept on going. You've let me see things I never even knew how much I've been missing. I can't even imagine how much of life I'd be missing without you in it, Hermione. My life has certainly been a lot more interesting with you in it, Harry, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. Becoming friends with you was the best thing I ever did. I really have to thank Quirrell for sending that troll into Hogwarts back in first year, Harry joked. Wouldn't that mean you'd be thanking Voldemort, as well? Hermione pointed out to him. Fine, that's one reason less out of a million for permanently sending him 6 feet under, Harry said in a faux sulking tone. Can we talk about cheerier things now? Well, how about celebrating your newfound eyesight? It's too late to watch another sunset, but maybe we can sneak up to the astronomy tower and watch a few stars. Hermione mused aloud. We could get caught up there. Besides, there's a much more beautiful sight I'd rather feast my eyes upon with my newfound eyesight. What? Where? You silly. Why don't we just stay down here for a while? I want to just stay here with you. You're all I want to see right now, Hermione. Hermione blushed as they drew closer together. Harry watched in rapt fascination as her cheeks grew rosy, then moved his eyes to her lips, her nose, her eyes. They lay together as Harry played with her hair, stroking and inspecting locks, taking his time and combing his fingers through. Lifting one of her hands, he saw the softness of her fingertips, the lines on her palm, and the glint of light from her fingertips. He took in every little detail he never realized was there for the years he had known her. They lay together until midnight, cherishing the longest private moment they had in weeks. The morning of the trial of air, Harry woke with his heart already thumping. Hermione reminded him of important things to remember for the trial. All right, Carishaloke Gorge is about 60 kilometers long, with only 1.5 kilometers visible to Muggles. I'm guessing they probably won't bring us that close to the Muggle area, so the course is probably only 55 kilometers. Your firebolt's top speed is close to 150 kilometers per hour, but you'll only rarely hit top speed, so prepare for a 40-minute long race or so. Now, the most dangerous native creatures to the gorge are griffinets, which are much smaller than griffins, but they like to attack in packs. Your best bet for them is the Venticindo, the splitting wind. I wouldn't be surprised if they told Hagrid to bring a few hippogriffs, too. If you can't stun them, just try to outfly them. Hermione was nearly overwhelming him with information, but he knew every bit of it was important. Hermione coached him as long as she could, until they flowed to Ullapool. From there, the champions were escorted away immediately. She had to make her way to the stands. Luckily, she had one of the best seats in the house, as Harry had given her his complimentary ticket as a guest of the champion. Harry was led to the champion's tent, where they would be told the final details of the trial. While waiting, Harry tried to evaluate his competition. Krum was the obvious one. He was holding a firebolt like Harry, but it looked a little different. The twigs at the back were trimmed differently, and the front handle had a double hand grip attached. The stirrups had a closed-toe design that clamped right down onto his boots, so he could let go with both hands without losing control of the broom. It was obviously a customized version, tailored to his preferences. As a professional seeker, there were no doubts as to his skills. Harry had seen him flying around the Durmstrang's ship's masts and rigging, pulling amazingly tight turns at high speed, every morning. He obviously didn't want to let his Quidditch skills deteriorate over the course of the year. His magic, however, was equally impressive, if the rumors proved true. Krum had been a high-level amateur dueler in Durmstrang, and only chose Quidditch as his career because it had better pay. Given how a large portion of professional duelers came from Durmstrang, being one of the best at that school automatically made him deadlier than most of the people in the professional league. He would have no problem blasting his way through this event. Harry also had a fairly good idea of how Cedric stacked up. Cedric was fairly good on his Nimbus 2000, and Harry had to admit, they were probably evenly matched in terms of flying skill. Harry was better at spotting the snitch, he had the faster broom, and he was smaller, so that made him a better seeker. With his improved eyesight, there would be no contest. That particular skill, however, didn't quite apply in a race. Harry would still be faster than Cedric, and be able to outmaneuver him thanks to his firebolt, but Cedric generally made the right decisions and knew where to fly and when to dodge. He was also top of his year at school, so his skill in charms, transfiguration, and defense were all top-notch. He had no strength in particular, but was quite creative when mixing up different spell combinations. Fleur was the unknown quantity in this event. Harry noticed the broom she was holding wasn't one he saw on a regular basis at Cloudrunner Hurricane. Cloudrunner was a division of the Nimbus Broom Company that specialized in racing brooms. While not nearly as agile as Quidditch brooms, they could nearly double the top speed of the firebolt on a long, straight stretch. Quidditch players would never use them, of course, because they'd never reach those speeds inside of a Quidditch pitch. Fleur was either taking a gamble that speed would win over agility, or she was simply more comfortable with this broom, which meant she had experience in broom racing. Either way, she was most definitely looking at flight over fight to win. Harry was rather nervous, and once again reverted to his occlumency to help soothe himself. He systematically went over every spell Hermione had taught him over the past 2 weeks, as well as the creatures she mentioned. He noticed the other champions staring at him. Krum was looking at him with a bit of amusement, probably because they shared a broom. Cedric had a kind, big brotherly smile on his face. He didn't wish Harry any harm, but he obviously didn't consider him a threat. To be honest, Cedric knew Harry was a fairly average student, 3 years below him, although he probably hadn't heard about Harry's training with Moody or his rapid learning rate since the beginning of summer. Fleur was still watching him with disdain, as if he was more of an obstacle than an opponent. Ludo Bagman walked into the tent. "All right, champions, the race will begin in 1 hour. I'll tell you what you're about to face now." The champions sat down while Bagman remained standing in front of them. "Your task is to retrieve a golden egg from a zoo nest at the other end of the gorge. The gorge is 57 kilometers in length. You will bring the egg back to the starting point, which makes the entire course a 114 kilometers long race. We have to go to the end and back. Damn it, I should have seen this coming. It's probably going to take nearly an hour and a half, not 40 minutes, thought Harry. I'm glad you all brought your brooms. I'll reiterate anyways, brooms are the only flying device allowed on this course. Touching the ground or flying above the top of the gorge is a disqualification. You will be scored by the judges based primarily on your time, but you will also receive bonuses or penalties depending on your spellwork, any fouls against your fellow champions, and any injuries you sustain. Any questions? That's pretty clear. Get the egg, get back, thought Harry. Get yourselves ready. We'll be calling you out of the tent at 1:45. Bagman left the tent, and the four champions settled down. They all prepared themselves for the upcoming race. Harry settled on drinking some juice and meditating some more, making sure he had all the best spells at the top of his mind. Outside, there were anthems playing and people making speeches, all of which bored him. Finally, they all heard the announcement. Please welcome our champion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Cedric Diggory. A huge round of applause came as Cedric stepped out of the tent. From Durmstrang Institute, Victor Crumb. Another round of cheering. From Bobadden's Academy of Magic, Fleur Delacour. Lots of cheers, as well as a few wolf whistles were heard from the crowd. And from Hogwarts, but competing as an independent, Harry Potter. Harry stepped out of the tent to see an extremely large amphitheater encircling the starting line, filled to the brim with people cheering and clapping. It wasn't nearly as strong as the applause for the other three champions, however, as it appeared many of the people had read Skeeter's article. He could even make out a few people booing him, but they were lost to the general noise of the crowd. He made his way to the starting line next to the champions. Champions, are you ready? They all nodded, and mounted their brooms. Take your marks. Harry leaned into his broom and tensed up, ready to blast away at the signal. The others did the same. Go. Bagman's wand emitted a bright green flare and a loud bang. Before the sound could even echo, all four champions were rocketing away. Harry and Victor took the immediate lead, thanks to the fast acceleration of their firebolts. Cedric followed far behind, while Fleur tailed just behind him. In a few short seconds, they had already flown past the last of the stands, and only had tracking orbs along the course to watch them now. Crumb was pulling away from Harry gradually. Despite his larger frame, it seemed his customized firebolt let him move slightly faster. Fleur had shot past Cedric and was now right behind Harry. Oddly enough, Fleur hadn't passed them. He knew she could have easily maintained her speed and taken the lead, but she held back. Her reason for doing so became clear immediately. The first major obstacle was a tangle of vines across the canyon. They were all moving. Harry was sure they would snare him if he tried to blast his way through. Crumb was heading straight to the center of the net, while Harry dove down to the bottom to avoid it completely. Incendio. Crumb let off a powerful flame hex that cut straight through the center of the mass of vines. As soon as the flames abated, the vines quickly began to regrow. Fleur took the opportunity to catch up to Crumb and squeeze in behind him without wasting her strength, while Harry dropped behind from taking the longer route. So that's what she's planning, thought Harry. Let Crumb do all the work first, huh? He tried to keep up with the two of them, but they were pulling further ahead. He heard another incendio shouted behind him. Apparently Cedric had chosen to fly straight through as well, and wasn't far behind. Pouring on the speed, Harry pushed his broom to the limit to outrun Cedric, and tried not to let Fleur or Crumb out of sight. A few minutes later, he had run into the next obstacle. Thick, heavy trunks of trees were splayed across the gorge for quite a distance. Even the Bulgarian powerhouse would have trouble blasting his way through all of them. The only choice was to squeeze through the tangled maze. He saw Crumb already halfway through, while Fleur lagged behind considerably. Her broom was made for wide, banking, high-speed turns, not rapid and jerky movements. She was using a combination of reductors and maneuvering to try to maintain her speed and fly as straight as possible. Harry caught up to her quickly and began nimbly swerving past the thick logs. Cedric followed, and both managed to leapfrog ahead of the French witch. As soon as they emerged from the last of the woodwork, It was apparent Crumb was very busy. He had stirred up a harpy nest, apparently, and several were chasing him down. They were shrieking and warning the other nests further ahead. He was rapidly firing stunning spells, forcing many of the harpies to dive out of his path, but many came at him from above, below, and beside him. While casting, he was slamming them left and right with his body. Harry and Cedric both knew they would have just as much trouble trying to take them alone as well, and decided to help Crumb. Harry sent a wind splitter to throw some of the harpies off balance, while Cedric cast a reductor at the side of the cliff. The blast of pebbles scared off a few of the creatures, and all three kept together, flying as a group to get through the mass of vicious avians. Harry suddenly felt something approach. Looking around, he felt a sudden gust of wind and saw a slight shimmer as something moved past him. Fleur had decided to disillusion herself and fly past all three at top speed while the harpies were distracted. She's a sneaky one, Harry thought with some annoyance. She's more of a Slytherin than any of the Slytherins in Hogwarts. Harry was the first to break away from the group as they were nearing the last of the nests. Confident in his dodging skills and thankful for his small size, he took on the last few approaching harpies by himself, evading all their attacks and leaving Crumb and Cedric behind. Fleur had raced so far ahead he couldn't see her anymore. He couldn't let her take a bigger lead. Thankfully, the next leg of the canyon had a fair bit of twists and turns, so Fleur would be having trouble maintaining her top speed. Another 5 minutes later or so, Crumb had once again caught up to Harry and was about to pass him again, with Cedric lagging far behind. Up ahead, gorge became a much narrower ravine. There was barely any room to move left or right. Dodging up and down were the only options. Crumb, seeing what lay ahead, quickly moved above Harry just before they entered the next section. Thankfully, it was a relatively straight ravine, and Harry could see the end of it in the distance. Unfortunately, it was also home to echoscreamer bats, and several carnivorous spiders were known to make webs in the area. The bats loved cramped spaces with solid, echoing walls. They could scream magically enhanced voices that perfectly resonated with their environment to instantly deafen and daze anyone who trespassed into their territory. It seemed that Fleur had gotten past them without difficulty, but given the number of broken spiderwebs, she had to deal with the spiders herself. Crumb flew as fast as he could, careful not to scrape the walls. Harry did the same. However, about 3/4 of the way through, Crumb suddenly rose to the top of the ravine and cast a silent reducto above Harry's head. A shower of rocks pelted Harry as he desperately wiggled left and right, casting his shield charm to prevent the rocks from hitting him. His banging against the sides of the ravine bruised his shoulders and knees badly, while Crumb shot ahead without so much as a scratch. Harry could hear a few shrieks of the bats as they awoke. He began to hear the din of the bats get louder and louder as they synchronized their voices. The pain in his ears quickly grew to the point where he was beginning to feel disoriented and off balance. What I wouldn't give for one of Professor Sprout's pink earmuffs right about now, thought Harry. Only 50 meters to go. Ignoring the pain and keeping his eyes on the exit, he flew on, bouncing back and forth across the walls, feeling dizzy. He regained his bearings as he put some distance between himself and the bats. It seemed that, in the meantime, Cedric had once again caught up to him. Why didn't the bats affect him at all? Harry noticed him canceling a spell on himself, probably some muffling or deafening spell. Crumb was far ahead and Fleur was out of sight, so both of the Hogwarts students had a lot of catching up to do. They only about 3/4 of the way there already, by Harry's estimate. Coming around a wide bend, he saw Crumb struggling against something invisible. Harry couldn't see what it was, but as he approached, he was struck by a strong gust of wind. He struggled to fly against it, and a few meters further he was hit by another gust going in a completely different direction. He was being tossed around by the wind itself. He thought back to another simple spell that Hermione had taught him only days ago. Now, if you ever need to see or visualize the wind for something, a good smoke spell should do the trick, Hermione had said. Fumofluma. Harry cried out, holding his wand ahead of him. Smoke streamed out as he maintained the spell. The smoke was quickly dissipated by the strong winds, but Harry could easily tell where the wind changed direction. Keeping his wand pointed in front, he charged forward, spraying a continuous stream of smoke ahead of him. Flying through 2 kilometers of the insane winds, he finally saw that the smoke he was spewing was no longer being blown away. Picking up speed, he realized he was on the final stretch of fairly wide, open course with no more obstacles. In the distance, he could see a massive bird with its wings outstretched. It had to be the zoo. Harry had nearly caught up to Crumb after the wind-buffeted stretch, and he could see Fleur in the distance. She was holding back, wary of trying to take on the zoo on her own. A little less than 5 minutes later, they had caught up, and the massive bird was in front of them. Massive, in fact, hardly described it. Its wingspan was nearly as wide as the entire gorge itself. Obviously, it wasn't native to Scotland. It was a Persian beast, revered in ancient times as a god. A single flap of its wings was enough to blow all of them back. The bird wasn't letting any of them near the nest. Fleur, it seemed, had already given up trying to sneak past it with a simple disillusionment. It could read air currents so well, it could practically feel the champion's breaths. Instead, she was slowly approaching the zoo on her broom, backwards. Why was she doing that? Thought Harry. As he continued to approach, he saw Fleur cast a few spells, when the zoo tried to peck at Fleur. She bolted forward to a safe distance, and then repeated. Of course. Racing broom. Forwards is the only direction she can move quickly with that thing. When Crumb arrived, he went for the direct approach. He flew straight into spell casting range and launched a bone-breaking curse at the massive creature. Amazingly, it dodged the spell and recovered immediately, hovering in front of its nest without even flapping its wings. Thankfully, although the bird was quite large and magically powerful, it wasn't exactly magic resistant. Direct attacks would take more power to have effect simply because it was a larger creature, but its skin and feathers didn't deflect magic like dragon scale or basilisk hide. Harry and Fleur felt the same way, and as Cedric finally caught up, all 4 of them decided to attack simultaneously. The massive creature would have difficulty dodging 4 spells at once. Fleur decided to blind it first with a light flash. Unfortunately, it could still tell where they all were, but it did make it easier to hit with more spells. Harry kept with stunners, not wanting to kill the creature, while Cedric attempted to slow it down with impediment jinxes. Crumb kept tossing bone breakers, reductors, and slicing hexes, but the zoo seemed to know which spells were the deadliest and dodged them. Fleur continued trying to distract it, conjuring some simple pigeons and banishing loose rocks at the massive bird, but it swept them all away, along with the champions, with another massive gust of wind. It wasn't until Crumb finally managed to hit one wing with a bone-breaking hex that the zoo could no longer generate its gusts, but it could still hover menacingly in front of its nest. It also seemed less nimble now, with one of its wings folded awkwardly, and it only took another few tries before Crumb connected another bonebreaker with the other wing. Seizing the opportunity, Crumb flew around it, and Harry knew this was the best time for him as well. The 2 of them had the most maneuverable brooms out of the 4, and now they only had to contend with the zoo's beak and talons. While Cedric and Fleur kept launching more spells to try to disable the bird further, Harry and Crumb went on opposite sides of the bird to the nest behind it. The zoo knew that Crumb was the one who had injured it badly, and decided to attack him with its talons first. Harry's relief didn't last long, as the bird turned around and decided to try to catch both of them at once, one with each claw. Harry concentrated on dodging, while Crumb set another powerful spell at the bird's foot, causing it to recoil in pain. Cedric, now facing the bird's back, decided to charge ahead, conjuring thick ropes to lasso its head. He then conjured more rope to tie it to some vines growing on the sides of the cliff. The zoo thrashed angrily, but with its mobility severely reduced, Harry could now try to grab one of the golden eggs. Diving down towards the nest and snatching the egg up quickly, he stuffed it in his shirt. He continued downwards towards the bottom of the gorge, out of the zoo's reach as it snapped at the ropes that were tying it up. Crumb did the same, and the 2 of them were off, once again racing neck and neck. They didn't look back at Cedric or Fleur, but they knew that, with the bird already badly injured and now partially tied up, the 2 of them would be gathering their eggs soon. Another 5 minutes of full-speed flying across the free flight section of the path brought them back to the windswept portion of the race. Harry pulled ahead when he used his smoke-spewing spell again to help guide him, but Crumb quickly caught on to what Harry was doing and performed a similar spell, conjuring a fine mist of water instead. Harry was coming out ahead, though, as he seemed to have a better instinct for positioning himself to take advantage of the winds, while Crumb was mostly fighting against it the entire way across. Behind him, he knew Fleur had already caught up, taking full advantage of her higher top speed to make up for lost time. As he approached the narrow ravine again, he took the higher path, to avoid what Crumb did to him the first time. Knowing the bats were probably still active, but without knowing an earmuff spell, he simply conjured a pair of foam earplugs and stuck them in his ears, and then rushed ahead. This time, the sound was annoyingly loud, but not debilitating like before. He didn't feel the same nausea or disorientation as last time, so he could concentrate on tossing low-powered stunners at any little bat that got in his way. The last thing he did before exiting the ravine was take a look behind, making sure Crumb was still slightly behind him, and cast a reductor. He knew there were another few minutes of easy cruising before he approached the harpy nests, and took the time to think about preparing a strategy. Should he charge ahead? Sneak past? He hadn't practiced disillusionment charms the past few weeks. Mental note: disillusionment is very useful, thought Harry. Perhaps his best bet was to simply fly through, dodging as best he could. As he approached, Fleur rocketed past him, her broom carrying her. Once again, she cast a disillusionment charm on herself as she bypassed the harpies. If the harpies rely on sight so much, maybe I can just blind them, thought Harry. Performing the same spell that Fleur had used against the zoo, he shouted, "Lumos Fulgos." As he shielded his eyes, several harpies screamed, clawing blindly in a daze. He dodged them easily, but already the ones further away were beginning to advance on him. It would tire him out if he had to cast this constantly. He decided to dodge where he could and only use it if the harpies were beginning to overwhelm him. Several scratches and about 8 flares later, he was past the harpies. Crumb wasn't too far behind, as Harry heard the gruff voice shouting spells while harpies screamed. Fleur was long gone by now, but he had to do whatever he could to fend off Crumb. Coming up to the log pile, he saw that Fleur had blasted away a few more, making a much clearer path through what was originally a jungle gym of logs. Flying through the most obvious, open path, Harry began firing quick flame spells at the logs. A few of them caught fire. Harry smiled, knowing that within a few minutes Crumb would have to stop to put out a few fires to get through the maze. It completely surprised him, then, when he realized it didn't even slow Crumb down. He heard him approaching from behind. Taking a quick peek back, it seemed that Crumb had simply cast a few flame-freezing charms where he could, and let his robes catch fire instead of slowing down. He was desperate to win at least second in this competition. Coming up to the vine net, Harry knew this would be his last chance to stop Crumb, who had caught up to him and they were once again racing neck and neck. Crumb sensed victory as he prepared another flame hex. Harry knew that Crumb was slightly faster, and if he couldn't stop Crumb here, he'd definitely lose. Thinking quickly, he cast a flame-freezing charm right on the tail of Crumb's flame hex, and immediately pulled into a sharp dive. Crumb's hex hit the net, immediately setting it on fire again, but the flame-freezing hex prevented the net from burning through. Harry flew underneath like the first time around, while Crumb, surprised that his flames didn't cut a hole in the net, crashed straight into it and got himself tangled. Harry flew past the finish line without looking back. The crowd roared as Bagman announced, and in second place, Harry Potter. He clocks in with a time of 1 hour, 53 minutes, and 18 seconds. This should factor very well into his scores. He was tired, his body was aching, his ears were ringing, and his throat was dry. He saw officials waving at him to go to the medical tent for a checkup, and he stumbled his way there in a daze. Inside the tent, he immediately grabbed a cup of juice and gulped it down, and immediately went for another. 4 cups later, the Medowitches finally got him to walk over to one of the beds, where they closed the curtains around him as he sat down. With his head throbbing and heart pounding, he knew it would be a while before he was back to feeling normal. The Medowitches began their checkup, immediately noticing the damage to his ears. "I knew those bats were far too dangerous. You could have been permanently deafened," one of them muttered. After dripping a potion into each of his ears, Harry almost immediately felt the ringing disappear, and some of the dizziness faded away. Looking into each of his eyes, the witches were once again surprised. This chart says here that only 2 weeks ago your eyesight needed correction, and there's no record of you coming in for the procedure. You've done it already. And it appears it's better than normal, in fact. A friend and I brewed the potion ourselves, and it was a different version, one that was tailored to me, Harry said. She told me it would work better than the standard potion they give at St. Mungo's. You didn't see a healer about it instead. You could have gone blind, or worse. Harry shrugged. I'm confident in my friend's brewing abilities. It's over, it worked, so let's just leave it at that, alright. Shaking her head in frustration, the Medowitch proceeded to check up on his other wounds, most of which were superficial. The majority came from crashing into the walls of the narrow ravine and scratches by the harpies on the way back. A few simple spells healed them, and a single potion took care of the light bruising and aches. Noticing a small tear at the back of his robes, she asked Harry to remove his shirt. Without thinking, he began taking it off, but suddenly realized his mistake. He quickly pulled his shirt back down, but it was already too late. What on earth happened to your back, Mr. Potter? Nothing. Old wounds. A quick episky should fix up the scratch I got today, Harry tried to make up as an excuse. Look, Mr. Potter, everything I find here will be held in strictest confidentiality. It's part of the healer's oath we Medowitches take, I promise you that. Can you show me what it is? I need to confirm it for your health. No, answered Harry firmly. I'm just telling you now that it's not affecting my health, so please don't ask anything more about it. Mr. Potter, I really must, the Medowitch began to plead. No, and that's final. I'll be leaving now, unless you can tell me that I'm in mortal peril unless you treat me for something. Harry faked his anger, desperate to hide the runes on his back. The Medowitch sighed. Nothing more, Mr. Potter. Except I just need a drop of blood to confirm you didn't take any illicit potions. Harry nodded, allowing her to prick his finger and drip the blood into a vial. The witch stepped through the curtains and dropped it into a cauldron at the back of the tent, which fizzed for a little and then puffed up some white smoke. You're clear, she told Harry when she came back. He immediately left tent, noticing 2 other stalls had their curtains closed as he passed by. Fleur was standing outside, waving to the crowd. Evidently, both Crumb and Cedric had arrived during his checkup. Looking up at the scoreboards, he noticed that Fleur had arrived over 10 minutes before he did, while Crumb was less than a minute behind. His move at the vine net had bought him just enough time to take second place. Cedric was about 20 minutes behind Crumb. Having the slower broom as well as being the last to grab the egg really cost him. The final scores had yet to be announced, as the judges were waiting for all the champions to finish their medical checkups and doping tests first. Beside the scoreboard, several images were projected by large orbs. They were replays of the events as recorded by the tracking orbs to keep the crowds entertained. One was dedicated to the fight with the zoo, while 2 others flashed between the various obstacles. Fleur noticed Harry had left the tent and turned to him. "It seems I was mistaken about you," she said. "You are not quite as inexperienced as I first thought, are you?" "And I thought you were just another pretty face," said Harry. "To be frank, I thought Crumb would be my greatest threat in this event." "Ah, you do not know how many men the Yanks out of me," she said. "You cannot imagine how condescendent they can be when they assume I prefer to sit in a chair all day instead of feeling the wind in my hair." Her accent was slipping heavily as her temper flared behind her. "Oh, I think I can guess," Harry smirked. "I am the boy who lived, after all. Everyone wants to put me and my scar on display like I'm some kind of freak show. Our Minister of Magic keeps wanting me to pose with him as if I actually support him. Of course, whenever anything goes wrong, they're just as quick to blame me as well," he growled, thinking of his second year. "Haha. I forget you are the great hero of Britain. They expect you to be a hero again, and blame you when you are not. For me, they always think I am only good for one thing. When I was the only woman in the tournament, they thought I would win with just my beauty and my Vila charm." "Ha, you wouldn't have any effect on me anyways," laughed Harry. "Oh really? Would you like to test yourself against my allure? I have yet to meet a man who could stop themselves from groveling in front of me if I wanted to, Fleur informed him, her lips curled into a doubtful smirk. Try me. Harry looked straight into her bright, blue eyes. He saw them shimmer slightly and her hair fluttered when her face suddenly seemed to take on a surreal, dreamlike beauty. Everything around him seemed to fade out of existence as he was drawn to her perfectly smooth skin, lusciously red and moist lips. This must be the allure, thought Harry, as he poured a bit more strength into his occlumency. Inside his mind, he could feel as if there were flower petals flying in the wind, floating through the clouds. He shot them down with his spaceship, and the Fleur in front of him went back to looking like the beautiful, but realistically pretty, Fleur. You're going to have to do better than that, Fleur. The witch was surprised, but playfully pouted as she turned up the strength of her allure. In the distance, it seemed like many of the male officials were having a hard time staying in their seats. Harry was one again shooting down blooming roses inside his mind, not letting any bit of the allure affect him. Completely ready for it this time, Fleur didn't even begin looking dreamy and Harry could look away from her easily to enjoy seeing everyone else's reactions. He heard a scuffle coming from the medical tent. Apparently Crumb and Cedric were both finished their checkups and were now scrambling over each other to get to Fleur. I think it's about time you turned it off, Fleur, he said, laughing and pointing at the two older champions. Fleur immediately turned down the allure, looking at Harry with a very curious expression. Crumb recovered first, stopping himself immediately and holding Cedric back until Fleur ended her allure completely. I have worked with cheerleaders at practice with Bulgarian team, but they never turned on full allure this close to me, growled Crumb. He was obviously more angry at himself for succumbing to Fleur than at her for using it. Cedric just kept silent in embarrassment. It looks like all of our champions have finished their post-race checkups and are now ready for their final scores, shouted Bagman with his enhanced voice. The four of them were escorted back to the start-finish line, where a small stage for them had been placed. Each of the officials also made sure they had their eggs with them before telling them to go on stage. Last to arrive was Cedric Diggory, with a time of 2 hours, 10 minutes and 29 seconds. He will be awarded 33 points. 20 for placing fourth, with 13 bonus points for excellent use of the earmuff charm in the ravine, taking minimal injuries against the harpies, and for restraining the zoo. Cedric was the only competitor to suffer no deductions. Images of Cedric's performance at those particular obstacles were being projected above by the display orbs. The crowd cheered especially hard the moment Cedric lassoed the zoo, as well as when he took on the harpies by himself on the way back. Cedric simply smiled and waved without letting his disappointment show. In third place, we have Victor Crumb, with a time of 1 hour, 54 minutes, and 10 seconds. He will be awarded 54 points. 40 for placing third, with 18 bonus points and 4 deductions. His powerful spellwork was displayed when disabling the zoo with the Bone Breaker curse, as well as fending off the harpies. Additional points were awarded for bravery, being the first to attempt to retrieve the egg. Points were deducted for sustaining injuries in the ravine, burns in the log maze, and hitting the vine net. Harry tried to keep a straight face as he realized every one of Crumb's deductions were caused by him. Crumb remained as stoic as ever, only bowing slightly to the judges' table. The crowd cheered when they were shown Crumb's fight with the harpies as well as his retrieval of the egg. In second place, we have Harry Potter, with a time of 1 hour, 53 minutes, and 18 seconds. He will be awarded 70 points. 60 for placing second, with 16 bonus points and 6 deductions. His exceptional flying ability was demonstrated against the windswept valley, the zoo, and the harpies. Additional bonus points were awarded for being the first to successfully retrieve the egg and great use of simple spells. The orbs projected his modified light spells against the harpies, smoke-spewing charm at the windswept valley, and the flame-freezing charm against Crumb. Bagman continued. Deductions were for sustaining injuries in the ravine, twice, as well as against the harpies. Harry winced, knowing how much the quick exposure to the bats' screams had affected him. He followed Cedric's example and simply smiled and waved to everyone. In first place is Fleur Delacour, with a time of 1 hour, 42 minutes, and 22 seconds. She will be awarded 91 points. 80 points are for arriving in first place, with 14 bonus points and 3 deductions. The bonus points are for her skillful use of the disillusionment charms to get past the harpies and clearing the spiders in the ravine. The deductions are for being the last to retrieve the egg as well as taking the least action against the zoo. Fleur did have to admit that, while she arrived first, she hung around and waited for 5 minutes, while Crumb and Cedric did most of the work in taking it down. Still, she was in first place, and the crowds cheered for her. She blew some keys for the photographers, holding her golden egg up for everyone to see. It took another half hour of standing on stage and waving before all the announcements and speeches were finally over and the photographers were satisfied with photos for tomorrow's paper. They were led back into another tent, where Bagman and other officials joined them. One of them asked for their eggs for safekeeping, which they all handed over. Bagman then sat them down to inform them of the next task. Good show today, everyone. I dare say that if all of you can keep up this kind of excitement, we'll have no trouble selling out all the events. Now, the next one is the first trial of champions. It'll be held 3 weeks from now, on December 10th. The trial of champions is going to be a simple duel, standard European Dueling League rules. You will each have 3 duels, beginning at 11 in the morning, with a 2-hour break in between each one. They'll be held at Hogwarts. Simple enough, I hope to see some action between all of you. Bagman cheerfully left, and Harry felt an intense dread. He had just cost Crumb 20 points, or 24 points, depending on how you counted it. Crumb was also an experienced dueler at Durmstrang. Harry walked out of the tent as quickly as his legs could carry him. Hermione was already waiting for him and leapt into his arms when she saw him. Harry, you were fantastic out there. Thanks, Hermione. You know I couldn't have done it without you. You taught me so much in the past few weeks. Thanks, Harry, but I was so worried when you were in the ravine. You almost fell off your broom. I'm so sorry, Harry. I should have taught you the self-muffling charm, it would have made things so much better. And I wasted so much time on creatures you didn't even face, and you were having so much trouble with the ones I forgot about. Hermione was clutching him, getting more and more agitated. Hermione, you can't possibly blame yourself. The zoo was some kind of Persian bird, wasn't it? There's no way you could have guessed it would be the big bad bird at the end. It might as well have been some North American thunderbird or something. Harry reassured her. But, I did read about it, but I dismissed the idea, and you nearly got yourself killed when you went for the egg before it was completely restrained. Harry, I shouldn't have, MMFFH. Harry decided to stop her from talking anymore, and reassure her at the same time with a key. Hermione, I'll say this again. Don't blame yourself. He gave her another peck. You probably read everything there is to know about magical birds for this task. Another quick key. I can't possibly handle that much. You made good choices to leave out stuff or else I would have been overwhelmed. Their lips touched again. I never could have done as well as I did without you, Hermione, so I'll tell you again, don't doubt yourself. You're my savior, Hermione. He ended his little speech by locking lips once more, and neither one wanted this one to end. Couldn't you have at least let me get one word in? Asked Hermione when they finally broke apart. No, not until I was done, smiled Harry. What did you want to say? Well, I knew what you were going to say after the first line, but I decided to let you keep going, she answered. And I wanted to let you know that you're my savior as well. I'd jump in front of any spell for you. Well, I was hoping you'd be a better dueler than that, Harry. Let's go back to the castle and figure out a training regimen, Harry, Hermione said, grinning. What? Right away. Harry gave her a pleading look, but all she did was slap him on the back as they both mounted the firebolt, enjoying the late, sunny afternoon. The Sunday paper arrived and all the students and staff who didn't make it to the trial of air eagerly awaited it. The results were splayed across the front page. Since Cedric came in last, the British had quickly latched onto Harry as the pride of Britain, making the entire Hufflepuff table extremely angry. Cedric was gracious enough, since he was expecting to lose going in. Although he was seeker for the Hufflepuffs, he only played Quidditch recreationally and was hoping to drop the position to study for his newts that year. Against the best seeker in Hogwarts, and the best seeker in the professional Quidditch League, he wasn't expecting to come out of the trial of air any better than third. The fact that Fleur happened to be an amateur broom racer practically solidified his defeat. That didn't stop the Hufflepuffs from heckling him, though. It was easier to bear than when his name popped out of the goblet, because now the Gryffindors, minus Ron, were all on his side, as if he once again represented Hogwarts. Harry could only shake his head at how fickle the masses were. Harry picked up a copy of the paper out of interest. There he was, in his second-place glory, plastered all over the front page. Fleur, once again, was relegated to page 3, but at least there was more text accompanying her pictures this time. Cedric and Krum received little more than stubs. Harry was proclaimed champion of Britain, with pictures of him dodging the zoo's claws. However, there was another article that caught his eye. Harry Potter, doing whatever it takes to win. By Rita Skeeter. The last time we checked in with our dear Harry Potter was when he somehow got his name to come out of the Goblet of Fire. This intrepid reporter has attempted to secure the truth of the matter herself, but so far, any investigation into Mr. Potter's wrongdoing have been stopped at the gates of Hogwarts by tournament security officials and DMLE orders. Their only response: this is an issue we are dealing with internally. Now, you might ask, what chance does a fourth year have against the top seventh years from 3 different schools, one of which is already a professional Quidditch star? If you're thinking the way I do, then the answer is obvious: none at all. He still manages to snag second place, using the third fastest broom in the competition. Praise him all you like, but bravery doesn't make you fly faster. The crowd favorite going in, Victor Krum, had this to say: I was caught off guard by how he used his spells against me. That's right, folks. In this event, spells cast at another champion are disallowed. That's no concern for the young, non-affiliated champion, however. Many people in high places seem to have taken a liking to the young boy. When Harry Potter was being checked for illicit potion use, the Medawitch was shocked to find Potter was carrying something that he shouldn't have. Did she present this evidence to the officials? No, she let him go, saying he was completely clear of any prohibited potions and asked no more questions. Even more curious was this statement from Fleur Delacour, the first-place winner from the Trial of Air. He practically looked bored while the officials were scrambling over themselves. I have never met anyone so untouchable. Clearly, with the judges in his pocket, the boy who lived is turning this entire tournament. Harry threw down the paper in disgust without finishing the article. Hermione raised her eyebrow as she quickly read through it. Well, that woman certainly has some talent. And what talent would that be? I'd like to drown her in a barrel of ink, growled Harry. Now, you'll just get in trouble for that, Harry. Unless you ask me for help, of course, Hermione said sweetly. Anyways, I'm just talking about her talent for completely misquoting everyone and twisting facts just enough to not really be lies, but say everything wrong. Harry picked up the paper and slowly read through it again. Huh, I guess you're right. She didn't say anything that wasn't an outright lie, just bad opinion. So, Harry, what was Fleur talking about in that quote, then? Hermione asked with some annoyance. What? Oh, I'm guessing she was talking about how she tried her Vila allure on me. It didn't work. Harry grinned and put his arm around Hermione, as if to reassure her. Hermione gasped. Harry, don't tell me she wanted you to be her boyfriend. Or maybe just a boy toy. Oh, it wasn't anything like that. We were talking about how people just have these expectations of us, given how I'm the boy who lived and she's a Vila. Somehow it ended with me daring her to use the allure on me. She turned it up full blast, but I handled it pretty easily. Harry, why on earth did you want her to use her allure on you? Were you flirting with her? Hermione's voice was quivering, somewhere between nervousness and anger. Oh crap, that was a bad move, wasn't it? Thought Harry. Was I getting too familiar with her? Why did I do it? It was just to prove something, wasn't it? He looked into Hermione's eyes and saw a dam about to burst if he said the wrong thing. He felt a pit drop out of his stomach. I just wanted to prove to myself that nothing could take me away from you, Hermione. Not even Avila, who was trying her hardest. He gave her a soft key. Pulling back, He saw her expression soften into relief. You took too long to answer that question, Harry, Hermione said, still a little irritated. But I believe you, she added with a smile. There's one part one can't figure out. How did she know what was going on in the medical tent? Wait, what? Was that just some kind of test? Harry, for a second, nearly thought he was driving Hermione away from him. Hermione grinned mischievously. Don't worry, dear, you'll be getting an O from me if you keep doing what you always do. Now focus, Harry. Do you remember what happened during your checkup? Harry remembered the incident, nearly exposing the runes to the Medowitch. My shirt got ripped during the race. The Medowitch noticed it and almost made me take it off, but I refused. Maybe she told her about it. Not if she wanted to keep her job, answered Hermione. I don't think a journalist could convince her to give up her career just for a quote in the paper. What do you mean by that? Oh, I guess you don't know about the privacy oath. It's not just something they say, Harry. It's one of the oaths that all Medowitches and healers take upon graduation before they can start work. Apart from the Hippocratic oath, there's also an oath of confidentiality. She can't willingly talk about her patients, except to the patients themselves, their guardians, or other doctors, without prior consent, or else she won't be able to work in the medical field again. And it's a magically binding oath. Harry was surprised. He never knew about that, but it just added more to the mystery. If not from the healer, where else could Skeeter have gotten the information? The curtains themselves were silenced for privacy. He never heard Fleur leave or Crumb and Cedric enter. This is weird, Hermione. I almost let the Medowitch find out about the runes. I don't know how Skeeter was listening into the conversation, but if she had seen them, I'm guessing that would be all over the newspapers. I don't want our secret getting out, he whispered. Maybe we can start practicing glamours, for now. I'll also do a bit of research to see if I can incorporate a hiding mechanism into the cluster. If not invisibility, then just a permanent glamour or something. Harry knew what this was leading to. You'll need to read a few books about it, I guess. Hermione nodded expectantly. Restricted books. Hermione nodded excitedly. Let's go. And why can't we just copy all these books into your tome, Hermione? Harry stared at the wall of books that surrounded them. It was almost like a little fortress made of paper and leather. There's magical protections on the restricted books. And I can only copy books I already own, apparently, said Hermione. Oh. Harry sulked a little, more disappointed in the fact that his gift to Hermione wasn't quite as useful as it seemed than having to flip through a lot of books. He enjoyed being with her, after all. The downside, of course, was that he always had to make room for her insatiable appetite for knowledge. After pulling a few books on glamours and disillusionment charms, she picked up a few more on runes as well. Then she grabbed a bunch of spell books that dealt with privacy charms and wards. After only half an hour of reading, she realized very little of it was going to help Harry in his upcoming duels, so she found a few more for dueling. Harry was currently working his way through the latest copy of the official rule book of the European Dueling League. Isn't there an easier one to read than this? It's just so hard to understand. I mean, it's all in English, but what does the release of a competitor's wand shall not constitute the defeat of said competitor without the prompt admission of their incapability of retrieval, and all that mean? That just means you don't lose the duel if you drop your wand as long as you can pick it up again, Hermione explained without looking up from her book. Then why don't they just write it that way? Harry let out an exasperated groan. You know what? I think I'd probably do better just fighting the duel and hoping I don't break any rules by accident instead of trying to remember them all. Ha! As if you really cared about rules, Potter. Came a venomous voice in front of him. Harry looked over the stack of books and saw a sixth-year Hufflepuff he didn't know. At his sides were Ernie Macmillan and another sixth-year Harry recognized from Quidditch. What was his name again? Summers. Summerby. Summerby. It didn't matter. He needed to respond to them. Sure I do, responded Harry in a loud whisper. I wouldn't shout in the library. It's against the rules. Just as he said that, Madame Pants came around once again to warn them all. You're not getting away with it, Potter, growled the boy, more quietly this time. We'll find out what you're up to. Yeah, don't think you'll fool us just because you're Harry Bloody Potter. We don't care what people call you, we'll find the truth out ourselves, said Ernie. Harry snorted. Yeah, you do that, just like you did 2 years ago. I talked to one little snake and suddenly I'm the heir of Slytherin. Weren't you the one who kept doing all the accusing and none of the investigating? Shut it. You may have fooled Dumbledore, but you're not fooling us. You probably just called off your snake and then everyone thinks you're a hero. You're not getting away that easily this time. Harry did his best to remain calm. So what have you actually got against me? Any evidence at all? You're taking books from the restricted section. You're probably learning all about the dark spells you can use against Cedric. Harry's mind boggled at the huge leap of logic that Ernie just made. Well, logic isn't one of the main traits of Hufflepuff, is it? He thought. He spoke his next sentence slowly and clearly. You know that all the champions are allowed access to the restricted section, right? He wouldn't abuse his position, though. He'd never look up illegal spells. You trying to accuse Cedric of cheating like you. You want to bring him down with you. Snarled the sixth year. Harry rubbed his temples. He had never had such a frustrating argument before. Then again, Hermione had told him in first year that wizards rarely had an ounce of logic. It's not cheating if it's allowed by the rules, he tried to explain. I've seen Cedric down here a few times as well. Ha, we knew you'd try to rat on him like that. I just said it wasn't against the rules, you know what? This is pointless. Turning to Hermione, he asked her, want to study somewhere more private? This is just a waste of time. They both grabbed a few of the more important books and headed to the front desk to sign them out. The trio of Hufflepuffs followed them. Running away. Potter. We're not done with you. But I'm done with you. Stop bothering me, you're not going to find anything. Harry said firmly as he walked out of the library. There were more Hufflepuffs waiting outside the library. Well, they certainly had loyalty to their own house, at least. Harry had already been on his guard since the three Hufflepuffs approached him in the library. With a quick legilimency scan, he determined none of them were prepared to cast spells at him, but they all felt hostile. What do all of you want? We want you to quit the tournament. You shouldn't even be in it, shouted one of them. You guys do realize it's a binding magical contract, right? I had to compete once my name popped out, Harry answered through gritted teeth. That's just your excuse, isn't it? You just want to steal the grand prize out from under Cedric's nose. In case you didn't notice, your Cedric didn't need Harry in the tournament to lose. Fleur and Krum are beating him, too, Hermione piped up. Who asked you, bookworm? Snarled one of the girls. Hermione was perfectly capable of defending herself, Harry reminded himself. Since she wasn't bothered at all by the insult, Harry did another quick legilimency scan. A lot of them were more riled up. An actual fight could break out at any moment now. They needed to get away. Hermione seemed to have done the same, and they both agreed they should leave now. Turning around without another word, they briskly strode away from the pack of puffs. Let me handle them, Harry whispered to his girlfriend. At least one of them's about to blow their top about now. Why don't you want me to help? Asked Hermione. I'm a perfectly capable witch, I'll have you know. I do know, but I need practice, Harry answered. If I can't handle these Hufflepuffs, then I certainly won't be able to handle Krum. Oh, and shield your eyes. You think you can just walk away from us, Potter? We haven't finished. Came an angry shout. Impedimentia. Harry cast the shield charm behind him as he turned around. The basic jinx bounced off the shield, back towards the group of Hufflepuffs. There were too many there, and too little space to move, and one of the younger girls ended up getting hit by the ricochet. Casting spells at me behind my back. I never thought you'd act like the Slytherins, Harry said mockingly, without letting his shield down. None of you are brave enough to challenge me to a face-to-face, one-on-one fight, are you? He continued. And if you were all smarter, you wouldn't have gotten yourselves stuck in this situation. Harry didn't quite know why he was feeling so spiteful, but he had a suspicion that he'd experienced the hostility of the Hufflepuffs 3 times over before, but never this strongly. He could take the time to figure out what could be different this time around, but for now. Lumos Fulmio. The spell he used against the Harpies was just as effective inside a crowded hall. The bright flash of light blinded the Hufflepuffs temporarily. Harry immediately brought his shield back up in case any were dumb enough to fire off spells blindly, while he and Hermione both ran up the stairs to get away. Once they were in a safe, quiet place to study, namely the room of requirement, Hermione opened up one of the textbooks on illusions and said, "Harry, take off your shirt." Harry was surprised by the sudden request, but did what he was told gleefully. What do you want me to do?" he asked. "Lie down. On your stomach." Harry didn't know what to expect, but he didn't expect nothing. After 5 minutes of quiet muttering from Hermione and not sensing anything at all, he asked, "Hermione, what are you doing?" "I'm practicing the glamour charm on your back. I can't seem to get it totally right. The color and the texture of the image always seems to be a little off. Hold still for a while." "Oh," said Harry, with quite a bit of disappointment. "Don't worry, Harry, I'll give you a massage for being a good sport later." Later was another half hour when she finally hid all of Harry's runes under the glamour. She then straddled Harry and began pushing her palms down into his lower back. "You know, you're going to have a lot to prepare for with the upcoming duels." "Oh yeah, Crumb," Harry answered lazily. "My god, Hermione's good at this. Her hands are like a goddess." Harry thought. "Hermione, where did you learn to massage like this?" "Read about some techniques," she answered while she raked his back with her fingertips. "What did you expect?" "Should have guessed," he muttered in response. "Now, about the upcoming duels. I think you might have to watch out for Cedric more than Crumb," said Hermione. What makes you say that, Hermione?" "I've heard about Crumb's duels. He's a powerhouse, for sure. He throws difficult, damaging spells repeatedly, with quite a bit of force behind each one. He likes to attack head on, and few opponents can even withstand his attacks before their shields break. But with the training we've been getting with Moody, I think you'll have a better time of dodging his spells than the others. Don't bother shielding, he'll probably just overwhelm you." Harry was reminded of the fight with the zoo. Crumb had immediately gone for bone breakers to injure the bird instead of trying distractions or easier hexes and jinxes to wear it down like Cedric or Fleur. But what makes you think Cedric is dangerous, instead of Fleur? She did take first place, you know. Fleur won because she gambled and made the right bet. Unless she knew about the course beforehand, she was hoping that there would be more long stretches of straight flying than obstacles. You nearly caught up to her at every obstacle, you know. She had to grab the egg last because even Cedric, with his Nimbus 2000, could dodge the zoo's talons more easily. She had to wear it down some more by herself before she could risk taking it. Harry hadn't realized how much that had cost Fleur. She did have the fastest broom by a wide margin, but Harry had already flown halfway back before she finally caught up to him. If there were even more obstacles in the course. Harry shook his head. "I can't believe I wanted the first task to be even harder." Now, Cedric, on the other hand, lost mostly because he had the worst broom of the lot. Maybe not a Firebolt, but even a Nimbus 2001 would have made him much more competitive. Did you remember his scores? He did end with the lowest score, didn't he? It was 30-something, Harry answered. He didn't want to think so much while enjoying Hermione's wonderfully soothing hands. 33, Harry. That's not the point. He had 0 deductions. The only one out of you 3 that managed that. Do you know what that means? He didn't make any mistakes. More than that, Harry. It means he knew how to deal with every one of the obstacles without getting hurt. Crumb's pretty predictable. He hits hard, fast, and head on. Cedric probably knows dozens of spells to deal with every situation he's faced with. You'll probably have to use Legilimency in a duel against him or you'll never be able to predict what he'll do. What about Fleur? I can't figure her out. She's a sneaky one, for sure. She doesn't seem to waste any effort that she doesn't have to. She barely cast any spells at all during the entire race, and it was usually just a few basic ones, except for the disillusionment. I have no idea what her strengths or combat style are, but I'd guess she has a natural affinity for fire, thanks to being Vila, but I doubt she'd let herself be that predictable. Thanks, Hermione. You've given me a lot to think about. Harry settled down and relaxed until Hermione had finished the massage. With an hour to go until dinner, Hermione managed to teach Harry the basics of the glamour so he could reapply it himself, and they still had time left over for Harry to give her a massage in return. Harry and Hermione walked to dinner with their wands ready to be released from their holsters. Thankfully, the Gryffindors seemed to be on their guard as well, and the entire Hufflepuff table glared at them as they sat down. They were surprised, then, when Cedric himself got up and walked over. Ignoring the heckling from the Gryffindors, he asked Harry directly, "Can we talk? Alone? You're not going to call your pack of badgers on me. I'd rather have Hermione at my side," he answered, flicking his wand into his hand under the table. "That's that I wanted to talk to you about," he said. "And I guess Hermione should come too. I heard she was there when it happened." Harry and Hermione got up from their seats and followed Cedric. While they were far enough away from both the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor table, Cedric said, "I'm sorry about what my house did to you two this afternoon. I didn't tell them to do it. I just hope you believe me." "And why should I?" Harry's eyes narrowed. "Look, I trusted you when you said you didn't put your name in the cup. I'm just asking you to trust me now," he said. Harry relented. "All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But why'd they do it, anyways? Will you tell them to stop?" "I'll try, Harry, but you know I don't control my house. Heck, not even Professor Sprout can really control everyone. But I saw how you flew, and I know you beat me fair and square. To be honest, I didn't really care for the trial of air. What? I thought you'd try harder, being the Hufflepuff seeker and all. I'm only the seeker because there wasn't anyone else to play the position. I don't plan on playing Quidditch professionally, Harry. And up against a professional player, along with the school star, I decided not to try to outfly you guys. It's only one trial out of 7, anyways. I'll make up for it in the other events. You probably could have done better with a better broom, you know. You didn't have to get a firebolt, but something better than the Nimbus, at least. It was the house broom, Harry. It wasn't even mine. I'm not going to spend a fortune just for one event, you know. Couldn't Professor Sprout have ordered you a newer one, like the Comet 250 or Nimbus 2001? Cedric shook his head. Professors can't help us other than with our regular coursework, remember? Buying a broom for the house team when there's no Quidditch this year would be pretty obvious. All right then. Why don't your housemates understand that, though? Surely you've told them. I have, Harry. But while Hufflepuffs are known for their loyalty, a few take it a bit too far and practically turn it into blind devotion. They started rooting for me a few weeks ago, and they won't stop even if I told them to. I'm sure you've been called reckless, instead of brave, more than once, right? Harry nodded in understanding. Yeah, and Slytherins keep flaunting their pure blood, but it looks to me more like inbreeding. Hermione added quietly, and some people let their curiosity turn into obsession. Oh, you'll forever be curious, Hermione, Harry said. Thanks, Cedric. I'll try to make sure none of the Gryffindors do anything reckless to you, if you'll try to get a hold of your puffs. Agreed. Good luck with the duels, Harry. They returned to their tables to enjoy their dinners. The next 3 weeks, hopefully, would be a little calmer. Calmer, perhaps, but certainly not easier. Hermione convinced Neville and Luna to help Harry with his dueling skills, part of which was attempting to dodge stinging hexes being cast at him. He found he could handle 1-on-1 pretty easily, while 2-on-1 tired him out in less than 3 minutes. He lasted only 30 seconds with a 3-on-1. When his muscles were completely aching, Hermione gave him a pepper-up potion and began working on his spellcasting. At first, he blasted spells out at full power, just so he had a better understanding of his own endurance levels. Before he was completely drained, they would spend the rest of the day working on silent casting. Harry and Hermione found they both had a knack for it, or possibly prior experience, and picked it up quickly, although they began to teach Neville and Luna as much as they could. They continued this every day after classes for the rest of the week. The first Saturday with Moody, Harry mentioned the disillusionment spell as well as Rita Skeeter's possible eavesdropping. Moody immediately began a speech about the importance of information and reconnaissance before a battle. They spent the rest of the day learning not only the disillusionment charm, but also the invisible footfall charm which covered up any footprints if he was walking on dirt, sand, or snow. Although it couldn't stop ripples forming if he stepped in a puddle, it was certainly useful in a lot of situations. Along with the silencing charm, it made sneaking around much more effective. Moody was also surprised that Hermione had learned how to cast glamours in a day, but she admitted that she hadn't mastered complex glamours, such as one that you would place over a person's face. He also went over several types of privacy wards, including silencing, notice me not, muggle repelling and wizard repelling types. Having no time to actually learn all of them, Hermione said she would read as much as she could about them, as a few of them were in the Auror's handbook that Moody had given them. They spent the rest of the morning trying to sneak up on Moody, who didn't even need his magical eye to spot them through their shoddy disillusionment. The second week, they all began adding the disillusionment to their arsenal in dueling practice. Hermione, Neville, and Luna would hide in various places around the room of requirement, under disillusionment spells. Since Neville and Luna were already getting the hang of silent spellcasting with the most basic, first-year spells, they would silently cast simple jinxes at Harry, who now had to be far more aware of his surroundings. In exchange, Harry practiced his own disillusionment, attempting to take out all three of them while hiding as best he could. By the end of the week, he could cast a good disillusionment if he stood still while casting it, but it would fade quickly if he moved. Unfortunately, that was of little use for a duel, and he didn't want to wreck his invisibility cloak for such a small advantage. He wouldn't be able to make use of it for the upcoming trial of champions, but he knew it would be useful in the future, so all of them continued to practice it. Moody was pleased with his progress by the second Saturday, and each one of them got some practice running into the forest and attempting to hide while the others searched. They were expected to try to take down the other three training partners by hitting them from behind, if they were hidden well enough. The others, of course, were practicing spotting them and staying on their toes. Hermione and Luna both managed to get everyone Hermione because of her proficiency with spellwork, and Luna because of her creativity. She seemed to enjoy climbing trees, apparently. Harry managed to stun Hermione and Neville, but failed to look up. Neville only managed to stun Hermione before Harry leapt to her defense, and stunned Neville in exchange. Moody was watching everyone the whole time, and thanked Luna for reminding everyone that danger didn't always come from ground level. The final days before the duel, the four of them started practicing formal duels. Each evening, Harry would fight a duel between Hermione, Luna, and Neville in succession, since he would have to face three powerful opponents in one day. Hermione made sure he followed the rules properly, the proper greetings, the proper way to concede defeat and accept victory, and so on. They also practiced as much as they could from the second dueling book they bought in the summer, trying to tie a few basic strings of spells together. To present Harry with more of a challenge, Hermione managed to get a pair of the pink, fuzzy earmuffs from Professor Sprout so Harry wouldn't be able to hear what they were casting. Harry, on the other hand, had to cast all his spells silently. This helped Neville and Luna especially, who were still practicing silent casting and could put more power into the spells when they said the incantations. Harry was still able to practice his legilimency, and while Luna was as hard to read as ever, he still managed to glimpse what spell Neville intended just before he cast it. Hermione, however, could duel Harry on even ground. Harry had more power behind his spells, and he did have better reaction times, but Hermione had what seemed like an unlimited repertoire of spells to use. Her occlumency was near perfect, and Harry couldn't afford to spend any more of his attention in breaking it while he was dealing with all the spells she threw at him. Harry ended up spending a lot of time dodging her spells whenever he wasn't sure what it would do. On Friday evening, they finished a bit earlier to make sure Harry would have enough rest for tomorrow. Neville and Luna waved goodbye as they left, leaving Harry and Hermione to relax on the soft and cushiony spectator seats in the room of requirement's dueling chamber. Hermione once again got him to lay down as she gave him a massage, to work out the lactic acid, of course. Whatever the reason, Harry didn't need to be asked twice. Are you ready for tomorrow, Harry? As ready as I'll ever be, which really doesn't say much, I think. Oh, come on. You've gone through this several times before. Even if you don't have the exact memories, you still have the instincts drilled into you, don't you? I hope so. The problem is I can never seem to depend on them. They're more of a reflex. If it happens, it happens. At least if I do poorly, we can always go back and try again. Harry laughed. Harry, we are not going back in time just so you can do better in a silly tournament. Hermione gave him a hard slap on the back. Ow. Hermione, I was just joking. Harry squirmed underneath her. I know. And this is a perfectly legitimate massage technique, she said as she slapped him again. Stay still. You know, you should fight the duels in my place. You'd probably do better than I would. Would you like to take my job? Do you mean your job as a Triwizard champion, or as the boy who lived? Hermione giggled. Both, if you're willing. Turn over, commanded Hermione, as she began to work on Harry's arms and chest. Looking straight at his eyes, she asked, what makes you think I'd be any good at what you do? With his free arm, Harry caressed Hermione's cheek. You mean other than the fact that I'd be nothing without you? What? You can't possibly mean. Harry put a finger on her lips. Let's see, shall we? I'm a pretty average student, but studying with you puts me above average. You figured out the puzzles to the Philosopher's Stone first year. You figured out the basilisk in second year. You had the time turner in third year. You're teaching me everything I need to know this year. But, you probably could have done it yourself if. Hermione stammered. She stopped rubbing his arm, so Harry took both of her hands in his. That's not all, Hermione. That's barely scratching the surface. You don't just help me learn or give me knowledge. You give me something to look forward to every year. What? Harry, surely there's plenty of other things. I do, Hermione. You're the reason I put up with all this stupid boy who lived crap. I don't have a home or a family. The Dursleys don't count. When I finally managed to get away from them in first year, I loved Hogwarts, and this became my new home. When I became friends with you, you became the closest thing to family I have. This past summer was the best one I ever had, Hermione. Obviously, the magical world isn't all cupcakes and flowers. There's a crazy half-dead guy trying to kill me. I don't have many friends who like me for myself. Well, Fleur kind of explained this to me, but I realized it's hard to figure out who likes me for who I am instead of who they think I am. You know, you were doing really well with that speech until you brought Fleur up. Hermione leaned on him, pressing her weight onto his shoulders with a devilish grin on her face. I'm sorry. I love you. I know that already, you silly. She leaned in and keyed him. And I never realized how much I meant to you. You're really special to me, too. You were the first real friend I had. Even before Hogwarts, most of my so-called friends they were like Ron. They kept me around because I could help them with homework. You're the first friend I brought home to meet my parents, too. And my first and my first boyfriend. I hope you'll be my first. Well, I mean, I hope you'll be my only. She blushed. Well, let's just say I'll never want to lose you, Harry. I want to live my life with you. Harry shook as he tried to suppress a giggle when Hermione struggled with her speech. He had no idea what she was really going to say, but he had a dozen ideas in his head. He settled with replying, Thanks, Hermione. I think you've also given me the chance to, as well. Still stuck underneath her, Harry settled on dotting her hands. What do you mean by that? The prophecy that we sent back. You know, power he knows not. We still don't know who made that prophecy, or if it was really verified. If we didn't bother packing that info, then it probably wasn't important. I think being able to go back in time is a pretty fantastic power, and Voldemort doesn't know about it. You're right. We should keep this as secret as possible. The fewer who know, the fewer who can tell, after all. And you gave me that power, Hermione. It always comes back to you. I'll always come back to you, Hermione. And I'll always be there for you, Harry. Harry was shaken awake the next morning after an extremely comfortable night's rest. He wanted it to continue, but the voice wouldn't let him. Harry, wake up. Harry, you're late. Harry recognized that voice. Hermione, why are you in my room? I'm not in your room, Harry. We're still in the room of requirement. We fell asleep here, remember? Harry didn't remember. In fact, he did remember feeling very relaxed, though. What time is it? Almost 9 o'clock. And you have to be at the Quidditch pitch by 9:30 for your duels. Harry got the feeling he'd done this before. Several times, in fact. We don't have to pack our trunks, do we, Hermione? What on earth are you? Oh. She laughed at the likeness to their time travel situation. No, but you do need to shower. You stink. Heck, I stink. Let's get out of this room. Come on. They both got up, but as they walked out the door, Harry stopped and turned back. He walked across it 3 times, and a new door appeared. What room did you call for, Harry? I just asked for some showers. I thought it'd be quicker. Hermione was clearly disappointed. You boys never think much of your hygiene, do you? What about a change of clothes? You were sweating all day yesterday and you're going to wear the same clothes again today. What's wrong with that? I'm just going to work up a sweat again today. It wasn't that bad, was it? He'd smelled much worse after Quidditch practice, and he didn't really work up a huge sweat yesterday, since he was going easy. No, Harry, and that's final. Get a proper shower and change of clothes in your dorm and meet me in the common room, alright? We'll have breakfast together. Harry frowned as the door to the room of requirement disappeared when they began to walk away. Such a brilliant idea, completely shot down by Hermione's cold, hard logic. He had a very quick shower, taking only 5 minutes before he was back down in the common room, and he brought his broom with him to save a few minutes of walking as well. Unfortunately, he still ended up waiting, as Hermione's idea of a quick shower was about 15 minutes long. In the meantime, he reapplied the glamour on his back, taking several tries to get it right. Hermione was still complaining that she didn't have time to properly dry her hair as she came down the stairs. Harry was caught off guard seeing Hermione without her bushy hair. She was still combing through all of it, and even though it was a little tangled and messy, it was tamed, laying flat against her head and neck. That one little change turned his pretty girlfriend into a drop-dead say. Why one? He didn't have time to gawk, however, as she pulled him out of his stupor and through the portrait hole. What's the broom for, Harry? I thought it would give us a few extra minutes to eat breakfast. It takes more than 10 minutes to walk down to the stadium, but I can fly us down there in one. Yes. That means we can still have a decent breakfast. Hermione cheered. Down in the Great Hall, Hermione insisted he eat nothing greasy, shoving plenty of fruits, yogurt, hard-boiled eggs, and oatmeal at him. Harry stared longingly at the dishes of bacon and sausage links in front of him. Is this what you call a decent breakfast? I was hoping for something more meaty. Harry frowned. You need to eat something healthy and easy to digest. All that oil will just give you a stomachache once you start jumping around in your first duel. I should have started you on this diet weeks ago. Here, have another egg. You'll need the protein. Harry was finishing off another apple as they flew towards the Quidditch pitch. The stadium's colors had been changed. Instead of representing the houses of Hogwarts, it was decorated with the crests and colors of Hogwarts, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang. Harry realized how rarely he actually saw the full Hogwarts crest, as he was so used to competing against the other houses. Inside the pitch, there were 2 large, raised, oval platforms made of solid stone. He presumed these would be the dueling platforms. Each one was about 20 meters long, but less than 10 wide at the middle. Additional seating had been added on to the field, and the closest spectators would be sitting about 10 meters from the dueling platforms. The judges' table lay in between the 2 platforms, and a small walkway connected all of them to several tents at the end of the pitch. Harry landed by one of the tents, and was instantly waved inside, while Hermione was escorted away to one of the box seats up above. For now, the stadium lay empty, but Harry knew it would be packed when the doors were opened. Inside, he once again found the other champions waiting for him with Ludo Bagman. I'm glad everyone's finally here, Bagman said. You've all familiarized yourselves with the EDL rules, correct? Then let's cut to the chase. There will only be one duel per matchup, no seconds, no rematches. Your score is based on your total number of wins, and any draws will result in less points for both champions. Do you all understand? When they all nodded, Bagman pulled out a small, circular device with 4 pieces of string sticking out. He spun it around, and said, "Everyone grab 1 piece of string. This will determine the initial starting order." When all 4 of them held one of the strings, the device cracked open, revealing how each one was connected. Harry was matched with Fleur, and Cedric with Crumb. A piece of parchment Bagman was holding flared up for a second and writing appeared. So, obviously, the first 2 matches will be Mr. Potter against Miss Delacour, and Mr. Diggory against Mr. Crumb. The second round will be Mr. Potter against Mr. Diggory and Miss Delacour against Mr. Crumb. The final round will be Miss Delacour against Mr. Diggory and Mr. Potter against Mr. Crumb. Harry looked over at Fleur, who glanced back at him but betrayed no emotion. He then took notice of Crumb, who was looking back at him like an animal waiting patiently for its kill. Deep breaths, he thought. You won't face Crumb until the end. Crumb appeared to be looking at all the other champions with the same animalistic hunger, Harry noticed. I wish I had that kind of confidence. Cedric appeared to be handling himself well. He wasn't acting predatory the way Crumb was, but he seemed to be fairly sure of himself. He was pacing around the room slowly, but held his head up and looked the other champions in the eyes. Fleur was giving her Ice Queen look again, not letting anyone tell what she was thinking. Last time, she warmed up to the other champions and was willing to chat, but that was after the first trial was over. She definitely didn't want to give anything away before the competition. From inside the champions' tent, they could all hear the stadium fill up. Harry peeked out of the tent flaps and noticed it was filled to the brim. Evidently, the Triwizard Tournament was living up to its name as quite the spectacle. Harry had never seen the Quidditch Stadium completely full before, even during the final Quidditch game of the season when nearly everyone was finished with their exams. Almost half the seats were empty. Part of the reason was because only 2 out of 4 houses were ever really interested in each game, but also partly because Hogwarts was seeing some of the lowest enrollment in centuries, after coming out of the war against Voldemort. Today, however, visitors from all over Britain, and some from other parts of Europe were here. He also noticed the section reserved for the press was packed, and remembering the trouble Rita Skeeter had caused him, he wanted to find out who she was. Hey, Fleur, he asked the French witch. Do you remember talking to a reporter about the effect your allure had on me? Fleur's cold demeanor broke for a second. Reporter. Non, I do not discuss such private matters to the press. Her eyes narrowed into an icy stare at Harry. You, haven't you not been telling your friends that you could handle me, haven't you? There is far more to me than just my allure. No, I haven't mentioned it at all, except to Hermione, of course. I read a quote in the paper the day after the tournament that said you were talking about me, and I'm sure you were referring to my ability to resist the allure, and not, anything else. Cedric had caught on to what Harry was asking, and remembered the article in question. He was now extremely curious as to when the quote came about. I certainly do not make such matters public knowledge, Ari. You were saying one of your English reporters quoted me. I do not recall giving an interview or a statement for them. Then I think you should watch out for eavesdroppers. I'm pretty sure this reporter has rather unscrupulous methods of gathering her information, but I haven't figured out how, yet. Fleur said nothing in return, only looking at him with some suspicion. The rest of the wait in the tent continued in silence, as they once again heard the opening formalities, anthems, greetings, introductions to various bigwigs and officials, and a few speeches by the bigwigs and officials. They seemed to drone on, but right at 11 o'clock, they called up Harry and Fleur to the first dueling arena. Go through the motions, stick to what you know, Harry told himself as he passed through the dueling wards. On stage, he bowed to the referee, then to Fleur. He kept his knees bent, ready to dart in any direction at a moment's notice. Drawing his wand from his holster, he held it in front of him, pointed at Fleur. Fleur, on the other hand, held a completely different stance. Standing straight up with her feet together and one hand behind her back, she extended her wand hand towards Harry with the palm up, almost as if she were asking him for a dance. Duelers, are you ready? Both of them nodded. Begin. Harry began on instinct with the dueler's hello to see how Fleur would react while concentrating on his legilimency to predict her moves. He spread the 3 spells so that the silencing hex would go for her head, the body bind slightly to the left of her shoulder, and the conjured ropes to the right of her hip. She let off a single stunner before twisting and bending down slightly, without even moving her feet, and followed up with a cutting charm. The 2 hexes jinxes flew past her without incident, and the ropes were sliced before they reached her. Harry predicted Fleur's stunner, and sidestepped the spell easily and started running towards her, attempting to force her towards the edge of the platform with the Pebblecoat combo. It consisted of a reductor at the ground, followed by a levitation charm and a sticking charm, which should have forced the opponent into a detour lest they get themselves weighed down in debris. Fleur saw exactly what he was doing, however, and ignored the reductor, banishing the rocks immediately before Harry could levitate most of them. It cleared just enough of the rocks for her to nimbly step in between as she deflected the sticking charms. As Harry repeated the combo, she conjured a flock of birds that flew straight at him, blocking his vision and breaking eye contact. There were far too many to destroy individually, so he used the splitting wind spell to push all of them to the side, only to see a huge fireball rushing at him. Without any time to dodge, he threw up a shield. Harry quickly began to move closer to the middle of the arena, where there would be more area to move. The flames didn't seem to be draining his shields as fast as he thought they would, so he held it up until the flames ended. He looked around. He couldn't see her. She was probably under a disillusionment charm. Without his legilimency to help him, he had to be wary of a spell coming from any direction, and the area of the platform that would have been safest for him had suddenly turned into the most dangerous. Eyes darting back and forth quickly, he threw a wide arc tripping spell in one direction. Seeing nothing fall down, he began to move to that side only to see a series of red and yellow bolts from the corner of his eye. Ducking and rolling to dodge them, he threw another wide tripping spell and saw a shimmer as Fleur jumped over it. There she is. As the adrenaline really kicked in, Harry began to fight wildly. Both of them exchanged direct spells, mostly disarming, stunning, and body bind curses. Neither bothered to put up a shield, trying instead to take their opponent down directly. Harry was having a harder time aiming at Fleur, who would only reveal herself slightly when she moved. Frustrated, he switched to conjuring water, sending a jet in Fleur's general direction, creating a thin puddle. He could see her footsteps now, but she realized it just as quickly. Canceling her disillusionment, she pressed on the attack, launching spells faster than before. Harry could now resume his legilimency, letting him dodge with even greater ease and retaliating with a few broad area explosion spells, which forced Fleur to either block or jump out of the way. In an attempt to keep Harry pinned down, Fleur conjured another flock of birds. Harry countered with the same wind splitter, only to see 3 snakes moving quickly towards him. A normal dueler would have to deal with them individually, because they were all deadlier than the birds. But Harry was a parselmouth. He quickly ran towards the snakes, and hissed to them, "Stop! Attack her!" Fleur obviously didn't anticipate his ability, and attempted to vanish the snakes she conjured, but Harry protected them as they advanced together. As soon as they were close to striking distance, Harry dropped his shield and began his attack. In between dodging Harry's spells, Fleur still managed to vanish one snake, blast another, and slice the last one just as it lunged at her. In that short time, Harry had closed the distance between them and she couldn't dodge his spells fast enough. He threw another blasting curse at her feet and 2 disarming charms. The blasting curse shattered the ground beneath her, throwing her off balance, and the second disarming charm hit her. As soon as the wand flew out of her hand, Harry summoned it. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first duel. Harry was declared the winner, and he returned Fleur's wand to her. They bowed to each other, then to the referee, and stepped off the platform. Immediately, house elves began popping in to repair the damage. As they walked to the medical tent for another checkup, they passed by Crumb and Cedric, who were heading to the other platform for their duel. "You are always hiding some surprises for me, aren't you, Harry Potter?" Fleur had an annoyed, but amused, grin on her face. "Well, I guess it used to be common knowledge at Hogwarts 2 years ago, but I don't think it was enough to make the papers," answered Harry. "Besides, talking to snakes isn't always something I like to advertise." "Oh, is there some stigma to your ability?" EET seems useful, even if it is specialized. What? You don't know about how being a parselmouth is supposedly a sign of a dark wizard. Harry couldn't believe it. Everyone had an opinion about it, whether it made him the next rising Dark Lord or if it shouldn't matter, but he hadn't met another magical who thought absolutely nothing of it. Did you perform a dark ritual to receive Z's ability? Fleur asked cautiously. Harry shook his head. Well then, EET is no more than a unique skill, is EET not? Yes, I know it's nothing more than a curious talent, but others don't think so, answered Harry. EET must be a silly British thing, then. In France, people value unique and rare talents. That is why our admistress is a half-giant, and my father chose Avila to be his wife, Fleur announced proudly. Harry only nodded, completely flabbergasted by how different things could be between the two countries, separated only by a few dozen kilometers of water. The magical France seemed to have advanced almost in step with their Muggle counterparts, whereas the British magicals seemed to do everything they could to resist it. The medical checkup was quick, and Harry peeked out of the tent as quickly as he could to see the duel between Cedric and Krum. What he saw amazed him. Cedric's side of the arena seemed to be utterly destroyed. Cedric could barely get his footing as there were huge holes on the platform and lots of loose rock. Cedric wasn't letting that go to waste, however, as he continuously summoned all the loose rocks he could, using them to intercept the spells that Krum was throwing at him. Krum, however, didn't appear to be tiring, while Cedric was barely keeping up. In a last-ditch effort, Cedric summoned a smokescreen to hide himself, but Krum kept advancing and summoned a fire whip, which he swung through the smoke at waist level. A loud crack of the spell hitting a magical shield was heard, and Krum quickly threw a heavy bludgeoner in the direction where his whip stopped. Cedric came flying out of the smoke and fell off the platform, groaning in pain. His robes were lightly scorched, but he didn't appear to have any heavy injuries. He managed to get back on his feet, although he was a little off balance. The referee quickly declared Krum the winner, and Cedric was taken to the medical tent to be given potions for his burns and other minor injuries. He would be spending much of his break in the medical tent, probably only getting healed just in time for the next duel. Harry had plans for spending it with more pleasant company. He scanned the crowd, looking for Hermione, and saw her descending down the stairs, against the flow of the crowd. He ran to greet her at the edge of the field, and once again took off on Harry's broom to have lunch at the Great Hall instead of the concession stands around the stadium. You know, it's a shame you have to duel Krum last, Hermione remarked as they dug into their sandwiches. What? I consider myself lucky, said Harry, saving the worst for last. You saw what happened to Cedric, didn't you? Of course I did. I was taking notes, too. But the thing is, Krum's predictable. He fought exactly the way I expected him to in the first battle. I didn't learn anything about him. Oh, and what notes did you get about Cedric? I missed most of his fight. He's got variety. He's really good at transfiguration, too. He can perform transfigurations fast enough to mix it in along with his curses and charms. That was pretty important. Unlike other spells, transfiguration required imagery inside the mind with no actual incantation. It would be hard to get a clear image of what Cedric was intent on transfiguring with just a basic legilimency scan. Even with non-verbal magic, most users still said the incantation to themselves inside their head, making it easy to get a read. So I should watch out for his transfigurations. What kinds of things does he usually make? Nothing complicated. He turned some stone to solid metal to give them more weight when he banished them. He also changed the shape of the platform to help block a lot of Krum's spells. Krum did try to disable him in the beginning, but nothing would hold. I don't think you should try, either. Wait. Krum tried disabling jinxes. Like impedimentia. When I looked, he was just hurling power spells over and over. That was at the beginning. Cedric would cancel the jinxes about as quickly as he got hit with them. When Krum figured it out, he just went all out with his heavy damage curses. I think he was trying to save energy at first, but in the end he just didn't want to waste time or end up losing. Any tips against him, then? Harry didn't want to waste all his strength fighting the way Krum did. He was certain he wouldn't be able to keep it up, either. Cedric might actually beat him in a battle of pure endurance. I'd say just tire him out. Use your legilimency to dodge his attacks as much as possible. If he tries to rest, then go on the offensive, but don't let him stop moving. Crumb must have tired him out quite a bit in the first duel already. That's all I can say. He's a well-rounded wizard. I was afraid of that. What did you think of my duel? What should I work on? Quite frankly, Harry, you got lucky, Hermione said flatly. You wasted a lot of energy with the shield charm against that illusion. What? Illusion? Yes, the huge flames. You didn't notice there wasn't any heat. You held your shield up for a full minute against nothing, really. It must have tired you out. Harry shifted his eyes in embarrassment. He really didn't notice. Fleur had effectively made him waste his strength in the middle of battle. Well, now that I think about it. Harry, you need to come up with a better plan. You can't just go charging in there. Hermione, you might not have noticed, but charging ahead is pretty much what I do. A lot. I tend to react and go with my gut instincts. When I need a good plan for something, I generally turn to you. He gave her his best pleading, puppy eyes look he could muster. Fine, Harry. Just go with what I said before. Try to force him to tire himself out. If you can, banish loose rocks away from him or else he'll use them against you. Don't use the Pebblecoat combo against him, because he'll probably make use of the debris better than you can. Use your legilimency, and don't let him break eye contact the way Fleur did. Don't waste time or energy with minor jinxes and hexes, just use a few, well-placed power curses to take him down. Thanks, Hermione. You're a lifesaver. Harry chewed happily as he finished his lunch. Don't thank me yet, you actually have to win the duel. Cedric appeared to be up and about, just fine after the short break. A few salves and a dose of pepper-up potion was all he needed. They were all waiting once again in the champion's tent, waiting to be called out. Cedric was resting in a chair, while Fleur and Crumb were eyeing each other. Harry stood at the entrance of the tent, peeking outside occasionally. Most of the crowd had returned for the lunch break and the next set of duels would be starting once again. Once Harry and Cedric were called up, they faced off on the newly repaired dueling platform. After bowing, they both assumed the same, textbook recommended dueling stance, knees slightly bent, wand towards the opponent, light on their feet. Harry kept his eyes locked on Cedric's. He's opening with a wide tripping hex and an incarcerus, Harry read. As soon as the referee signaled the start, Cedric opened with exactly that. Harry jumped over the tripping hex and threw the severing razor charm, Defindo Novaculus. It cut straight through the conjured ropes and continued towards Cedric, who dodged out of the way. He followed through with another razor charm, cast horizontally, and 2 bludgeoners. Cedric ducked low and blocked one of the bludgeoners. Seeing Harry was still advancing, he cast reductors at the ground in front of Harry's feet. Harry saw them coming, and remembering Hermione's advice, banished the rocks and pebbles away from Cedric as soon as possible. Seeing what Harry was doing, Cedric then cast another set of reductors at the ground in front of his own feet. Harry ran forward as quickly as he could, but didn't get into banishing range in time. Cedric already levitated several chunks of stone and transfigured them into darts, shooting them at Harry. With a few wind-splitting spells, he pushed most of them off course, but still had to sidestep a few of them, ending up precariously close to the edge of the arena. Instead of banishing the rocks, he decided to switch to bombardment spells. Even if it ended up creating more material for Cedric to use, at least the pieces would be flying and hopefully he would be spending more effort dodging them instead of transfiguring them. The first one sent pieces flying everywhere and knocked Cedric off balance, ending his next batch of transfigurations. Harry continued to throw the explosive spells as fast as he could while advancing towards the center of the arena, but the spells were very energy intensive. Cedric, seeing what he was doing, began using counterspells to intercept them midair. Wait a minute, thought Harry. I shouldn't be doing this. I'll tire out before he does. He was now close enough to use the simple banisher to sweep rocks away from Cedric, so he concentrated on that. Seeing Harry's offensive attack was ending, Cedric retaliated with a combination of stunners and bludgeoners. Harry dodged them easily while continuing to read Cedric, while continuing to banish the loose stones away. Cedric noticed what he was doing and launched a mist out of his wand. Caligo Sequita. What does that spell do? Thought Harry. He could read the incantation straight from Cedric's mind, but it was harder to understand the spell he hadn't studied before. The mist was quickly advancing towards him. Once again, he relied on his wind splitter spell to push the mist off to the sides, but as soon as the spell passed through, the mist changed direction and enveloped him. He was now completely enveloped in fog, and lost his legilimency advantage. He cast another wind splitter and saw a glimpse of Cedric, but only long enough to tell he was transfiguring something. He blindly threw another bombardment curse, following with an arcing tripping jinx and a wide severing razor curse. He heard the sound of one of the spells impact a shield as he threw another wind splitter. Cedric had moved. Turning around before the mist could collect again, he saw Cedric over at his right, launching a series of spells at him. Harry threw up a shield and dodged another, but he suddenly tripped on uneven ground. Keeping his shield up with all his strength, but as he tried to fend off Cedric's unending stream of spells, he knew Cedric was trying to end the duel here. He scrambled to get back up only to twist his foot on another unseen edge, and banged his elbow as he went down. He felt something pass over him and suddenly his breaths were failing. He began to hyperventilate, desperately trying to get some oxygen into his system, but it wasn't working. As his strength faded, his shield did as well, and he was struck with another curse before finally falling unconscious. Harry woke up a minute later, lying on the platform by the referee. Cedric had dissipated the mist, and he saw what had happened. Cedric wasn't transfiguring more objects to banish at him while he was in the mist, he was transfiguring the rocks closer to Harry, making the ground around him jagged and brittle. There wasn't a single spot of flat ground to stand on. As he got up, the referee gestured to the both of them, and Harry acknowledged defeat. Cedric was declared the winner of his second duel. They bowed and walked off the platform as Fleur and Crumb were making their way to theirs. What was that spell you used on me, Cedric? The mist thing. It was the chasing mist. It's kind of hard to maintain, and I didn't expect it to work so well against you, actually, answered Cedric. The nice thing about it is there's no direct counter for it other than a strong gust of wind. Not many people use it because blinding spells are easier, but they're also easier to counter. Yeah, my wind-splitting spell seemed to do something, but it kept reforming. Harry said disappointedly. Venticindo. That spell's only good against things that are flying towards you, not surrounding you, Cedric explained matter-of-factly. And what would be a good spell to use against it? Asked Harry. Oh, that would be sharing my secrets, wouldn't it? We're still competitors, you know. Cedric laughed as he gave Harry a friendly slap on the back. You put up a really good fight, to be honest. Where did you get the idea to keep banishing all the material off the stage? Hermione watched your first duel. She said you had a knack for transfiguration. Could you tell me what the spell was that made it hard to breathe at the end? Well, Cedric thought about it for a moment. I'll tell you what it is, but not how to cast it. It's the reverse bubble head charm. The normal bubble head filters out poisons and other things you don't want to breathe, letting oxygen in. I just cast a reversed version on you. But how did it get past my shield? I kind of created the bubble above your head and lowered it down on top of you, actually. I had no idea how long you would have been able to hold up that shield. You've got surprising endurance for a kid who's 3 years younger than me. They continued to chat about their duel until they stepped into the medical tent. Harry quickly pointed out his scrapes to the Medowitch, hoping to get out of the tent as quickly as possible to see the match between Fleur and Crumb. He knew the duel had started by the time he was receiving his first helping of Speedy Sports salve, designed to quickly heal up professional athletes, minor scrapes. He couldn't hear anything inside the tent, but he was fairly sure of what was happening. Crumb was going to end it quickly with heavy spells, knowing Fleur had already lost to Harry. A scant 5 minutes later, he was out of the tent. To his amazement, Fleur was holding her own against Crumb. She was exceptionally graceful, and she had a very good eye. Any spell she didn't need to dodge, she didn't move for, and for those that needed moving, she just barely got out of the way. It was almost like a dance for her, while Crumb was moving like a soldier. He advanced, threw spells, held ground and defended his territory, on the arena, and advanced some more. Once he thought he had Fleur pinned to one end of the platform, threw a strong bludgeoner to knock her off like he did with Cedric. Fleur, however, wasn't nearly as tired as Cedric had been, and deflected the spell. She then put up a most unusual counterattack. Harry felt the allure hit him, even from the side of the Quidditch pitch. He could tell many of the males in the front rows of the stadium, and all the male judges, were under its effects. Cedric managed to control himself this time, being further away, and Harry blocked it out easily. Krum, however, being mere steps away from Fleur, suddenly stopped what he was doing. He seemed to be prepared for this possibility, though, and he recovered. The short delay was all Fleur needed. Casting an enormous fireball, which Harry guessed was another illusion, she disillusioned herself while Krum was distracted. He held his shield up, prepared for any more spells to come from the narrow end of the arena, and realized quickly he was pointing his shield at nothing. He turned just in time to block a spell from the invisible Fleur, but that revealed her position. He retaliated with a set of conjured glass spears, which Fleur dodged or blocked. Those that missed shattered on the ground, leaving sharp glass all around Fleur. Dropping her disillusionment again, she banished as much of the glass as she could back at Krum, and followed up by covering herself with smoke. 3 Fleur emerged from the smoke, side by side and moving in parallel. Krum conjured a metal whip and swung wide, aiming to sweep through all 3 of them. It was blocked before it touched a single one of them. He switched to a stronger version of the water conjuring spell, Aguamenti Gaugatsi. The water shot out of his wand like a fire hose, and he swept the jet back and forth at the 3 of them. They all attempted to dodge, but the water passed straight through the one in the center. He continued the spell, hammering the shields of the 2 remaining Fleur, but they suddenly bolted towards him. Having a harder time trying to hit both of them as they got closer, he took a chance and launched a strong reductor towards the one on the left, shattering the ground under her feet. She was completely unaffected by the blasted rocks, so Krum quickly threw a shield up against the one on his right. Fleur appeared to be in the middle of casting a spell when a flash of light came from a mere 2 meters from Krum's left, stunning him before he noticed. The final Fleur disappeared as the real Fleur reappeared from under another disillusionment. To say Krum was disappointed was a severe understatement. He seemed to be furious at Fleur, only barely restraining himself to get through the end of duel formalities and off the platform. At least he won't be completely focused on me now, thought Harry. Or maybe that'll just make him even angrier when he duels me. Harry, don't stress out about it, Hermione advised him. She handed him another glass of pumpkin juice. They chose not to leave the stadium this time, just resting on an unused corner of the Quidditch pitch and having a light snack during the second intermission. Easy for you to say. You don't have a crazy Bulgarian who's about to kill you. He's not trying to kill you. He might still be a bit upset. Just watch out for his stronger spells. Just watch out. Did you see him break the wing bones of a 60-foot bird last month? I am so dead in 1 hour. Hermione, I'm leaving all my worldly possessions to you after this. Don't joke about this, Harry. Hermione scowled at him. I'm only half joking. Well, even if I don't die, I'd like to write a proper will and name you as the primary beneficiary. And even on the infinitesimally small chance that you might accidentally suffer a life-threatening injury that the nearby Medawitches can't stabilize or portkey you to Saint Mungo's in time, you'll just go back to our little secret, she said, wary of eavesdroppers. They had cast a few privacy wards to keep any reporters from trying to interview them during their break, but you could never be too sure. And if you do, I'll meet you there, she finished in a whisper. I'll always come back to you, that's for certain. Harry smiled as they sat together under their private, secluded, warmed patch of grass in the middle of the stadium. When they heard the call for the next round of duels and for the spectators to return to their seats, they dropped the privacy wards and parted ways. Back in the tent, Krum was looking remarkably calm for someone who was just beaten, and who badly wanted to beat his next opponent. The calm before the storm, thought Harry. Cedric was looking thoughtful, like he was going through a plan. Fleur had her stoic facade on again. Harry spent most of his time sitting, wondering how he was going to take on Krum. I can't overpower him. My disillusionment isn't nearly as good as Fleur's. Might as well give it a shot, though, Harry thought. The whistle for the final round of duels was blown. Fleur and Cedric left the tent, and finally, Harry could watch another full duel. Fleur once again took her odd, dance-like stance against Cedric, while this time Cedric looked like he was ready to bolt forward. As soon as the duel began, he shot off a stream of water, covering the platform as he advanced forward. Fleur, on the other hand, threw some slicing curses at the platform, creating channels for the water to drain. She let most of the spells fly roughly in Cedric's direction, forcing him to dodge a few of them. Fleur still hadn't moved from her spot near the narrow end of the platform, and Cedric was close to the center, surrounded by the water he had conjured. Fleur quickly threw a freezing charm at the water, and a few spells aimed low. Cedric jumped to avoid the spells, but in midair, the water froze. As he landed, he nearly slipped, allowing Fleur enough time to throw some additional water of her own, making it even more slippery for Cedric. As he fell, he began to cast dozens of low-powered jinxes, even throwing in some stinging and tickling charms in there. Fleur couldn't dodge the flurry of spells, and had to block most of them. Cedric continued to cast as he was getting back up and was nearly on his feet again when Fleur advanced. Dropping her shield to cast a strong fireball, she let herself get hit with 2 stinging hexes and a jelly legs jinx, which she immediately dispelled. The fireball melted a clear path for her straight towards Cedric, who dove out of the way and rolled to the side. Fleur used this chance to try to end it with a stunner, but Cedric managed to fire off a freezing charm this time, causing Fleur to slip. Her stunner went wide and Cedric bought himself enough time to get to his feet. Just as he was about to disarm her, Fleur let her allure loose again. Cedric, having seen her use it against Crumb, cast a bubble head charm on himself, which seemed to lessen the effects enough for him to keep his mind. Fleur conjured a flock of birds as she disillusioned herself, but before she could move away, Cedric managed to get a sticking charm on her shoe, causing her to stumble on her next step, twisting her ankle. Cedric finished with an incarcerus, binding her with ropes before he disarmed her. So, Cedric decided to take out her main strength right from the beginning. Can I do that against Crumb? Wondered Harry. Crumb's strength is high S strength. And his knowledge. Maybe I can try to get a confounding charm in. He felt that was his best bet. He and Crumb walked to the dueling platform in silence. As he passed by Cedric, he received a pitying look from the Hogwarts champion. They both stepped onto the dueling platform. He heard the crowd roar for the final duel as the referee stepped up and greeted the 2 duelers. They bowed in return, then to each other. I can do this. Just blind him, delay him, confound him. Don't get hit, Harry reminded himself. As they stared each other down from across the arena, Harry attempted as best he could to read Crumb with legilimency. He immediately found himself against a basic barrier. Nuts. It figures he'd have at least basic occlumency. Crumb gave an angry snarl just before the referee's hand dropped. Both of the duelers exploded into action. Crumb began right away with a bone breaker followed by reductors. Harry didn't want to try blocking them, just in case they packed enough power to shatter his shield. After dodging out of the way of the initial flurry of spells, he went on the offensive. Running purely on instinct, he cast the dueler's hello again. He realized his mistake as the second spell left his wand. That combination was the most common combination in dueling at the amateur leagues. Crumb, having fought many duels in his years at Durmstrang, could tell exactly what Harry was casting from the wand movements alone. He let the silencing charm hit him, being perfectly comfortable with non-verbal casting. He took that extra second to charge up a powerful spell as he sidestepped the body bind curse, and let loose a powerful fire whip at the same time Harry finished casting Incarcerus. The powerful flames of Crumb's whip sliced straight through the conjured ropes and continued straight towards Harry. Harry just managed to dodge out of the way, but Crumb simply flicked his wand and the whip snapped back, forcing Harry to jump again. Unfortunately, he couldn't jump high enough this time and the flames brushed across his ankle, causing him to stumble as he landed. With another flick, Crumb's whip lashed down hard, straight at Harry, forcing him to put up a shield to block. That one hit nearly broke through Harry's shield, straining him as he fended off the concentrated cord of flames. As Crumb pulled back for another strike, he dropped his shields as quickly as he could, throwing what was normally called a distraction combo at Crumb. Similar to what Cedric did to Fleur when he was down, it consisted of easy-to-cast spells that used minimal wand movement to force the opponent to back down with quantity, instead of quality, of spells. Harry tried to force Crumb to stop his attack, while throwing a confounding charm into the mix. Unfortunately, Crumb had seen this combination used against him many times in the past as well, and had an counter combination for just the occasion. The March of the Golem was simple to cast but a magic-intensive combination that consisted of only 2 spells. Protega Progresso was a variation of the standard shield, which sent the shield flying forward, buying a split second for the caster to drop the shield and cast the next spell. Malausis, the Bone Bludgeoner, which required less wand movement than the standard bludgeoning hex but much more power. Alternating between the two continuously would have drained most wizards quickly, and if Harry could move to the side, it would mostly render the variant of the shield charm moot. Unfortunately, with him on the ground and Crumb being far above average in power, his simple chain of spells bounced off Crumb's shield and he had to throw up his own shield to block the Bone Bludgeoner. He then returned to the string of simple hexes while Crumb threw up another shield. By the third Bone Bludgeoner, Harry's shield broke and he was knocked off the platform. Well, that was a disappointment, he thought as he hit the grass. So how did I score? Harry asked Hermione. He was still recovering from burns and a few broken bones. Even though he was hit with the same spells Cedric was, his injuries were somewhat more extensive, partly due to his smaller size and lighter weight. Stuck in the medical tent for another 2 hours, they finished the event without him on stage. Well, it was 25 points per win, explained Hermione. But you didn't get much of a bonus because they said your spells, and power, were lacking. Your final score was only 32, out of a possible 50. What? Hey, I'm smaller than them. And I have to say I did a pretty good job of predicting their spells and dodging them. Unfortunately, they couldn't exactly tell you were using Legilimency, and I don't think you should let them know. Apparently they were looking for more magic out of you, instead of the muggle-ish ways of keeping yourself safe. It's a perfectly valid way to win a fight. Well, it's just a few stupid points anyways, grumbled Harry. How did the others do? Cedric scored the highest, 50 points for 2 wins, and 20 out of 25 bonus points for his magic. That puts him 1 point ahead of you. Harry nodded. At least that poor performance didn't put him completely out of the running just yet. Fleur got a total of 41 points, and Crumb got 69. He only got 1 less than Cedric because he didn't have much variety in his spellwork, but his strength impressed the judges. That put Harry and Cedric almost tied for last, with Crumb a good distance ahead and Fleur was still in a commanding lead. It would really depend on the next trial. So did Bagman explain what was coming up next? Asked Hermione, eager to delve into more research. Yes, there's actually 2 events coming up for me. What? 2 trials? How's that possible? I thought there was only supposed to be 1 per month. Unless the one in February is going to be notoriously difficult or something and they wanted to give you even more time to prepare. No. The next trial is the trial of water. I'll get on that in a bit. There's just another event before that. You'll hear about it in class on Monday, I think, Harry answered nervously. He didn't want to tell Hermione that there would be a fancy ball in 3 weeks, and the fact that he would have to open up with the leading dance with her, and he didn't know how to dance. He wasn't sure if Hermione knew how to dance, for that matter. What? Why don't you want to tell me? Asked Hermione. Hermione, have you ever been on stage? I mean, in the spotlight in front of a crowd. Harry tried to ask without giving anything away. What? Are you getting stage fright after you fought 3 duels in the middle of a stadium? Hermione giggled. Harry, you can be so weird sometimes. 3 hours ago you got it in your head that Crumb was trying to kill you, but you go face him anyways. Now, when there's nothing to fear, you're worried. That's not why I'm asking. I just want to know. Fine. The last time I was on stage was when I was little. My parents put me in ballet. Oh, so you've danced before? Harry hoped the innocuous segue wouldn't give it away. Hardly. Hermione pouted. I pretty much just stood on stage. My parents took me out of ballet class once they realized how much I hated it. Why were you just standing there? I thought you'd be, well, doing some dancing in ballet. I couldn't do anything on stage. I was. The Christmas tree. Huh. A tree. Hermione hung her head down. Why are you making me tell you this? It's so embarrassing. It was a Christmas story we were doing in ballet. I was so frozen on stage that the instructor ended up making me dress up as the Christmas tree, so I barely had to do anything. She then added in a barely audible whisper, and I still managed to screw it up. She almost broke down in tears, but calmed herself by changing the subject. Forget about that stuff. It was before I really discovered my love of books, anyways. What's this extra event? You still haven't told me. Harry saw how agonizing the memory was for Hermione. Evidently she didn't like to dance, and especially not on stage. Things were different this time, obviously. It was going to be a ballroom dance, not ballet. And she'd be dancing with her boyfriend. Was that enough to completely change her opinion? Well, to be sure, he would have to make things extra special for her. Tomorrow was Sunday, another Hogsmeade weekend, and Monday would be the New Year's ball announcement to the rest of the students. Actually, you'll find out about it on Monday. Professor McGonagall should be announcing it to everyone in a house meeting. Why won't you just tell me now? Hermione was getting annoyed. Secret. Harry knew that if he told her now, he'd end up asking her to be his date immediately. It wasn't that he didn't want to go with her, but he wanted to do it in a better position, preferably not while lying on a cot inside a tent with his breath reeking of medical potions like Skelligro. Also, I kind of have to go into Hogsmeade to run some errands by myself tomorrow. Harry said. I should be able to order a few flowers, at least, he thought. What? I was hoping we would be able to get started on the trial of water right away, Harry. Let's face it, you don't even know how to swim. I know. I'll make it up to you, I promise, said Harry. Wait, I don't know how to swim. What am I going to do? Well, I was going to help teach you, said Hermione. But if you don't want to. Harry cringed. I'll really make up for it. Really. I might have to throw in a new dress while I'm at it. In for a canute, in for a galleon. Harry got up early the next morning, eager to make sure that Hermione would be delightfully surprised on Monday. I wonder why I'm putting so much effort into this, he thought. It's not even the dance. I'm just asking her to go to the dance. But then again, this is one really important dance, and I can't imagine going with anyone else. I can't give her any reason to possibly say no, he justified to himself. After getting a light breakfast, he began the long walk to Hogsmeade, alone. Along the path, he noticed a group of Beauxbaton students already on their way. As he passed, a familiar voice called out to him. Oh, Ari, are you having breakfast in Z Village as well? Fleur asked. The rest of her classmates turned to look at who she was talking to. Fleur waved him over. Haven't you been to Z's village many times before? Yes. We would like to sample Z local cuisine. Haven't you a favorite restaurant? 3 Broomsticks, Harry answered immediately. There were only 2 restaurants, and 1 tea shop. He certainly wasn't going to lead these students into the Hog's Head. Hogsmeade isn't a very big village, I have to warn you. There isn't much selection. Seeing the questioning looks on the faces of some of the students, he quickly added, but I'm not saying it's bad. Far from it. I love coming out to Hogsmeade and eating there when I can, but you'll find that everyone goes to the 3 Broomsticks as well. Then we should hurry, if it gets as crowded as you say, non. Fleur smiled and translated for the few who couldn't follow the conversation. They all seemed to agree on Harry's suggestion, and sped up to a brisk walk. Harry led the way through the village. When a few of the Beauxbaton's girls seemed to express some curiosity as they passed Madame Puddifoot's, he quickly urged them onwards. He didn't want to get caught inside that shop, especially not with Fleur and several other French witches. Along the way, he also pointed out a few of the other shops to them. Most of them seemed to know a few of the basics already, like the post office and scrivenshafts, where many had already visited for school supplies and larger post deliveries. Unsurprisingly, many of the girls also knew where the hairdressers were. Madame Rosmerta was pleasantly surprised by the crowd of students that arrived for breakfast, with Harry holding the door for them, no less. Business had picked up a little with the Triwizard Tournament's second event. Many tourists were staying in Hogsmeade for the entire weekend instead of just visiting for the day, but fewer students came to Hogsmeade as well, preferring to stay at Hogwarts to share the excitement. Harry decided to have a second, light breakfast, while he made some recommendations for the others. It was rather difficult, given how much of the breakfast menu involved greasy foods, but everyone seemed to have a good time. When they were all finished, Fleur asked Harry, "What brings you to Z Village all by yourself, Ari? I usually see you with your girlfriend." "Oh, well, you know the New Year's ball." Harry began. "You are taking her, Non?" "Of course. I haven't asked her yet, though. I want to surprise her. I don't think she likes dancing, so I'll have to make the proposition more attractive for her." He suddenly perked up. "Could you help me out, actually? What is a good way to ask a girl to a dance?" "Well, if you will only be using me as an example." Fleur giggled teasingly. "Begin with flowers. Always." "I didn't think she liked flowers that much. I mean, she's really into books," said Harry, doubtfully. "And teddy bears," he added privately. "Ari, do not think of flowers as a gift. It is courtesy," Fleur explained. The other girls at the table nodded. "It is much like holding the door open. Every special occasion. Begin with flowers." Harry nodded in understanding. "Now, does she enjoy chocolate?" Fleur asked. "She does enjoy it a bit, but she's never been into sweets all that much," Harry explained. "Her parents are dentists." Seeing the confusion on their faces, he said, "Well, she likes to watch her health." "Ah, then just get chocolat noir instead." Fleur was practically ignoring him by now, imagining the ideal man that she had yet to find. All this just to ask her to go to the ball with me. Harry was really worried that he'd been doing things completely wrong up until now. "Well, she is already your girlfriend, Non?" Fleur asked. "You would not need this advice from me unless you considered it a very special occasion, Non. Is her birthday in December also?" Harry shook his head. "No, that was back in September. And you did not get her flowers then?" Fleur's eyes widened in shock and the other girls began to chatter rapidly in French. No. Were you two already dating at the time?" "Yes." Harry could sense he was about to get reprimanded for breaking every rule in some kind of secret girl's rulebook. "Ari, what have you done on dates with your girlfriend?" Fleur let out in exasperation. Harry explained their trips to Hogsmeade, a few of the broom rides which he felt were at least somewhat romantic, and even let slip that they sometimes just spent an entire day together in the library. Obviously, he left out the specific dates, given how some of them overlapped, but as he went on, Fleur seemed to be shaking her head in pity, probably for Hermione. When he finished, she asked, "And Z's, Hermione, she has no intention of seeking out someone else?" "What? No. She'd never. We love each other dearly." "Well, I must say that English girls are far more patient than we would be. I really need to make it up to her, don't I? Can you help?" Harry pleaded, almost convinced that Hermione would dump him by tomorrow if he didn't buy her a field of flowers and an entire chocolate factory. Fleur and the other Beauxbatons girls felt that helping Harry with his relationship would be a good way to see the town, so they had him take them around town while they advised him what he needed to buy. 4 hours later, with a few trips to Honeydukes, Gladrags, Sunblooms, and various other shops, Harry was walking back to Hogwarts with his arms full. Clearly, the Beauxbatons girls had an entertaining day with him. He did thank them for their help by buying a few extra sweets at Honeydukes. "Thank you for the entertaining day, Ari. I hope things go well for you and your girlfriend." "Thanks, Fleur. If you don't mind me asking, do you know who you're going to the ball with?" "Non, there is nobody for certain for me," Fleur sighed. "But I do. Avenue my eye on Cedric. He is very impressive." "Really? But not Crumb?" "Definitely not." Fleur laughed. "Victor is a warrior. Too simple. E bites down on his target and does not let go. Cedric knows subtlety, etiquette, and humor. Harry nodded. Crumb did seem to get all his joy from competition. In fact, the only time he saw him smile, outside of the tournament, was when he was laughing at Draco's incompetence. He didn't seem like the type to settle down for a quiet life with a girl, especially one that managed to beat him in a duel. He had far too much pride for that. Aren't there any guys from Bobadens that interest you? Oh, I am tired of them fawning over me for the past 6 years. I am thinking a fresh start with new faces may help. As they made their way into the castle, Harry was intent on finding Hermione immediately. Where would she be? His first thought was the library, but it turned out to be completely empty except for Madame Pants. He then went up to the room of requirement to see if she was there, but the wall didn't have a door on it. He finally made his way to Gryffindor Tower, but she wasn't in the common room, at least. Going up to his bed to drop the gifts off, he pulled the Marauder's map out of his trunk and activated it. He carefully scanned the map for 10 minutes looking for Hermione's name, but couldn't see it. Hey, Harry, you've got a new admirer or something. Harry looked up to see that Neville had just walked in. What? Oh, no, these are for Hermione. Have you seen her? Not for a few hours. Last I saw her she was still in the library. Looking things up for you in the trial of water. She was. Harry felt his heart drop when he realized how much he had taken Hermione's commitment to him for granted. Wait, water, he thought to himself. He knew the next task was supposed to take place near Hogwarts. She didn't jump in there just to help him research, did she? It would explain why she wasn't on the map. I'll be back soon, Nev. Make sure nobody touches my, Hermione's stuff, he said as he grabbed his broom. Wait, I think she was, Neville tried to say, but Harry was already flying out the window. The Black Lake was huge, forming the entire southern border of the Hogwarts grounds and Forbidden Forest. If she was studying something in the Black Lake, she'd probably left her bags somewhere along the shores. Harry began his search at the docks where the first year's boats lay. He flew until he reached the edge of the forest and then turned back. On the other side of the docks was the Durmstrang ship. As he passed by, he saw Crumb climbing up the side of the ship on a rope ladder. Was he swimming in the lake? In this cold weather? If it dropped another degree it might as well freeze over. He gave the ship a wide berth, just in case the Durmstrang students were feeling territorial or if they decided to take pot shots with the cannons on the side of the ship. I wonder if they're even real, thought Harry. Or maybe they're magical cannons. If they are, I wonder if they shoot out overpowered spells or enchanted cannonballs. He let his imagination run as he skimmed over the other side of the shoreline, which again turned out to be empty. Frustrated, he headed back to the starting point of his search. He'd just wasted nearly an hour searching for Hermione and was no closer to finding her. He flew back to his room, scanning the grounds like he would search for the snitch, but looking for his brown-haired beauty instead. Almost nobody wanted to stay outside longer than they had to in the cold December air, and even that final sweep was fruitless. He was pleasantly surprised, then, to find Hermione sitting on his bed, sniffing the flowers and twirling the small gift he had bought her in her hands, unopened. The chocolates were also untouched. She was obviously waiting for him to come back before she opened anything. So much for the surprise, Harry thought. He landed on the windowsill, as somebody had obviously felt it was a little too cold to leave a window open in this season. He tapped on the window, getting Hermione's attention. Harry, I didn't expect you to come in this way, she said as she opened the window for him. She giggled. The way you tapped on that window, I was expecting Hedwig or Carrie's. Well, it looks like you already received my delivery, Hermione, he said as he stepped down. So all of this stuff is for me, then. What's going on? You do know that Valentine's Day is 2 months away, not 2 days. Right. Valentine's. If I'm doing this much to take her to the ball, will I have to top that for Valentine's Day? Harry realized with horror. I wanted this to be a surprise, but. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hermione quickly rearranged everything the way she found it. You can still surprise me, you know. I have no idea what all this is about. She gleefully hopped back on the bed, awaiting his answer. Well, you know how I told you yesterday that there were going to be another event, right? Yes, but all this seems a little personal, doesn't it? I thought you said this would be an event for the Triwizard tournament. It is. I was going to wait till tomorrow when everybody else would know, but I might as well ask now. Hermione, there's going to be a fancy ball on New Year's Eve. Would you do me the honor of being my date? Harry, you did all this just to ask me out on a date. What's gotten into you? Of course I'd love to go to the ball with you. Why are you so nervous about it? Wait, I haven't explained all of it yet. We'll be the opening act. The four champions will be the first on the dance floor, and everyone will be watching us. Hermione barely hesitated at all when she answered, "That doesn't matter, I'll be up there with you. I mean, I don't know how to dance, but it should still be a lot of fun." Wait, you don't know how to dance? You told me you were in ballet when you were younger. Harry, there's a world of difference between ballet and the waltz, Hermione told him. And I already told you, I hated it. The only time I was on stage, I played a tree. But you don't mind being in the spotlight dancing with me. Harry was a little relieved, but confused. Of course not. All the other girls in the ballet class made fun of me, but this time, I'll be dancing with you. She gave him a wide smile. But, I don't know how to dance, either. I might end up making you look like a fool. Not before you make yourself look like a fool, and at least then we'll share the experience, Hermione laughed. Is this why you bought all this? Just because you were afraid I would say no? Harry, were you trying to bribe me? She gave him a disapproving look. I'm sorry. I mean, no. That's not the only reason. Well, when Fleur explained it, it made sense. What is it with that girl? Hermione put on her annoyed face again. If I didn't know better, I'd think she was trying to snatch you away from me. She's actually interested in Cedric. She told me in Hogsmeade. Anyways, when she heard about what a horrible boyfriend I've been, she and her friends suggested that I make it up to you with this date. How did she get that idea? You're far from horrible, Harry, she reassured him. Well, maybe not horrible, but unsatisfactory. At least, to her standards. So I followed her advice, and I wanted to make this date absolutely perfect for you, Hermione. You have to admit that we haven't done much together other than study and train together, and a Hogsmeade weekend or two. You didn't have to do all this for me. She laughed as she hugged him. Although, I wouldn't mind more of it, so what's the gift? Open it. Harry handed the box to her. Hermione carefully took off the wrapping, making sure she wouldn't tear any of it. Lifting the lid off the small box revealed a pair of silver earrings with a hefty sapphire that dangled from a thin chain. I was hoping you'd wear these for the ball. These look fabulous, Harry. She held one delicately in her hands, still afraid to put it on. You didn't have to do this for me. Maybe not, but I wanted to. I know how much you were teased about your looks before. They might not be so brash about it anymore now that everyone knows you're dating the boy who lived. What they say doesn't matter to me, Harry, as long as you still love me. I know, but this time, I want you on stage with me, and I want to let everyone see how beautiful you are to me. Everything they've been saying behind your back, Hermione, I want to prove them wrong. Harry was going right into his loving, protective mode as he embraced Hermione. She let him hold her, keeping quiet as he got to play the knight in shining armor for her. A thought struck her that she couldn't keep to herself. You know, we'd still end up looking like fools if neither of us can dance. Do you know anyone who can teach us? And in less than 3 weeks. This is going to be horrible. Don't sweat it, Harry. You've learned harder things in less time. We can always stick to something basic. We can probably ask Professor McGonagall. Let's do that tomorrow, Harry said as he waved his hand lazily. They lay together on the bed, munching on Honeydukay's finest dark chocolate bar, until the door swung open. Neville came walking in. Seeing both of them, he sighed in relief. There you are, Harry. Hermione walked into the tower almost as soon as you left, and I had no idea when you would be back. I thought it would be best if she just waited for you here. Thanks, Nev. I think it did turn out to be the best. Harry smiled at him. Want some chocolate? Thanks. Neville said as he took a piece. I'm just glad you two found each other. Where did you go, Harry? Oh, when you mentioned that Hermione was doing research or something for the trial of water, I thought she might have gone down to the Black Lake. I flew around there, but didn't see her. Turning to Hermione, he asked, where did you go, anyways? Room of requirement. You didn't think I'd be crazy enough to jump in the lake when it's this cold out, did you? Seeing Harry dart his eyes away, she laughed. You did. Oh, Harry, there's far better ways to learn how to swim, you know. Wait, you were in the room. But why didn't I see a door? And what kind of room did you make? A swimming pool, obviously. Heated water, at the perfect temperature, of course. I, kept the door hidden and locked because I was kind of afraid that someone would find me, actually. Why? Hermione glanced nervously at Neville. I was wearing a bikini. Harry's eyes bulged out as he imagined Hermione wearing the skimpy swimwear. Neville just looked confused. What's a bikini? It's a muggle thing. I didn't want anyone walking in on me because, well, you know how old-fashioned wizarding society is. Harry was still silent, his imagination running wild. Hermione punched him in the arm. Harry, if you stop daydreaming for a second, I'll actually bring you there with me. You need to get started on swimming lessons. Harry's mouth hung agape until he finally managed to say, but I don't have a swimsuit. Hermione leaned in and whispered, neither did I. I wasn't expecting to go swimming at school, you know, so I just transfigured my clothes and knickers. Harry's lips curved into a dumb smile as his eyes glazed over. How? When? He managed to ask. Well, swimming takes quite a bit of effort to learn, so I think we'll have to practice every day for the next month. Harry let out a little gurgle of happiness as he stared at the ceiling. Neville looked curiously at him. You know, if he has to swim for the next trial, why doesn't he try some gillyweed? Hermione was surprised that Neville had mentioned something she'd never heard of before, not in this lifetime, at least. What does gillyweed do? Oh, it kind of turns you into a merperson temporarily. Well, you don't get the fish tail, but you do grow gills and fins on your feet, and you'll be much more comfortable with the water temperature and stuff. It's only found in the Middle East, though, so it might be hard to get, Neville explained. Thanks, Neville. That might be just what he needs. Although, I would still like to give him swimming lessons, just in case the effects of the gillyweed don't last long enough. That was more of an excuse, however, as she fully intended to taunt and tantalize Harry with her newfound power. I'll see if I can order some with the same company that I used for the eyesight potion, Harry said as he finally recovered. Welcome back, Harry, Neville chuckled. Seriously, what made you drool like that? Does it have something to do with that bikini thing Hermione mentioned? Hermione gave him a wicked smile, and said, you know what, Neville? Meet us in the room of requirement after class, just like we did with Harry's dueling training. Bring Luna, of course. The next morning, when Harry woke up, he already couldn't wait for classes to finish. Down in the Great Hall, he noticed something odd. People weren't looking at him with as much hostility as before. Some of the Ravenclaws, who had been mostly cold and indifferent. The Hufflepuffs were the biggest change, by far. For the past few weeks before the duels, they were still unfriendly, but restrained, thanks to Cedric. This morning a few of them seemed apologetic. As he made his way to the Gryffindor table, he overheard a few conversations. Best defense professor in 5 years, and friendlier than Moody. Says that Dumbledore would let him become one. He's fought 2 wars. What a load of bollocks. He saved that girl, didn't he? He sat down, wondering what was going on. Fred walked up to him, saying, don't worry, Harry. We've always known that Skeeter was a bit daft. Yeah, if you really were a Dark Lord, you'd have recruited us to be your lieutenants of chaos. Added George. By the way, are you hiring? It's never too early to start recruitment, you know. What's going on, guys? Harry was still confused. Hermione arrived just then, as the twins made room for her to sit down beside Harry. Ah, the Dark Lady has arrived. Hermione shook her head in amusement as she sat. I forgot to tell you about it yesterday in all the excitement, she said. Rita's written another article. Really? And, By the twins' reaction, I'm supposed to be some Dark Lord or something. But that's making everyone else friendlier to me. Well, she did say a few outlandish things, as usual, but most of the students know it's wrong. I can't say the same about their parents, or the general public, though. Well, are you going to show it to me, or not? Harry was getting impatient. Hermione handed him a copy of yesterday's paper. Dark Lord Slayer or Competitor. By Rita Skeeter. Everybody knows the story of the boy who lived, defeater of the Dark Lord. Has anyone ever figured out how he managed to do it, though? The official story is that he survived a killing curse, which reflected back on the Dark Lord. Remarkable, you may say, since no human has ever survived, and even more so as a baby. But wait, what else can survive this darkest of dark curses? Even a unicorn, one of the purest of light creatures, will fall to the glowing green light. However, the darkest of creatures, Dementors, can survive it. Did we defeat fire with fire, a Dark Lord with another Dark Lord? Why did you know who choose to personally attack a mere baby, when he had scores of Death Eaters to do it for him? Harry Potter was no mere baby, as we all know now in hindsight. He did, however, bare his fangs yesterday in the Trial of Champions. What most people thought was a good Confundus charm to turn the conjured snakes onto his competitor, this clever reporter discovered was a far more sinister ability. Harry Potter is a Parselmouth. Yeah, Harry Potter's a Parselmouth. We found out about 2 years ago, explains Mr. Finch Fletchley, who had a close, personal encounter with a snake that Harry Potter commanded in his second year. Even a young girl of the Weasley clan was kidnapped that year, but she refused to comment about her experience. When the name Harry Potter was mentioned, she ran away in fear. Why was she so afraid to answer a few questions? It could very well be that she has nowhere else to turn to. The highest authority in Hogwarts is, of course, Albus Dumbledore, but can we trust him to reign in Harry Potter? Dumbledore's daft, I tell you. He hired a werewolf last year to teach us. I was so afraid I would be bitten every time I sat in that class, Miss Parkinson had to say about her experience. Mr. Lupin, as some of you may remember, was sacked at the end of last year after his dark nature was publicly revealed. I was almost killed by this evil creature in our magical creatures class, and Dumbledore just lets it fly away. My father tried to make sure justice was done, but the old goat kept getting in his way at every turn, the young Mr. Malfoy told us. He's rarely on our side. He certainly likes Potter, though. As the Triwizard Tournament continues, Dumbledore appears to continue giving Mr. Potter free reign in the school, ignoring his blatant wrongdoing or even disqualifying him from the tournament. Without any proper discipline, we could very well be looking at another dark wizard within the decade. You have got to be kidding me, Harry said in dismay. Nope, that was written in the Sunday Prophet for everyone to see, Hermione told him. Don't worry, Harry, almost everyone else sees it's just trying to be sensational, Neville reassured him. Nobody here really believes it. I mean, Lupin was the best defense teacher we had. Better than Lockhart, for sure. Oh, if you thought Lockhart was bad, you should have seen Professor Dimplewit. At least Lockhart knew which end of his wand the spells came out of, even if he couldn't actually cast any, Alicia commented from across the table. And everyone's already heard the story of how Malfoy got scratched by a hippogriff and went crying to his daddy, snapped Ginny, angrily. I can't believe she'd still put me in the article when I tried to ignore her. Still, I think we need to keep an eye out for this woman. She gets inside with the press pass, doesn't she? We'll have to watch out for her in the next event, Harry said with his teeth clenched. I swear, I'm going to drown her in ink if I ever meet her. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.